and that's what is happening in the very bottom dot. That's basically horizontal to where he is, where he's looking from that north.
No, because the way you drew it, it would work. If it would work for the North Star to stay centered, if it were the stars rotating and they were all rotating within that archway, and we could still think that, okay, I could be moving and the stars could still be rotating separately from my movement, and they all stay spinning within this archway perspective. But the way that Jaslov puts it is that actually we're believing that those stars only seem like they're spinning inside that little archway, because we're spinning. So there's no spinning of stars whatsoever. It's only us spinning that makes those trails turn out that way. And that doesn't that doesn't agree with what you drew.
And what I'm showing you, it's this frame that's spinning. And we know by, like I said, what Exo said, what I said about the office chair, when you spin around your office chair, you look around, you're going to see everything do these star trails except for one spot. So we know that that's what it views like. And now we're just discussing where that point that's, it seems to be rotating around is going to appear from. And depending on where you are on this ball, it's going to appear to be either straight up or horizontal or somewhere in between, right? So, but I mean, we're agreeing with each of these points, but not all of them together, I guess.
It's just, if it's a fixed point in the sky, it's not surprising that a fixed point on the land can point at it. Just the same as we can get a sundial that has to point north in order to work. It's like lining up the North Star with a sundial and going, oh my goodness, what are the odds? It's like, it's described as a fixed point. It shouldn't be surprising that in both of our models, it's a fixed point.
Well, if this thing that he does with the paper here, I just reposted the GIF. If this thing is wrong, I'm happy to accept that it's a straw man in what he's showing. It wouldn't work this way. But if he's right and it would have to work this way, then the whole Earth would have to rotate as if that center of that archway is an access point, not just a fixed point that can go around on a ball and stay fixed with the North Star. Because it actually has to turn completely 360 degrees to make that illusion of the star spinning with it centered. So that's I don't know if it works out really. I'm not trying to be incredulous.
Is you say to us, like you say what you do your best steel man of not the globe position, but specifically Kosho in my position. You just give the very best impression of what it is you think we're saying.
I think you agree, and Kosho did agree, that it wouldn't work the way that paper's showing with the graph that he made, even though it's a great graph. I understand how the North Star could stay centered from any position on the outside of a ball, possibly, to the equator, at least to be able to see the North Star, right? I can understand that, but that doesn't answer how the archway itself would be completely upside down relative to the North Star. Because then the axis of the ball would have to go around in that direction for that to be possible.
Well, how are you going to tell that the archway is upside down to the North Star? Firstly,
you wouldn't. That's the whole point. It doesn't seem like it is at all from our perspective, but that's the claim of the ball, is that you're actually spinning, and that's why those stars are all seeming to make star trails in the middle of the archway. And the only way that would be possible is if, relative to the stars, you were spinning in a 360-degree turn in exactly the right way for those stars to seem like they're making star trails rather than actually making star trails. It's us that's turning, not the stars.
Yeah, and that's
Kosho's model works if the stars are moving and we're moving, but it doesn't work as like what that paper's showing. What the guy is showing with the paper turning, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I've been trying to ask this question.
No, wait. Writing, do you think it does work? Do you think Kosho's model actually explains what I'm talking about?
I'm trying to ask a question.
I think what you're talking about with the paper. So two things I want is either for you to steel man Kosho's in my position so you can demonstrate that you're understanding what we're saying.
But it's your position that it explains it correctly.
Or show me the effect, not with the pieces of paper, because the pieces of paper to me are making it unnecessarily confusing. If there's footage of it, just show the footage of it, because there is plenty of footage.
Okay. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Well, I have to know your position before I can steel man it. Real quick.
Clarification. I'm trying to ask a question here.
So you're
right. Okay. You're going off at tangents. No one's making any points. Let me ask a question now, guys. The Georgia Guidestones, the Gorda Guidestones. Yeah, the whole that hole in the middle of it, yeah? Isn't it not said that for many years the Polaris is still visible and it hasn't moved? Is that not what's being said?
That's the agreement, right? That it's pretty much
Right.
it moves, it rotates, but it stays in the general vicinity, right? Yeah.
Right. How can? All right. Okay. Well, that's what I'm trying to find out now. So the Polaris is the center point then. It hasn't moved in years. Is that not right?
Yes.
Right. So what is the problem? What is the point that you're trying to make here tonight?
That's what.
Well, the one I'm making, or the one that
if you let New Perspective say both his opinion and Steelman our opinion, you'll hear both sides of the discussion.
And I was trying to clarify your opinion. Are you saying that you don't think it works the way that the paper turning demonstration works, and that Kosho's explains it, or that it could work the way the paper turning is showing, as well as work the way that Kosho's showing? Or I think Kosho even says Kosho isn't claiming that it works, right?
In reality. So this is what I keep trying to express upon you. It is a fixed point in the sky such that you can build a stone that has a hole drilled through it where you can always see this star. If the stars are in the sky, you will see Polaris through this hole in Georgia Guidestones. That's their whole point. That's what they're doing. That's what the
right. I can accept that. Yes, but then when you talk about the star rotations, it messes it all up.
To me,
you're seeing the star trip.
In my model, here's the thing that's kind of important to recognize. If it is a part of reality, it's going to be in both of our models. And the same goes for globers. When globers say to you like, oh, well, in your system, blah should happen. No, in my system, blah shouldn't happen because it's not what happens in reality. So, of course, that's not part of my model.
What happens in reality? What happens in reality?
That's what I was, like I said.
Hold on. What happens in reality, Riding? Let's get that out there. What is happening in reality, please?
Dave, according to this gift.
Banso, I asked a question. Banso, I asked a question.
You know what he thinks about what's happening in reality.
And I want clarification. What is the reality of yours, Riding, please?
Well, like I said, I'm looking for things that you guys don't have good answers for. That's all I was saying. So it's not like it always has to work out for both models.
This is not a good one of them, then. If that's
well, then I need it. Yeah, I'm looking for a response that's better than what Kosho, even though it's a great little thing he made. That would explain how it could stay centered through one viewing point, like maybe the little hole that you look through in the Georgia Guidestone. You could stay fixed on that North Star and be on the outside of a ball. Yeah. But the way that GIF I posted shows, you'd have to have all the star trails spinning around that center point within that archway from that angle, which means that the ballers would actually have to turn, at least seeming to turn, as if that were like almost like a rotation point, rather than just a fixed angle towards the star.
To me, Dave, this archway that you've shown here, right, and how he's spinning it around 360 degrees, right? That's almost like, because it's doing my head in, right? The more I look at it, it's actually doing my head in, right? Because it's almost like I'm directly underneath the North Star.
Right. That's the only way it would seem to work, right?
Yeah, but that's not how it would be if you're on the outside of the sphere. It wouldn't be rotating like that.
Well, if that's what we see, then it wouldn't be. Then it means that we're not on the outside of the sphere looking at it. The way that he's showing is it has to be the way he's showing it, or is it wrong?
Hold on. Okay, so
I think what he's showing is wrong. I think what he's showing in the gift is wrong.
Okay, then how so? How so?
I think if you were directly 90 degrees underneath Polaris, that would be an accurate GIF, right? But when now you're on the outside of the sphere and now you're moving around the sphere, right? It's going to stay in a fixed location. It's not going to spin around 360 degrees like that. The way
but his point is that you wouldn't see the star trails seeming to make circles through the center of that archway if it weren't somewhere, at least seeming like it rotates 360 degrees to make those star trails.
I know.
I can see the fixed position and the stars moving, making it work, but stars don't move according to the ball.
I know the point that he's making, right? But I think the counter argument is because they're so far away, you're not going to see a great deal of movement from left to right or right to left, whichever way they are, whichever way the Earth rotates in any particular direction. Because
what you're saying, you're not going to see
the angle is that minute, you won't even be able to pick it up.
Can you picture it working, Banso?
Hold on. Hold on.
Hang on a second. Do you mean that we won't see the North
always-
Star kind of like oscillate? Is that what you're saying? Like it's oscillating?
No. Well, for the discussion, we were saying that the North Star does not move at all. Right? We weren't worrying about. We weren't worrying about its. Yeah, we weren't worrying about its little orbit. Right? We were just saying it's in the perfect fixed position just for this conversation. Yeah.
Okay, but why don't we just not try and because it sounds like now we're just basically trying to make sense of this GIF, which is just a dude spinning pictures around. So
well, no,
it doesn't.
Actually,
I don't think that it's worth very much energy to see if this doesn't seem like this is happening in reality. It's because I mean there's no reason to suggest that it is. It's just spinning pictures around.
That's the whole point in me posting it. If it is actually not what's happening, then we have to explain how it would be.
Actual?
Well, the thing is that this was taken from a video that just shows the star trails that were taken from that fixed position through that archway. And then he took a piece of paper and cut it out and showed how if the video is correct that he shows, because you can get video of star trails from sitting in the chair that Bansaw is talking about, and look through that archway and see those star trails. It's all of those stars spinning as if you were the access point. So that works on a flat Earth. We all agree that would work on a flat Earth if the stars were spinning, because the Earth doesn't have to move. But then we have to say, if the Earth moves exactly the way it does, then how could those star trails seem to be making circles without us making a perfect 360-degree circle to give that illusion? We couldn't just be to a fixed point.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing from before, man. But just like I told you before, in the GIF I showed you, those lines, those straight lines, they represent the line of sight that is going to be consistent. So from that point, that spot is always going to be the same spot in the sky. And that spot in the sky is not just an object. It's the center of rotation. So from those points, they're looking at a spot that is always going to appear to be the center of rotation. And you're always going to see things rotating around that spot. So and that's from anywhere. So you can make a dot anywhere there. If there's going to be some angle from where they are, if there's going to be some spot in the sky, that's always going to be the same spot, and everything's going to always appear to rotate around that. That's going to be from anywhere.
Yeah. I guess I could picture it if the stars were infinitely far away. It
doesn't matter how far away they are.
As working. Well, it would.
It doesn't matter how far away they are.
Well, it does. 100% it makes a difference.
Why?
Because the closer they are, that angle is going to be increased. The fact that they are so far away, right, that the movement is going to be pretty much insignificant. It relies on them being an infinite distance away for this effect to happen. 100%.
That spot if you are in your office chair, like I told you before, the ceiling could be 2 feet off above your chair, and you have a string and you tie it to the end of your chair to the center of rotation on the ceiling. It's always going to be the same length, and the string is always going to be making a straight line going around it, as long as it's a circular, as long as the chair is circular. Okay, but it doesn't matter how high, it doesn't matter how far away they are. The spot is always going to be the same spot from that position, and everything else is always going to appear to be rotating around that spot.
It's going to be difficult on a ball, though, I think.
No, so that's it. It works only on a ball or a circle. Like it's something that is equally
flat surface
or a central axis of rotation.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult on a ball.
Wait, you're saying you don't even think it would work the way that GIF shows for a flat Earth? Like that
it could work on a flat circle. It could work on a flat circle. But I'm saying as long as the rotation is such that the center axis, so that your point on the whatever object is the same distance, there's a radius from you to the North Pole or whatever it is, the center of rotation, then when you go around it, you're never changing your distance from that center of rotation. So that's why it's going to be fixed.
Well, I appreciate your answering it. I don't know. that it'll work out when I model it myself, but maybe it will.
Now, what about the equator? You know, when you're looking at the ball from the north, let's look at the Earth ball from the North Star, looking down on Earth. So now we're looking straight down. We can see the North Pole, and then the outer edge, that would be the equator. So for every country underneath that ball cannot see Polaris. Is that correct?
Yeah. The moment you get to 0 degrees latitude, which is what we call the equator, what 0 degrees means is Polaris will now be at 0 degrees. And if you see
So
it
no
anywhere
country
beyond that from the equator, minusing, of course, a tiny bit of 7/6 refraction and the fact that it draws a small circle in the sky. So you go beyond like a degree, 2 degrees south, and you will never, ever, ever see Polaris. As if the sun was shining on it from above, as Polaris light will never shine on the bottom of the ball.
And then from the South Pole, there is nothing similar to the North Pole in the South, which is dead.
Yes, there is.
Dead,
Yes, there is.
90, hang on a second, 90 degrees from the supposed South Pole. What is the name of that star?
Yes, there is. Yeah, there's a
What's
star
the name of that star?
that is almost the same distance from the South Celestial Pole. It's just that it's dimmer. It's called Sigma Octantis.
I think I take it back, Kosho. I'm doing it with cigarettes here. I've got 2 cigarettes, one pointing straight up, one at an angle, going up to the top of the smoke. I'm rotating them, the outer one around, and I think you're right. Bucket.
That it would work for both.
I think
smoking saves lives.
Dave, unfortunately,
No, I can understand.
Yeah,
I can understand it seeming to work.
Yeah.
If the stars
Like
are far enough away.
Yeah,
I didn't really understand the idea that if they weren't that far away, that it would still work. But
Yeah, so that's what I was saying.
Like
it's a
I
triangle
said,
with a side that's infinity.
Yeah, I've got a couple of smokes, one pointing straight up. I've got the other smoke that's actually touching the top of the other smoke on an angle outwards. I'm rotating it around 360 degrees, and it doesn't move. It's pretty much locked on.
But would it give you that same? Would it give you that same illusion that it's? I mean, because it obviously is an optical illusion. You have to then picture yourself as spinning around the whole circumference of a ball and that circumference still makes it, that circumference of the ball spinning makes it seem like those stars are spinning in little circles within it, rather than you spinning around, making it seem like circles that are spinning, but actually you're the one spinning.
Yeah.
You have to be able to reverse it that way and make it still make sense. And I don't know that I can do that say that myself yet, even though I can understand why Kosho, the explanation Kosho gave might still work.
Yeah, no, I unfortunately I think it does.
Okay, I'm going to do my own work testing.
And I think his GIF, which is probably a little bit better than my 2 smokes, but anyway,
yours like that.
I wasn't going to rely on Kosho's GIF. I thought I'd better try and do it myself, which is what I've done. Yeah.
Hey, you don't happen to be near an office chair, do you? Perspective.
I'm on an office chair right now.
There you go. Okay, it spins around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you very quickly just spin around and it's like, you get that.
Let me turn my camera on and I'll focus on the.
Don't worry about your camera. Don't worry about your camera. Just your observation, and you see everything whirl around, and you can imagine that if as you look straighter and straighter up, there's going to be one spot that is always going to be the same spot. And if you were infinitely smaller, like you were a tiny little ant on that chair, you could be on the edge of the chair, you could be anywhere. That spot in the ceiling is always going to be the center of the rotation of the chair, because everything that's what it's rotating around. So that you're always going to see that spot as a fixed spot from any section of your chair, as long as it's symmetrical. So we're beating a dead horse, I feel.
I'll be right back. I'm going to do a little test with my camera.
I've got another question. The Earth is on a tilt. I think, was it 23.4 degrees or whatever?
Hey, whoa. You say a tit?
I said a tilt. Tilt, not a tit.
We've got another
tilt
for your perspective.
Okay, well, I was saying something before you interrupted there.
Sorry, Ben.
I was saying it, right? It's on a tilt, right? And this tilt lines with Polaris. Is that correct?
But close enough. No. Yeah, the tilt. Exactly, you're right. Yeah, the tilt. The tilt is where the axis is pointed, and that axis is pointed close enough to flare.
Yeah, it just seems a bit odd. That strange, that doesn't it? That the Earth is on a tilt, and that tilt is exactly where Polaris is.
Mm-hmm.
And then
there's a lot of stars.
Mm-hmm. Huh? And in
the south, there's a lot of stars in the sky, so I mean, it's not unlikely for it to be pointed at a star.
No, but it's actually pointing at the brightest one there. That North Star is the brightest star there, isn't it? Isn't it not?
No.
That's why it's known as the North Star, no?
No. North Star is the most north.
Polaris.
It's pretty bright though.
Right above our heads, supposedly, yeah, on our tilt. But yet there's not one in the south, is there? The one in the south is dimmer. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. It just seems a little bit odd, that's all.
Well, no, but think about what you just said. What's odd is that there's one it's one of the brightest stars, and it happens to be in a perfect spot. So it's like that's ideal. If Sirius, I think, is the brightest star, I think. But yeah, so if Sirius was there, that'd be perfect. And if there was another Sirius in the south, that'd be perfect. But there's stars in all random directions. And so if the Earth is rotating and there is an axis, it's likely that it would be pointed at the star. Yeah.
And this Earth actually has a wobble as well, does it not?
Yeah, a couple wobbles, yeah.
Minute.
Yeah. How often is this wobble? 24,000 years?
I mean, it's happening all the time, but it takes 26,000 years to do a full
wobble
circle.
It's been measured. This 26,000 years, we've measured it, have we?
24 or something. Well, if you can see a bit of its turn, and you can go, right, that's how much of 360 it is, you can get a good idea, right? You don't have to be alive for 26,000 years. If you can see it do a tenth of that, you can get a pretty good estimation, right?
I don't know. I mean, I don't believe we are wobbling. That's the thing. So this is why I'm asking, because we can say things and we can make maths appear to do things as Tesla said, but are we actually observing this movement? We're not, are we? We're just being told.
I mean,
you see what I mean?
Just asserting what you believe again, but what you were asking was whether we've.
Well, I'm looking for verification of the truth. Is what I'm looking for.
It might sway you a bit, but my understanding is Columbus's diaries talked about how he had to account for the movement of it in the sky when he was using it for navigation. So if what you're looking for is written evidence that you might trust, I mean, there's also the ancient Egyptians. But
I don't trust Columbus. He's a scumbag. I have no reason to trust that guy. Yeah. And I hope that they abolish Columbus Day in America. They need to abolish Columbus Day in America because he committed so many atrocities.
Yeah, no, but that's a side. That's another subject, June.
Not really.
Yeah, but it's still giving you the fact I don't trust him, so I wouldn't trust anything else to say.
Done all manner of unimaginable bad things to people and still been a pretty good navigator, right?
Not
You're
necessarily.
only asking the question of did he use this star to navigate, and did it just did he use this star to navigate? Did he describe this in his diaries? He could punch dogs in his spare time. If that bit's right, that bit's right.
Right, well, whatever. If it's right, yeah. If it's right. I'm glad you said it here.
No, but he also predicted an eclipse. They thought he was a god because he was predicting eclipses and shit.
No one.
And then also, I was going to say also,
you don't predict these things. These things happen. You can't predict anything. That's not.
Well, he did that. You can predict something. You can predict something based on the pattern of seeing them before as well.
No, prediction.
That wasn't my point, though. I was going to say that the Mexicans, don't forget the Mexicans, the Mayans, also
if you can recognize that there are patterns in things, Jin,
Yeah.
right, you can definitely make a prediction according to those patterns when the next one might happen.
Yeah, but it's stating the obvious, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. It's nothing magnificent, is it? If you're observing patterns and you say, well, next week will be Thursday. You know, I mean, that's what it sounds like.
I don't think anyone was evoking magical powers in being able to predict these things.
Kosho alluded to it a little bit. It was like God status. It was said, but
well, maybe at first, these people were in godlike statuses because maybe other people didn't notice the patterns.
Yeah,
and if you were useful at spotting those patterns and saying, "I tell you when you should plant your wheat," they're going to be more effective. The people who had those people who kept the books or recognized things or did the little tests and stuff, you would be useful if you were good at spotting patterns. That's why humans are so good at it, and that's why we see patterns even when they aren't, because you're better off spotting a pattern that's not there and testing it than not spotting a pattern at all.
Right.
But doing so well and being able to predict them does mean that your prediction, your model, even if it might be wrong, is probably more right than the guys who can't make those predictions.
Okay, and earlier on I said Polaris was 430 light years, but you posted from the Wikipedia, it's 433, is it? Or is it 320? Because there are two numbers there conflicting at this point.
Yeah, there's a what do you call it? Contention about the distance.
There you go. They don't even know what the distance is.
Oh yeah, that's great. That's true. It's very far away, man. I mean, you know, how far away am I from you? I bet you could tell me. I bet you couldn't even.
No, of course I
get within a couple feet, but you could probably get within a few 100 miles, maybe. So, you know, we know. First of all, I don't want to get into the whole thing about Polaris, but we were talking about this with Witsit, and it's just that it's a special kind of star, which they distance it. They first distance it using its luminosity, and it's a very low luminosity star. So
it's impossible to do that. You'd have to know the curvature of your Earth and the radius and all that to be able to do that. If the Earth was indeed a ball, and even then, how because you realize that one light year is 6 trillion miles.
Yeah.
So that would be 6 trillion miles with the old figure of 433 light years. That's a long way. But how big is this light then? How big is it? How big is it then to be able to shine its light over that distance?
You just said it's 6 trillion miles.
No, that's just for one light year. You have to times that by 430 with the old 433, the old number, the number that I remember.
So how big is Polaris? How big is Polaris in comparison to the sun?
Yeah, to the largest.
It's actually twice the size. Polaris is 2 stars. It's a binary system.
Is it only twice the size as the sun? Really?
No, it's two suns. I don't know what their solar mass is. Let me find it out for you. But it's
gonna be a lot big.
Because is it Beetlejuice? Beetlejuice is a massive.
Beetlejuice is like 1,000 times bigger, but
so then it's got to be.
I think it might be.
It's got to be bigger than Beetlejuice.
I think Polaris is a 3-star system, except one of them is extremely small. But our star, you wouldn't be able to see it even past like 20 or 30 light years away. So if we were 20 or 30, if our star was 20 or 30 light years away, you wouldn't even be able to see it. So
you wouldn't be able to see it. It was a million miles away, really, to be honest.
Really big.
A million miles away, you wouldn't be able to see the sun.
Why not?
It's not that far away.
Well, our sun, yeah, no, but it's not bright enough.
But light travels forever, Kosho.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't see a candle at the end of the universe.
That's a myth that light goes together. It's never been proven.
Yeah, actually, it's easily understood even by just using your reason, because the only thing that restricts from seeing something, that there's nothing obstructing it, is two things: is the size of it and how bright it is. So if something is sufficiently large enough and sufficiently bright enough, there's no.
No, I don't believe light goes on forever. There goes to a point where you will never see that light. No.
Okay, does it stop somewhere?
Yeah.
What's the limit?
I don't know. I don't know, but there is a limit to light. I don't know what it is, because you take a car headlight, you can't see it from 300 miles away. You wouldn't be able to see that headlight.
But listen to what I just told you. I just told
it
you
would.
those two things. And if that headlight was brighter and bigger, you would see it.
Yeah.
So there's a limit to light. Light doesn't go on forever.
Well, in theory, doesn't the only thing that stops anything is the medium it's traveling through?
I'm talking about in the vacuum where there's nothing there, but just.
I know, yeah, and I prefaced that. I prefaced that. I said, there's nothing to obstruct.
What do you mean there's nothing there? The only thing that isn't in a perfect vacuum, Jin, is gas. That's
no,
it.
I'm saying there's material. I'm saying that there's, it's the vacuum. You've got your space junk in there, but I'm saying that light doesn't go on infinitely. We can't prove that. That's a theory.
If there is absolutely nothing to just say light didn't need a conduit, a medium of something to actually get from point A to point B, because I think everything needs a conduit to be able to travel any distance whatsoever, right? It needs like a rope to hang on to. For one,
I understand. For sound travel, exactly. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Now, but if it was able to magically travel without this conduit, right? The only thing that is going to stop it is the medium that it's in. And even in the perfect vacuum, or what we consider a perfect vacuum, we consider a perfect vacuum is just the evacuation of gas. We haven't excluded any other matter that's in there whatsoever.
Yeah,
right?
that's
It's
why
only
I
gas.
said, even with space matter, I don't think light goes on infinitely, and we haven't proven that. That's not been proven to any human being.
I got news for you, dudes. I got news for you, sirs. If there's a vacuum and there's anything there, right? If it's like a near vacuum, there's anything there, it's certainly going to be just gas or plasma, because you're gonna have sparse molecules or sparse elements. I mean, if it's just one element, this is going to be a gas or plasma. It's not going to be it's not going to be like a solid.
That is a theory, Kosho. I'll give you your theory. Right.
Well, I had this argument before in Gems about states of matter, and a solid and a liquid are describing how an atom or atoms are in relationship to each other. So if you only talk about one atom that is not in relationship to anything else, then it really can't be anything but a gas.
Well, have you excluded things like ether?
Yeah. Yes.
Really? How?
Yes, I did exclude ether. I wouldn't know how to include it.
Right. You don't know how to include it or exclude it. So you haven't discluded it or included it. Right. It's just
I haven't discluded it because I wouldn't know how to include it.
Well, there you go. There you go. Right. So it's just like dark matter, which is invisible. It's indetectable. Right. You can't measure it. Right. You can't quantify what dark matter is. Right. It's just as elusive as what ether is. Just as elusive. Oh,
if something is so elusive, that you can't quantify it in any kind of way, then it's elusive enough to be irrelevant, right?
Really?
Yes. If you can't, there's no way it doesn't interact with anything.
Well, then, if it's that elusive, well, then how the hell does dark matter bend light?
Well, that's the thing. Dark matter doesn't bend light. Dark matter.
Really? Really?
Yeah. Dark matter.
It doesn't. Are you sure?
That's the whole. That's why it's called. It's called dark matter.
Think very carefully before you answer.
Okay. Listen. I know. Listen, just so I can correct. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, dark matter doesn't interact with light. However, dark matter does imply that there's more mass there. Like, so in the instance of a galaxy, there must be more mass there that they can't see because it doesn't interact with light. However, that mass is going to bend space-time, and the light traveling through space-time will have a bent, or will have a curved path through space.
Okay.
This,
So
And
then
you may
dark matter, right? Okay. Dark matter isn't directly the thing that actually bends the light or refracts the light or whatever terminology you want to do, but it is one of the causing agents of what is bending light or bending the space-time, which actually bends light. So it is one of the causations of the bending of light. And this
sure.
dark matter, you can't measure, you can't quantify, you can't do anything with it. All it is a theory, and yet you say that it does something that you can't even measure or can't even quantify.
No, but you just answered your own question, because that's one of the effects that it does. So let's talk about like the rotating galaxy, or talk about the bending light. The light's bending more than it should, so implying that there's more mass there. That's the measurement they're making. They're saying there should be this much more mass if the light's bending this much. And that's
what
that's basically
I'd like
why
to
they quantify it the way they did. And that's also why that's why it's an unknown. That's why it's an unknown, is because they don't know what it is that's causing that.
Okay. I would like to draw your attention back to the Apollo missions, where the astronauts were unable to say what stars they could see. And in modern times, astronauts after the Apollo missions, they were also in discrepancy with what they described. You could see stars, you can't see stars. You'd think that you could see stars once you've left the Earth's atmosphere and you're in space. Those stars should be mega bright. There should be no discrepancy in your description as to what you are seeing or what you can and cannot see. But yet we have that.
Yeah, Jen, you got to hang out with the younger kids, the younger flat earthers who have the young, new arguments. Okay, because these are the very oldest arguments in flat Earth.
It doesn't matter. It still has precedence today. It will have precedence tomorrow and for the future to come, unless we address these points. So old as it may be, they're not settled. So they're going to be coming up. That's the thing, you know. I'm never going to give up on it until I'm satisfied.
Yeah, different people
I
on
know
different
we can't
missions.
go to space. I know we can't go to space. So I'm going to be around for a number of years, bringing that point up if it hasn't been addressed, wherever I may
Different
be.
people at different times, at different places, saw different things. I don't know why it's a mistake.
That's a load of crap at the same time. There is only one space, isn't there?
Is dark matter everywhere, Kosho?
There you go.
I wouldn't think so. I mean,
where does dark matter
why do you think I'm the arbiter?
And stop? Where's it start and stop?
Why do you think I'm the arbiter of dark matter?
Right.
You know, it's an open question right now.
You're the arbiter of everything. That's why you are here. Right, to
I'm not the arbiter. No. Well, then let me defend the scientists who study it by letting you know that it's the reason why it's called dark matter and not, fucking bandsaw, something, or kosher something, or somebody else's name something, is because there's not full answers for what dark matter is and where exactly it is. But where they're observing it is, is on a big scale, like on a galaxy scale.
So is dark matter only found in certain galaxies?
I think it's observed in further away galaxies, but I'm not. I don't think they've observed it in our galaxy. Like, it's observed in other galaxies.
Okay. So there's like state lines for dark matter that they do not dare cross.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. So you gotta listen to what I'm saying, man. What I'm telling you. No, go ahead. After I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. But this is what I'm telling you, Banson, is that it's strictly an observation. That's what dark matter is. It's the observation of this discrepancy, of this something, this hidden mass that's apparently keeping these galaxies together, or something like that. Or the light bending, causing light to bend, and it's another. But it's not. But it only does this in a large, like a large scale. It has to be like a large amount of it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we're making the observations on a small scale because there wouldn't be any obvious observations to make. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, so we've observed it in Galaxy 1, for argument's sake, but we haven't yet observed it in Galaxy 2 at this particular stage. But the theory of dark matter is the theory of dark matter is everywhere, or it's a localized thing that is only found in particular places.
It's a
I
local
don't think
matter.
it's a theory of dark matter, man.
It's a local matter.
As far as I know, it's supposed to be in all galaxies and in between galaxies. But like I said, it's based on observation. So
yeah, like I said,
specific observation.
my point I was trying to make earlier. I don't think light, shines infinitely. It hasn't been proven. All right, polar stars at 433 light years. They're not that far. That's rubbish in itself. That lends itself to light trying to be infinite, as far as I'm concerned, and that's not proven that it's that far, that we can see things that far. So everything that being said about light being infinite, that would only be a theory, unproven at this point. And what we experience here on Earth with our medium is that light doesn't travel infinitely.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah. So that would mean
just like if dark matter was everywhere, does it stop at your atmosphere, like, or at your backbone?
Why are you saying it's everywhere?
Well, I don't know. I just want to know where it is.
Yeah,
like,
where it's observed, because first of all, it's the reason it's called dark matter. It does interact with light. You can't see it, right? So where it's observed is on the large scale, because it's having effects that are blatant and obvious, large scale. And so for that reason, it implies there's a lot of it in those large scale observations, like looking at another galaxy or something, right? Exactly. So it would just be an assumption to assume that it was also in our galaxy, but it might be a safe assumption, but it's hard to say because there's not concrete descriptions of what dark matter is. We don't have evidence of what it is.
I'm about to Google where can I find dark
matter.
You'll see that they've unsuccessfully. Because I know Goldsteel, he had a friend at CERN, and also I had some other people who were doing tests. There's a lot of investigation on Earth for finding the candidates for dark matter, but so far they've all been unsuccessful.
They've been unsuccessful in getting funding, did you say?
No, unsuccessful in investigating in the experimentation. So they've done the experiment, and the hypothesis was incorrect.
Wow. That's probably not too surprising that they've been unsuccessful. They need a Darko-meter to be able to find it, probably, Kosho.
Oh, you need a Darko-meter? Really?
Well, to find dark matter, you need a Darko-meter.
Well, they have to figure out what it is. Imagine.
Hey, Jin, don't stand in front of it.
Imagine you're a bacteria on Jin's ass, okay?
Oh.
In his gut. You're in his gut, okay? Let's just pretend you're in his gut, bacteria. And I don't know if Jin was watching porn, okay? But Jin hasn't gotten laid in 20 years, okay? Let's just say. I know he has. But let's just say he hasn't got laid in 20 years, but he's watching porn. And the bacteria viewed that porn because it was actually a scientist in his gut. He built a camera. They're fucking figuring shit out. They're looking way far away. Sees him watching porn, okay? But he hasn't seen Jin have sex. He has no idea what it is. You know what I mean? So it's like we've made an observation of something, but it's so far away from us. We have no access to it. Trying to, infer by inference, find out what it is, and hopefully, hypothesize some candidate, and then make, like that's why they're doing that at CERN. They're trying to see what possible candidates could or what this could be, like what could cause this observation to happen. But so far they've been successful. So it's honestly a mystery what dark matter actually is. That currently, it's very far away. It's inaccessible to us right now.
Apparently, yep. Apparently.
How did they discover it in the first place? I don't get it.
The same way your stomach bacteria found out what sex was by seeing you watch porn. Okay, we observed something that was very distant, very far away.
How that could be dark matter? How did you? More lies in the skies.
More lies in the skies. I'm going to sleep up for a little bit.
Well, basically, they're saying that dark matter is about 65% of the universe.
Yeah, it's meant to make up for a whole bunch of unknown mass.
Yeah.
I think we'll find out it is
basically
something far more dull, like poor calculations or missing some other thing, but it could turn out to be something cool.
So they're saying it's everywhere, not just localized to certain galaxies. It's absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I thought there would even the idea was even that it's like in every atom or something like this. Like it's permeates everything. Is this problem of where's the mass or something?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is there's lots of different hypotheses, and that sounds like a hypothesis that I wonder, we have this paper, could be this, and then they test all that kind of stuff at CERN, and then like so far they've been unsuccessful. So, but there's a lot of different ideas of what it could be, and what you said about the 65% of matter, by the way, not 65% of the whole universe, because I think it's only 35% because if you include dark energy or whatever. But regardless, yeah, even that number is just based on the assumption that what they're observing is mass, because it's behaving the way mass would be behaving, except for we have no way of observing it like directly, because it doesn't have any effect with electromagnetism. But you can't see any light or anything. So it's basically an assumption that that's most of that's most of the matter, because it's behaving the way that mass would be behaving because of gravitational effects and stuff like that. It could just be that we don't completely understand. Yeah.
%96 dumb stupid in universe.
Sorry, Chris.
That's Tyson's Dark Universe lecture. where he tries to roll out Lawrence's Krauss idea about dark matter and dark energy. He says, it sounds like we know something. We don't. We are dumb stupid about what these two things are. Normally, that's not a problem. Until you look at this chart, and it shows dark matter, dark energy, it's 96%. We are 96% dumb stupid in the universe.
Well, no, this accounts for 96% of. So based on our current model of gravity, obviously the way that it tells you the way the galaxy should form, and our current understanding of forces, and energy. So dark energy is expanding the universe. There's some hidden energy, which accounts for most of that 96% you said, and then there's something that this head needs to account for the gravity. But that's what I'm saying is it could turn out that when we find out what dark energy really is and what its real relationship with gravity is, and we understand more about gravity, it's very possible that we just find out that maybe there was hidden things that we didn't understand about these forces. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think the energy.
Or math that we underestimated, or we just did the maths. Like, yeah, there's just so many possibilities, but it's meant to be. That's the point that you're making, Crit, is absolutely right. It's dark matter is meant to be a placeholder for we don't know what's going on here. At least that's my understanding of it. Is that wrong?
No, but the point was 96% dumb stupid.
Yeah. What's okay? So I must have missed your point on that. Then what's that?
Yeah, I posted the video. It's Tyson said it best.
I'm willing to have a conversation, if you are too.
Okay, yeah, as I said, I posted the video. You can watch it at your leisure.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, so you're not willing to have a conversation.
No, I'm willing to have a conversation. I'm not willing to go and do watching. You haven't earned the right with me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's about you deny your own experts. That's the best part right there. You just saw it. Typical.
I don't know what they're saying.
Typical science denial.
Yeah. Maybe.
A minute-long video that will clear it all up for you.
They're not experts in it because it's not known what it even is. So.
Well, tell them that. Say that I'm co-show.
Nobody's an expert. It's unknown.
Yeah, go tell them that you're co-show and you're ready to give the real Dark Universe lecture. Tyson messed it up.
What are you talking about, dude? I'm saying nobody knows. I'm not saying I know and everyone else doesn't know. I'm saying nobody knows.
Yeah, and I would say that the way they describe nobody knows is dumb stupid.
Sure. Okay. Is that really the entirety of your point? You just wanted to say that it's dumb stupid?
No, that's Tyson's point.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Crit, everybody. Tip your waitresses. Making his points.
Which was Tyson's point.
Sure. Yep. That was Crit's point. But it was Tyson's point. Yeah.
Yeah. Then they asked, "What is gravity?"
We're all super dumbstruck with the awe of how little fucking sense that
made.
Yeah, humans.
Yeah, all humans. You can't speak for all humans.
By we, people with vitiligo.
Your Kerbals, all your Kerbals who speak for them.
Yep. Yeah, all of my Kerbals thought that was ridiculous as well. We all think this is ridiculous. If you want to ask if I'm talking about Reagan, yes, Reagan also thought that was ridiculous. He thought, wow, that doesn't make much sense at all.
So all the we people, team up and give the real Dark Universe lecture. Problem solved, right there.
Yeah, cool. Yep. We'll reanimate Reagan too. We'll get that head in the jar like they do with Futurama, isn't it?
Have at it. Have fun. And when you get to the end of your journey, you can look back and realize it was your journey. You did that for you.
Yeah. You do you? Is this the you do you bit? Oh, I was hanging out for the you do you bit.
No, that doesn't need to be done. Because you already have a pathway for you.
I love that you log on each day. Tell other people you do you. That's just the irony in that is just so rich.
Because you're science denial.
Telling other people you do you time.
Yeah, because it's science phenomena. If you think you are doing something because of someone else,
is not something I believe
yeah.
in.
If you think
I need to tell them
what you did is because of someone else,
then me telling them would be breaking that one rule I just made.
Yeah, so if you are thinking that whatever you're doing is because of somebody else, you're not following science, cause and effect.
Okay,
if you did something, yeah, if you do something, you did that.
Right.
Cause and effect.
Okay, the cause of this conversation was you waking up and telling people to you do you, and the effect is
no, you said it. You said it best. I didn't say it. You said you do you.
Unfathomably dull when you come and do this, Crit. When you have real conversations, you're a joy to talk to. But Jesus, when you get stuck on this as you have been for the last couple of months, it's just fucking weird, man. It's just so weird.
Okay, so run to Gem Panda server when you find yourself on mute. Yeah, that's why you didn't want to watch
rude or anything. You
only want to talk about me. Yeah, you only want to talk about me.
Yeah, I do.
I posted a video that you won't watch.
Huh?
Because you said in your version,
video, that's right.
Yeah, in your version of reality, you won't watch a video because of me. If somebody else posted it, you would.
Yeah.
Therefore,
if somebody I liked who wasn't weird.
Yeah,
like
therefore,
just like
you do you.
Conversations to take shots at people.
That's it.
Asked me to watch a video.
It's that
somebody
simple.
I like Bandsaw says watch a video. Oh, actually, Bandsaw sent me that video. You actually asked me to watch a video, and I didn't.
There it is.
Maybe
right there in real time, you did you.
Yeah,
you added variables for you to change the result you wanted, but wanted to blame me for you.
Can I just check? So I've got a shining light of you doing you. Is this you doing you, or is this you doing me at the moment? So I know what you doing.
Yeah, I think he's doing you doing him.
I need to do
very
him.
simple.
Oh, okay, I'll do a crit.
He's doing you doing him.
Oh,
it's very simple.
Because the you do you thing was you doing him.
Okay, look, you asked me a question and interrupt. You do you.
Diagram or something. Do you have a diagram of what you doing you looks like, Crit? And if it's this,
cause and effect.
Oh god,
it's that simple.
You know, it's funny. I was just gonna look. I think the only reason he didn't watch the video was because he was afraid, and that's why he was asking questions. He was afraid of the lack of relevance. That's why he was trying to see what exactly was the.
That's a you do you also. That's content already added. I explained it with the dark universe.
That's the worst feeling, like when you finish watching 10 or 20 minutes video and then
it's 1 minute.
Like
1 minute video.
Moved on, and you're not sure how that's relevant. You've got like 9 points you need to rebut.
Yeah,
but you need
dark matter, dark energy.
You go back to the old one. It's just you need to earn the right to demand people watch videos. Everybody here should get that, and if they don't, they're just missing out on the fundamentals of life.
Yeah, dark matter, dark energy, the dark universe lecture, as presented by explained by Lawrence Krauss and presented by Tyson. Cool. But you guys think you're the experts.
If you really look up to those people, I admire you. I find that really impressive, being a flat earther and being really impressed by astrophysicists. I'm just over here doing me, not doing Lawrence Krauss.
There you go. And now you know why.
Doing him, and I don't want to do Lawrence Krauss. I don't even think Lawrence Krauss's wife wants to go do Lawrence Krauss. Let's be fair about it.
Yeah, and now you know why.
I've got to ask.
Got your own framework right there.
Andy.
I've got to ask. All right. Is you doing you a form of masturbation?
No science.
It kind of is. It sounds like it to me, Manny. When it comes in here and it's got little relevance to the conversation, it sounds like masturbation. The whole you do you thing.
Yeah, you invoked it though, not me. You're the first one that said it.
I did. I just. Oh, fucking hang on. Let me get
Yeah, so the question's for you, not for me.
Okay, tell me to do me, Crit. Oh, I just want to try.
Bansa asked you.
Oh, please don't, writing. Please don't. I'm gonna fucking mute you. I'm gonna mute you. I swear to God, I'm gonna mute you.
Oh, fucking God, I'm doing me. It's not Nixon I'm doing. It's me doing me.
Yeah, you think he's doing? I think Eggshell's doing Eggshell to me.
Yeah, I bet he was actually masturbating there because he's that's the type of degenerate he is.
That is so disturbing what I just heard.
Well, you know, there's another Aussie in Gem server who was actually masturbating on mic.
You just heard it right now.
They were not, Go-Show.
Oh, really? Chemo has the video still online on his channel. He posted that same day. He recorded it and he posted it on YouTube.
No
It was so
way.
weird.
No
It was
way.
so...
Who was it? Who was it?
His name was not Roderick, but it wasn't Godric. I'm not saying it's Godric. It was but he was a really interesting person. Talked a lot about like law and stuff. Evidently did some very interesting jobs, but could get like, I don't know. I used to think on coke, but really excitable and talk a lot. Not that I ever do that, you know.
Or Adaric, I think.
Yes, Adric.
Adric or Adric.
And then one night we're like, whose mic's that leaking? And it's this like, and then there is this sound of just everybody immediately was like, I know exactly that sound. That sound is only one thing.
He's not the first person to get caught doing that. That's terrible.
Oh damn.
Kaiser did that at one time.
Who did that?
Oh, Kaiser has been busted doing anything.
One time you ever Chepa? Yeah, actually I like Kaiser, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Whatever happened to him? He just kind of
vanished. He gets in fights with Jam and with Scott. He throws huge hissy fits, and
he realised it was flat. And he had to leave because he couldn't tell everyone publicly, so he had to go. He realised it was flat though.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. What's going on, Brummy?
Not much, man. Just chilling, listening to you lot chat some waffle as usual.
Yeah, you just heard what we're just talking about? Talking about fucking user eggshells?
Yeah, okay, so like you got
doing eggshells?
So right here, Cambridge Dictionary.
Hold on. You
Hold
on, man.
Okay. Hold on, this will be interesting.
Can I just check though?
Do what's best, what you think is best for you, that you enjoy the most, what suits your personality.
Kosho.
And this has been applied to simply cause and effect.
Kosho.
Can I just check?
And that's it.
You do you is the gist of you do you
whatever version of you do you that you're using for you, follow that too.
Okay.
Because you invoked it, not me. You brought it.
Sure.
You brought the topic up.
Yeah. Let me
then
tell
try
you
to say I brought it up.
Let me tell
That's
you what
your
my
fault.
Let me tell you what my version is, so you can tell me if this is you doing it. It sounds a little bit like, don't get yourself into other people's business, or tell them how they should behave, or try to boss other people around, or dictate how they should do their thinking, or anything like that. You just do you. Is that close, or is that part of would in some way relate to what you're talking about?
No, just look right on the Cambridge Dictionary. It can't be broken down any more lower.
You're not able to break it down, or not willing to, or
yeah, it's perfect. This way it's written encompasses
just it seems
everything.
like a funny contradiction to spend a lot of time telling other people to you do you, when that seems like the opposite of you doing you. It just seems like a lot of you telling other people how they ought to behave.
And that's what you're doing right now.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of you do you. I think that sometimes people do stuff that's shit and they need feedback, that it's a shit conversational strategy and they should pick a different one. I'm not interested in doing me. What's weird is that you are, and what you've chosen to do.
No, you are. You invoked it for you.
To tell them to do them. It's the most
as you masturbated on Livestream.
Who did I masturbate on? You're talking about Adric now.
That is
no, you just did.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, sure. I masturbate on live stream. Okay, that was me doing me.
It's me doing me. Look, so what? People masturbate. What's the problem with this conversation?
Yeah,
why is it? Fucking who doesn't masturbate? It's weird if you don't masturbate. Look, if you're not masturbating, what are you doing with your time? What are you doing with your time? If you've never masturbated? What a waste of time! What a waste of time!
I can't actually believe that you do you is in the dictionary.
Yeah, well, I don't
more
think
than
it's
that.
a actual dictionary.
The you do you goes back for thousands of years since the beginning of mankind. This is basic wisdom that people are like, to each their own. It's a peacekeeping measure that atheists have to weaponize to make it about conflict, because their goal is to burn it down and try to start over.
Do you find?
And they think that yeah, I'm still talking.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were pausing. Beg your pardon. Go for it.
No, how about that? Go ahead. You do you.
Okay. No. Creek, just finish, mate. Just finish. He thought there was a pause. So just
no, he wants to squawk. Just let him squawk.
No, let him. Just continue. It was a genuine mistake from my end.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Got
I
me
want
on
to hear the
spot. I
squawk.
forgot what I was going to say. Okay, so sorry, that's what it was about conflict. You were saying atheists have weaponized this for conflict. Do you think that this you do you thing or the sort of general conflict thing? Do you find that you would rate yourself in terms of propensity towards that kind of conflict as above, below, or bang on average in a general sense in these rooms when you come in?
Go back and listen to the live stream. It was already explained. The answer's there. You just weren't listening. All you did was wait for here's your answer. Here's your answer. You asked me a question and interrupt again.
Do you
again? You did it again.
More or less
again, here's the answer. Okay. The same question, same answer. Go back and listen to the live stream. I explained it in clear detail. And you even invoked a you do you method to it. If you can't follow your logic,
the atheists are the ones.
All you did was key in on one word and trigger, so you could swap.
Yeah. It was a word I wanted to give you the most feedback on. It seems like you come in for the conflict. But you doing you involves coming in and getting like
you invoked you do you.
People. Sure, weirdly I did.
Weirdly aggressive. Only weirdly aggressive I've ever sensed since I've been in this room is your passive aggressiveness and your tone of voice and your condescending attitude. That's the only shit that I'm noticing in this room. To be honest,
no, you're taking the piss out of yourself because I posted a video about dark matter, dark energy, and you wouldn't watch it because I posted it, and it was Tyson.
I posted a video.
That's it. That's the full scope of you do you right there. If you watch it or if you don't watch it, it's up to you to make that choice for you. Cool. You do what's best for you.
What is the argument?
It's not on me.
I've been hearing you two go back and forth, and I still don't know what your actual argument is. You do you. What's the problem with you doing you?
He said he gave his argument. His argument is just to take the piss out of somebody. That's it. That's his only purpose for being here. His only purpose.
So what's your actual argument? Because all I can hear is you saying you do you. I don't know what you mean by you do you. What is that argument? What is that such a?
It comes from that song. You do you. Da da da. That's all I ever ask of you. You do you. Da da da.
Kind of amusing.
So that means what exactly? Just leave me alone. Mind your own business. What?
No. If each person does what's best for them, you've got peace right there. It's a pathway for world peace.
Not everyone.
That's an interesting premise.
Sometimes what's good for other people isn't good for other people. So
no, it's it from it.
Might not be best for you.
Well, yeah, if you've got a victim, someone. Yeah, if someone's got a victim status attached to an action someone else took, that's a different story.
No,
because there's someone harmed.
No, he's asking though, man.
Yeah, Brummy just asked me, dude.
I know, but that's not what he's asking.
Yeah, yes.
No, he's not asking what it's not. That's not what he's saying. He's asking. He's trying to find out what it even means.
Yeah, I guess a pathway to peace.
Well, no, it's not a pathway to peace at all. It's usually meant in a sarcastic way. It's like usually somebody's like describing something they're doing, and usually a person who doesn't agree with that person or wouldn't do things the way they did it. They're like, all right, man, you do you.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm gonna go smoke some crack. He's like, all right, go do you.
Yeah, I posted a context
earlier. Fuck's sake.
If I did only what was good for me,
order in the courtroom. Order. Can we have one person talking?
Nothing but total annihilation.
Can we have one person talking? Yo, guys, can we have one person talking?
I was talking, Brummy, and you spoke over me.
There's about 5 people talking at the same time.
No, I was talking.
Just
over me. Right? It was only me talking.
You sure about that? It sounded like about 2 people. I could hear about 3 or 4 people coming through my headphones.
Well,
I'm really sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. If that was my technical issue, I could hear about 3 or 4 people talking.
It has been delayed.
Robbie, don't worry about it. You do you.
Sounded like Bandsaw was talking about if it was the way he wanted it to be total annihilation all the time. What was that?
Oh, you know what happened? I think Kosho's video must have started playing automatically in the background, like the hot mic thing, and I could hear fucking that video playing in the background. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Everyone's going crazy.
Was it me singing? You do you. Da 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 da.
Yeah. You do you. And I was like, what you want about you do you? And I was arguing. Fucking hell. I was tripping out my fucking head then. Sorry, lads. I really am so sorry. I was like, what is going on in here? What is going on? Everyone's screaming over each other. I'm like, what is going on?
It's all Sting's fault.
Kosho's fault. It's always Kosho's fault, man. He's posting that shit. Oh man.
I posted a video from Kemo's channel where the Australian dude is masturbating in Jim's server. I posted anything else. But it's funny, Kemo put in the comments, he put, what do Globers do when they're not debating flat earthers? And he's like, A, go eat, B, go for a run, or C, something else. Then he plays his video.
You posted that in the live stream?
That's hilarious. That is, that's like everyone's worst nightmare, and it's like
yeah, but no, it's funny. The day right before that, he accidentally turned his mic on and got naked and got in the shower.
Oh no way, man! Oh no way, man! Oh,
that's 2 days in a row.
His camera too.
Oh
yeah, his camera. Yeah.
You can't contact the person and tell them to turn it off either. Turn it off. Turn it fucking off.
That's that Kemo.
Then one person tells another person, then another person tells another person. Next thing you know, he's got more viewers than he's ever had in his life watching his fucking stream. How many views did he have?
Oh, well, Kemo, I mean, I don't know how many views Kemo has on this video.
Huh? How many people have you been it live watching him like undressing?
I mean, live, I wasn't even there, but I know in Kemo's video. Oh, damn it, where is it?
Oh, no way. I don't want to see it. I don't want to watch it. It's just unfortunate for the fella, innit? You know what I mean? All right, like there's people online masturbating every time we click on Pornhub. It's like there's millions and billions of people eating shit and stuff, so I won't really worry about it.
So here's a good example: the English language usage, and so you boils down to be yourself. So the reverse of that would to be not to be yourself.
Yeah,
so which one?
How is that the recipe for world peace then, Crit? You reckon it's the answer for kind of like world peace? How could that be the answer for world peace?
Okay, so if you're being yourself,
world peace would be terrible. World peace is an actual nightmare because imagine living an eternity in peace. It actually sounds like a bit of a torture to me because a bit of up and down. What is life is what we're getting used to, and that's what life is. It isn't about just having eternal peace. It's about it working and having ups and downs. The good and bad is what makes life function. Without the negatives, you've got no positives. So you got to, in a way, for as glorious as you can look at life, the same way you can look at it in a terrible way. You know what I mean? And that's just the beauty of the world, isn't it? It's contrast, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can solve these conflicts. These conflicts can be solved with experiment, with science. Instead of forcing.
But at the end of the day, the world thinks it's round, and that's like they ain't gonna change for like at the end of the day. We just know it within ourselves, and that's it. Just like
but some
people get it, some people don't. It's not really meant for everybody. Not everyone's meant to see the world the way it is. Some people
you can have peace though, and still satisfy that ups and downs. That's what sports are for. It's like the sports are basically like allegory for
even in sports,
war.
People go through harm to make sports.
Yeah, sure, but it's still peace.
A lot of training, a lot of injuries, a lot of preparation, a lot of money, a lot of time and effort goes into it. So everything takes effort. Do you know what I mean?
That's effort, but you don't have to be like murderous or anything like that.
That's volunteer interaction.
Treat people how you want to be treated, isn't it? Treat people how you want to be treated. It's if you want to be treated. Some people like to be treated a bit rough. I don't agree with it. Some girls like it. Some girls don't. It's dependent on the person and what they're into.
Hey, everyone's got you do you, even if you do it rough.
Yeah, you can find somebody who's willing to accept that.
Some people like steak raw. Some people like it well done.
Yeah, these conflicts you're thinking with sporting events, those are all free exchanges of people volunteer. They volunteer for that. They pick the sport that they want to play.
That's my point.
Forcing people to say, oh, you know what? This is it. You are a football player, and that's what you're going to be, and you have no choice in the matter.
That's my point, Crit. Is that you can have because he was saying that he didn't want it to be peaceful because people you need that sort of trials and you need that sort of thing in life to enjoy the the good time. Yeah, that's what sports is like an allegory for war. So you can have simulated conflict, which will still satisfy the same pleasures. That's what they're for.
Yeah, so you think war is a pleasure?
Well, that's what Bernie was just talking about. He's just talking about that's exactly why sports are.
People need to get their aggressions out.
Well, no, because it stimulates that desire for.
I do a campaign.
I don't think people desire to kill each other.
I do a campaign for young children, and I say, like, basically, put the knives down and put the gloves up in it and fight, because sometimes you get, like, with your mates, you can have an argument with you. Even like me and Kosho, we've had some fucking arguments in our time, but generally, I like him. I think he's a cool dude. I'll go have a drink with him.
Yeah, I would never kill you or anything. Yeah,
we'd go out, we'd hook up with some girls, we'd have a laugh. Like, he's a cool dude. But yeah, we fucking at each other's throat when it comes to fucking this matter, because it's a fucking polarizing fucking worldview.
This is kind of a sport of its own right here. What we're doing.
The thrill of the hunt.
There's somewhere else going with it, but I forgot where I was going with it. Sorry.
Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I just forgot where I was going with it. Oh, completely. The whole what I was saying is gone, because it was something.
You said that we were talking about getting your aggressions out. That is
yeah. So basically,
you were saying we would go out and bang chicks together.
So when you fall out or you argue with somebody, it was about something.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of chicks? Are these hot chicks? Are these big chicks?
Some scenarios.
What kind of chicks are you talking about?
Some scenarios. Some scenarios, both people have a good point, and both people might not see that point that both sides have, and they will fight. They'll die for that point. And when you get to that point, two people something has to go. Do you know what I'm saying? And when these two people collide, you need
but the thing is, Brummy, yeah, at that point when you get to it, that's something that you get to on your own. Like, when you get to that point, and when the next man gets to that point, it's not always the same thing.
What do you mean?
That's true.
What I mean is, you got to recognize your life and where you're going at it on your fucking scale.
Okay, here's a question for everybody. If the mainstream decides to embrace flat Earth because there's too many people that realize it's not a spinning ball, if they decided to do that, how would it change sports?
Well, before we get on too sidetracked, right, on that scale.
Wait, I don't even think you were on track.
Rummy, do you understand what I'm saying though? When I say that you got to stay in the
when it gets to that point,
you got to stay in the limelight of your own shit.
Listen, when it gets to that point, when two people are completely polar opposite and they hate each other, there needs to be an outlet, right? And you're saying that two people don't have the same outlet, but there needs to be an outlet. And I think that having like a sport or like a combat situation where people can simulate, like, for example, if we could end the wars that are happening over with countries, we could have like a simulation. No. You can send your best men in to kind of represent your country and let them compete for your country to represent the war. That way, everybody.
That's not what I was trying to say at all. What I was trying to say is this: like, sometimes I think you give too much of a fuck about what other people are thinking, rather than who the fuck is going on in your mind, who's the only cunt that fucking matters, right? In your mind, there's only one person that you're gonna need to listen to.
There's only one cunt in your mind.
In your mind, the only cunt who's talking that needs to be listened to is you.
There's only one cunt that matters.
Yeah, so Kosho, I think it's we can disagree on something, but sometimes an outlet and a fight is probably the best way to kind of settle this.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're right. You're good at that, man. It's probably because you trained in fighting, but you're good at
the army as well. Do that. The army train people and they train them. They discipline them well and they train them hard and they get them ready for the world, because it's a tough world. Do you get what I mean?
Well,
thankfully,
I'm saying that you're because you fight. You're good at being able to get really aggressive with somebody, but it not not like change. Like, you guys don't hate each other afterward. You know what I mean? Like, you don't hate the person.
Yeah, you get respect, and I think that's why even countries, they're fighting for their respect also. And I think there's different ways to fight, but they want to. There's different ways to want some people. I think that could be done a different way. And with the way the technology is going, with all this virtual reality, you could even have a war in a virtual reality world, and it could be a fair platform. It could all be regulated properly, and wars could be disputed. The same environment could be replicated, and then you could dispute wars inside that.
Brummy, when you're fighting, mate, when you're fighting, all right, and you're preparing for a big fight, little fight, doesn't matter what sort of fight it is, right? So you wake up in the morning and you got that you fight that night. Do you wake up in the morning with that attitude, I'm gonna kill that motherfucker, right? Or is it a process like during the day when you get to the when you get to the arena, you get to the change rooms? Is there a process where your attitude changes from that you just get like so focused on what you have to do? Is there like a switch that you just switch on, or is it just there kind of all the time?
I guess all the time, really. But at the same time, it's like every day is different. I've got into sometimes you go to there, you feel great, and sometimes you feel terrible. Depends. I've been sick before. I've been ill, and I haven't felt like I could even fucking do it. A gentle jog around the block. Never mind fighting, and I come out with one of the best fights ever. So it's just all experience. It's very difficult to kind of put in but yeah. Sometimes good, sometimes maybe shit, sometimes maybe good.
So, do you have actually moments through the fight itself? So I'm gathering like through the fight itself, you'll have this moment in the fight itself where your whole attitude or your whole demeanor will just change. Yeah.
I don't know, bro. Like they're going to beast mode and that. Like, but sometimes you can get into the vibe in it. Sometimes you get into your rhythm and that, and you're just like you're in the zone or whatever, and you can get into that kind of that kind of mindset. But like that's one of the prime instincts that come out in fighting and combat. And I think it's important that men do exercise that because you never know. Like it seems to be the next generation always seem to get stronger and stronger, and I think it's important that we keep that in. It's fitness, it's competitiveness, it's very active, it's very entertaining. And disputes can be settled.
Yeah, definitely that.
So it's not the cure to everything. It's not everything can answer to everything. There is an answer to everything. But it's just one good thing, and I think the amount of little good things we do have, I think we should take out of the few that we do have. And I think that is a good thing. I think boxing matches or organized sort of combat is good, and there's a place for that. Whether it's even if it's organized combat for two different sorts of squads from the army that should fight and represent their country, and they should be put on a fair battlefield and represent their country in a strategic opponent, and then they should give up the resources or the land over that rather than putting everyone else's life at risk.
But this is not the way it works, though.
I know it's not. Yeah.
No. But it would never work because like what you're describing is like a game. It's like there's a game and there's a set rules, and whoever wins loses gives this thing up. But what actual war is actual.
Yeah, but sometimes in war, when they used to take. Sorry, let me say something. In war, the reason they used to go to war to people was because it was good for resources and good to build their economy, and that's the goal.
Right.
But if you're
that's what I mean.
And you're putting your economy at risk, you're actually counterproductively trying to get to your goal. Their goal is to conquer, right? So if you said to them, right, if you get your best men and we get a best man, put them in there, like they used to do in the wars when loads of people used to take big losses on both sides, they used to get the best men out of the army to fight each other, and the two best men
they would sometimes do
their
that.
country and they give up the land. Yeah, so it does happen in war because you get to a point where both sides are losing too much, and it becomes like you need to get a resolve. Otherwise, you're both not going to make it out, and that's the situation we're in with nuclear war now. Right. So what else?
Well, let me finish. Let me finish this point, though, man. Because what I'm saying is that where you're describing, they did happen sometimes in chivalrous. Like there used to be, we had a period where war was chivalrous, where we would like the generals would meet up and they would agree on how they battled, basically. But what war actually is what terrorists do, or what guerrilla warfare is, or what somebody who has more force than somebody else, they just take it from them because that's ultimately they want something from them, and they're not agreeing. Like if someone's like, I don't want to fucking play this game with you where we have to put our troops out there and see who wins. The other guy's just only just going to take it by force.
I agree with you. Initially, yes, that's the case. That's the case of all the people. And you say it happens in chivalry because it got to the point, right, where these two countries now, for example, are bombing each other. They're both losing resources. Both families are away from home. Both places are more vulnerable to more attacks. They're both losing loads of money and resources. It's very counterproductive financially to fund a war. Now, people know that trading is more effective than war, but now we have situations where we need something. There could be another option. I'm not saying it's going to sort all the world's problems out. I'm just saying that would be probably the same sort of thing in chivalry when they get to a point where they're losing too much resource on both sides, and they have to come to an agreement that if we keep fighting each other, it's going to be bad for all of us. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to just send our best man in to represent us, and whoever wins, and that's the way them disputes get sorted. Otherwise, it's counterproductive for both sides.
Yeah, it's nice when that happens. There is a couple examples where that happened, but like I said, yeah, it's usually because these kingdoms or principalities or whatever were countries, even they actually had rulers that were related, even like related or like they're friends almost. So it's like easy for them to do that. But
most countries are already got relatives in different countries, aren't they? That's already happened.
Yeah, the people relatives. I'm saying the actual rulers were
leaders
cousins
of certain countries that have relatives in certain countries that are opposing. In the end of the day, we're all integrated anyway, aren't we?
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about the actual rulers. Like the rulers of both countries are like cousins. So it's like they have like a familiar relationship. So it's easy for them to make deals like that. And like, yeah, we're just gonna fucking do this. They're gonna die anyway, so
we'll see what happens in it.
Well, hopefully, hopefully war, we could stop going to war. But who knows?
If this goes back to human evolution, there's a guy Olson did a paper on this called the roving bandit, and it has to do with the prisoner's dilemma. Like if one
is that what it comes down to? Really?
If one town builds bullets,
that's what it comes down to, is it?
Butter.
I mean, it's great to know that you guys have figured it out.
Come on, man!
No,
just
look at the people we have on your screen right now. You guys are very smart motherfuckers, and I'm very happy.
Well, I was
figured this shit out.
Please finish, Crit. Please.
I was just trying to say that I'm very happy that you smart motherfuckers figured this shit out.
And I'm going to give you one warning. Just let Crit finish what he was saying. Go, Crit.
No, he's got branch has before.
No, come on, Crit. I was curious what you were saying, man, for real.
Yeah, we were.
Prisoner's Dilemma.
I'll bring it up another time. I'll just put a pin in it.
No, just go on, man. Prisoner's Dilemma. You said that there's a philosopher or somebody who said basically broke it down to the prisoner's dilemma. I'm curious where that was going.
Okay, so one town builds bullets, the other town builds butter. So if the town that builds the bullets raids the town that builds the butter, next time they'll only build enough for themselves, only enough butter for themselves. They won't make a surplus anymore.
Right.
But what they can do
how deep do they dig? How deep do they dig?
Hold on. Go, Crit.
Okay. So the next season, if they offer some sort of protection or trade or cooperation, and they both respect that, then the roving bandits or the town that build the bullets, they get the surplus.
Yeah.
And that's how they do. Going back, this guy's name was Olson, and he did like this study in Africa with the roving bandits taking control of different natural resources, and did like this plot graph of which resource turned out to be more valuable. Because the theory was that gold and diamonds were the first things, but it turned out that some of these higher end metals are used in electronics were actually better because they had a stable environment that they could be taxed. Because gold and diamonds are easy to smuggle. So somebody, like another person, can steal from them because they stole them.
Mm-hmm.
But if they've got a legitimate operation selling to Western powers, then they get the surplus now.
Right. You're saying because they've basically, it's a market that is not as big as diamonds and gold. Yeah, the market is like infinite. Like anybody, you can sell diamond or gold to almost anybody, right? But yeah, it's like specialized metals.
Yeah, these specialized metals are only sold to people who are making these specialized products. Where diamonds and gold can be smuggled to anybody. There's anybody willing to buy these in the black market. And it's only a little bit of amount too. Like people will buy small amounts of diamonds. When people are buying these other specialized metals, I can't think of the name of it right now, begins with a C. Then they will they'll buy large quantities in the kilograms.
You want cadmium?
There we go. That's it. Yeah. So like in West Africa, there's all these cadmium mines, and it turned out that these were the resources that they were fighting with over. So they basically got these above ground soil mining. It's like a real labor intensive process. So you have some towns that this is what their whole function was, is to do these above ground like soil filtering mining operations. And then the different warlords who then would want the surplus. So the worker gets to keep just enough for them, and their surplus, the worker keeps what they need, and the warlord gets a surplus, as long as they can keep other warlords out. So what you look at is an establishing of boundaries as long as someone can project violence in a certain area. And what looks like the prisoner's dilemma is like, see if they both respect their property. The workers keep 19. It's a small. I can find a better one than this. And the warlords keep 7. But say if the workers respect that, and the warlords don't, then the workers keep 3 and the warlords take 11. But then that's a problem because then the next year, the workers won't respect. And the warlords, if the warlords do, the warlords get 1. But if they don't respect, then the warlords only get 2. So the best deal for the warlords is not to fight. It's to get 7. Unless they want to push the envelope and get 11. But then that 11 is a short-term gain. Because the year following, they're only going to get 1 or 2.
Yeah, so but I guess this guy, though, this philosopher or whoever came up with this, I'm not talking about John Nash. I'm talking about that person that you're talking about now.
I can find the paper again.
No, but he's assuming, because like whenever they tell these kind of riddles, you're assuming that that the people that you're talking about are basically perfect logicians. Like they think perfectly logically, right?
Well, yeah, rational actors. Yeah, that's a problem in political science, is that you're looking for people that are always being rational actors. If someone's an irrational actor, like say they're just there to take the piss out of people and play video games, and they're being irrational, then you can't use any sort of social science to find that out, because they have a different set of agenda, different variables that can't be accounted for.
Yeah, but what if it's not even about rationale? What if it's they're just not they don't have the foresight, or they're not logically minded to even figure that strategy out? Or is he claiming that like that would just naturally be what that would naturally fall into place, like the prisoner's dilemma type of
people, as long as someone's doing what's best for them, they're working in their own best interest, the prisoner's dilemma will work without a collective action problem. When you have a collective action problem is when people aren't working towards their best interest. They have some other agenda. Like they're
but I thought in the prisoner's dilemma, isn't it? If you're in your best interest, that's when that's not the best. That's not the most. Like if you're doing what's in your best interest, I guess. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is like if you are logically minded and you're thinking about what's in your best interest, then you'll end up with the best outcome. But if you're not logically minded, in a prisoner's dilemma, it's really easy to see, like in the classical examples, like both prisoners are going to rat on the other dude, and they're both going to get jail for 10 years or whatever the thing is. So only if they can logically come up with the most logical, the most probable beneficial outcome.
Yeah, here's the best thing right here. Here's a showcase, a classic prisoner's dilemma. Prisoners 1 and Prisoners 2. If Prisoner 1 cooperates with authorities, the other guy gets 3 years. Or I'm sorry, they both get 3 years. If they defect and they give state's evidence, the one prisoner gets 0, he gets away with it, and prisoner 2 gets 5.
Mm-hmm.
Then so defecting is what you're looking at here. Do they rat? So if they defect and rat, then if they both rat on each other, then they get 1.
No, I thought it was if neither of them rat on each other, then they both get 3 or something like that. Yeah. So if you rat on the other dude, then you'll get 3 years. However, if you don't rat on the other dude, and if you don't rat on each other, then I think each guy gets 3 years or something. And then if you do rat on the other dude, and he rats on you, then you both get 5 years or something like that. And then if you don't rat on the other dude and he rats on you, then he gets 1 year and you get 5 years, something like that.
Yeah. So this is showing, like kind of like a bad, it's worded a little bit different in this one. I'll find the one you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do the classical one, but there's all different examples. Even then they do Prisoner's Dilemma, even in Dark Knight, like the at the end with the ships, like they blow up their ship.
Yeah, if they both confess, they both get 8 years in prison. If they, we got you, we know you guys were there. We got the gun, but we can't prove you were in the building. There's no video camera, there's no witnesses, whatever, right? So if they both confess and say, yep, that was me, you get 8 years for breaking and entering with a weapon. If they lie, if prisoner 1 lies, says, that wasn't me, but I know who it was prisoner 2. I'll be your witness that put them in the building. Prisoner 1 gets 0, prisoner 2 gets 10 years. If prisoner 2 does the reverse, then prisoner 1 gets 10 years, and prisoner 2 gets 0. And then if they both lie and they tell nothing, the best that police can do is just hold them on the gun charge, which would be like 1 year. Or being in the wrong place, loitering or something like that. So it's in their goal, right? So a rational person would be, if they both lie and keep their mouth shut, they'll only get 1 year. But if they're not being rational about that, and they lie on the other person, then they end up with both getting 8 years.
Right, but that's so most people, because if you rat on the other dude and wait, hold on. What are the years again? What years did you say?
Okay, so if they both confess, right? They both say, "Yeah, I'm the one who did it." They end up with 8 years each, 16 total.
Okay, but I think because it's dependent on if one person. Okay, so obviously if two people, if both of them rat. So the scenarios is both of them could rat, both of them could deny it, or one rats on one denying it.
Right? So it's 0, 10, or 16 years, Crit? Is that what the total years would be?
Yeah.
0, okay.
Yeah, it would be 10. Yeah, it would be 16, 10, or 2. Collective, as a collective action issue.
Right. And which one is one? If you get 1 year, right? So you get 1 year if you deny it. But however, if you deny it and the other person happens to rat on you, then what's the years for that? Like how many years do you get there?
If you deny, but the other person confesses, they get 0, you get 10.
Right. And so like you want to avoid that. You want to avoid that, even though doing that is going to it could possibly get you 1 year only. But if you do that and the other person fucking squealed, then you're fucked.
Yeah, you're fucked. So like, say if you're prisoner 1, what do you want to do? And I'm prisoner 2. They caught us. They caught us outside of a Flat Earth convention.
I mean, I'm always gonna not fucking tell them. So I'm never
I
gonna tell
know,
them
me
anything.
too. It's like the basic, like, how do you talk to the police?
Yeah, that's one of the things that they know. You're not supposed to tell them the shit that
You don't.
It's like wait for them to find shit out. My friend did that recently. But, God, because she got pulled over and she had weed on her. She had more than weed on her, but he asked her, and she told him the truth. I was like that she had weed, and because she had that, he checked and he found other shit. I was like, why'd you tell him that? It's like, he might have found it, but if you tell him, he's definitely gonna know. So it's like, shit.
See, this works in reverse. This is a reason why the prisoner's dilemma can be kind of confusing, because it seems like it's always important to defect, but only when dealing with the authority. When in a collective action problem, that's why I had to rephrase it to a negative, because when you're doing for Olsen, he said what you're looking for is a positive. You want the higher number. You want both people to cooperate, to not defect, because if they both cooperate, you want the most diamonds, the most gold, the most cadmium. But here in the prisoner's
basically
dilemma,
the opposite.
Yeah, in the prisoner's dilemma, it's the opposite. You want the least, but sometimes the least is actually not to cooperate inside the prisoner's dilemma. But if you flip it around and you change the negatives to positives, then you want to confess. Or
it's kind of confusing, but makes sense, yeah. Like if you want, if it depends on, like if you just change those years to some other variable, like whatever that's a quantity of, like could be money, then you're obviously going to want the outcome to be greater. If you were at a game show and they said they separated us and they said like, you'll get this amount of money if you want to ally with that person, or you can betray them and you'll get fucking much more money if they ally with you and you betrayed them, right?
Yeah. And see,
I guess it would be backwards.
Yeah, because that's still
that's the prisoner's dilemma. Yeah, exactly. So it the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah, but Don nailed it. Like when I said earlier, like how do you talk to the police? You don't. And if everyone always defects when talking to the government, their plea bargain system will collapse.
Wait, that's not entirely true though. That's like sovereign citizen stuff, and sovereign citizen are actually shoot themselves in the foot because you talk to police, but don't tell them anything that they don't need to know. But if you talk to them, you look a lot less suspicious, which could just have them not fuck with you. But you're gonna immediately be suspicious if you are just like avoiding them or whatever.
Here's a funny one. Here's prisoner's dilemma for sports: flopping. Do you flop or don't flop?
Flopping. What do you mean?
You like where
Oh my God, Kosho.
Yeah, let me show.
What are you talking about? Flopping sports? What do you mean?
Basketball.
Or mostly soccer. Basketball people flop, but people flop the best in soccer.
How do you flop in basketball?
Is that
there are guys that made careers
falling over on purpose to get a free kick?
Oh, that's what you're saying. Like Shaq style.
Like someone just barely bumps you and you throw yourself to the ground.
Yeah, I got you.
So look, if both players don't flop, then nothing happens, right? It's just an incidental collision, game on. Mm-hmm. If one player flops and the other player doesn't flop, then they get a free shot.
Right. Right. And what if both players flop?
Yeah, then it's like negative for both.
What's the anticlimactic conclusion? What if they both flop? Because that don't happen really when they both flop.
Yeah, I know that they got to work it into the.
No, I've seen that. Depends on who the ref likes.
Yeah, I tried to just Google double flops, and they come up triple and quadruple flops. Like it's like the whole team is on the ground, just randomly, just double and triple flop.
It's kind of like a fight too. Like this is why I always say people, because people want to bring, like, if you carry a knife on you, that's why you know, some women, I think it's dangerous to actually carry a knife on them, because if, like, let's say they were carrying a knife because they live in a dangerous place or something, they're worried about getting mugged. Somebody tries to mug them and they pull out a knife, then the other person is going to fear for their life, and you know, where they might have just robbed him, they might get into a conflict with this person and end up killing them, right? So it's kind of like you're fucked. You're fucked if the other person has a weapon, but you know, if you're the person who doesn't have the weapon, then you're fucked. You know what I mean? So yeah. That's actually why I used to keep a gun at my desk. Like just sitting on my desk, because I would, I would just fantasize about, like, getting raided or something. Like if somebody broke my house or something, I'm like, yeah, I'll just fucking take this out, just mow them down, dude. Someone's gonna fucking break in my house, start fucking with me. But then I realized, like, what if I got like swatted, right? So because then that's not a that's a possibility that could possibly happen. And if you got swatted, I mean, I know people who got swatted. If you get swatted, you're not going to win that gunfight, even if you shoot first. But the fact that you have a gun and you firing, you're definitely going to be fired at, and yeah, you're gonna get killed, no matter what. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Prisoner's dilemma. You want to hear something weird, dude? I'm cleaning my girlfriend's house out of spite. Isn't that weird, dude?
What? Out of spite.
Yeah, she's been taking out her frustration at me the last couple
I
days.
missed it, Ocho. You did what to her out of spite?
I'm cleaning her house out of spite.
Oh, cleaning
Like,
her house, you fucking goofball. I've been there.
That's the heart spiting the cock.
Kosher, I dated Jesse James' granddaughter a while back when I was younger. This girl house was so messy. She still stayed at home. She was a little younger. They had inches of dog hair, caked fucking dust on picture. Like when the mom had moved out a couple years ago or something. Bro, this was the nastiest fucking. I remember being pissed at the bitch, excuse my language, and cleaning, like, man, this motherfucking dirty motherfucker. I'm cleaning. Like, I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, no, her house is not that dirty though. It's just she was gonna get it made, and I offered to do it, and then she was getting mad at me because I hadn't finished doing it yet.
Cleaning all loud.
Yeah,
Coach, was it one of them cleanings where you like cleaning all loud and shit, like getting the dishes because she ain't watching, she's in another room, so you make sure she hears them hitting the sink and fucking the mop bucket, cleaning all loud and pissy.
Yeah, you doing that? Are you doing that?
The opposite. It's the exact opposite, dude. Because that I told her I would help her because she was gonna get it made. I was like, I'll do it for you, just And she's like, oh, she'll give me, some of the money she was gonna give to maid. It's like, I'll do better than maid. But I don't want to do it while she's awake, be in her way. So I, it was dead. I did it the night before last while she was sleeping. I did some of the bathrooms, and I was gonna do the rest when she went to sleep again. But then she fucking blew up at me because I wasn't doing it, right? Because I didn't want to do it during the day. I guess because she wasn't seeing me do it. But I don't want her to see me do it. I just wanted to fucking do it and then be done with it and not be in her way. But anyways, I told her, because she's fucking yelling at me and shit. So I just told her, I said, listen, I'm gonna fucking clean your house while you're sleeping, and I don't want you to pay me anything. All right?
Yeah, she probably
That's
thinks
it.
she probably thinks she had your mistress come in and do it for her, man. Do it for you.
So the house isn't dirty, but she's still Aggie. Interesting.
No, it's not. It's not that it's yeah. It's not. It's not that it's not dirty. It's just like she would hire the maid to come and clean, like sweep, mop, like the deep clean. You know what I mean? The baseboards and all that kind of stuff. The bathrooms, like basically like maintenance cleaning. You know what I mean? It's not like real fucking messy.
Well, I don't know exactly what you're saying you're mad about. If it's something else or just a frustration of this.
Well, yeah, because I'm offering to do her something. She shouldn't be yelling at me for
right
it not being done in a day or whatever.
I can't remember what I was mad about when I was in that situation. Maybe the chick was sleeping and I was trying to do it or something. Like, I don't know. But I remember being like, I wasn't mad about the dirt, but I remember talking shit, like, you know what I mean? Being like fucking just pissed at her.
Right, because you were the one.
Because I was the weak dude. Is that what
Because you were the one cleaning it, yeah, man. That's because you were the one cleaning it.
It wasn't. It was her dad's house.
Well, my friend
he didn't give a
lives with her mom. Yeah, my friend lives with her mom. Lives with her parents. Her dad killed himself last year, but when they were living in the house, it was so. I mean, their new house even so fucking messy. I remember when I first was chilling with her, she would have like by her bed. She literally has food several days old. You know, she has shit in her room that's like been there for weeks, months. Food.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah. She's messy as fuck.
I don't judge or nothing, but I mean, it's just, you know, you got to learn the efficiency is necessary, like, or whatever, like, you know, the problems it can bring. It can bring problems to leave, you know, mess like that.
Well, of course, dude. She had raccoons in her walls. Because she's an angry person, so she has holes in her walls. I've seen rats in her room, but we could hear massive shit in her walls. Like there was definitely raccoons living in her walls.
That's bananas. We seen last night. I seen these fat ass termites, bro. Fat, like 3/4 of an inch.
Do you live in an apartment or a house?
A house. If you're talking to me, it wasn't in their house. It was coming, I think, from like their shed garbage area, but they were definitely.
I tell you what,
they were in the driveway, walking the drive, like winged. And someone was like, "What kind of ant is that?" And I was like, "That ain't no fucking ant."
I tell you what, Kosho can relate. He's eating more wood than a termite.
Oh wow, yeah.
You had more wood in your mouth. You had more wood in your mouth.
You missed it last night when I said something to Gio last night, and I was like, "I'm glad Jeremy's not here, dude, because he'll never let this down." So I'm not even gonna tell you what I said to him.
What'd you say?
Oh, we were talking about Tenacious D, and I was like, "I love the D."
Oh my god!
I know.
We know Kosho loves the D. It's his favorite letter grade in school. Kosho, did I saw your text? Did you guys play a game last night? What games you be on, man? What you was doing?
Oh yeah, dude. We didn't get to play it because as my girlfriend was getting mad, so I actually didn't even get to play. But yeah, it's called Wavelength. We should play it. We should play it because you can't. Because I downloaded the app and you can't even play it unless you have like people to play with. So it's like weird. You have to, like, you can't like play online with the strangers. You gotta like make your own because you actually have to talk. It's like you have to talk in voice and shit. So yeah, we should set up a game, dude. Just see like what it's like because it basically it seems like kind of like remember that game we played, Spyfall.
Yes, sir.
You remember that?
Oh yeah, yes, sir.
It seems like it's kind of like that.
I'll go like find the secret wavelength. We got to communicate, and there's maybe one. Okay, missing.
Okay, it's like it seems like that mixed up with code words. Remember code words?
Yeah. Oh, so you got a target. Oh, you get to give
Yeah,
hints.
well, yeah, I think that's you got to give a hint, and that's what I'm saying. I haven't even played it yet because it's like fucking. You can't even play it
I can break it down.
without other people.
So what you'll have is
You've
like
played it?
yeah, you'll have about like 16 cards in the table that all have words on it, and you'll have like each team will have like 5 of those words that represent their spy. To activate the code word, activate their spy. But one of the also one word on the table will activate the assassin, like the government assassin. So the goal is to tell people code. Yeah, like tell people code. So if you've got, say, on the table, you've got nursing, like lumberjack and firefighter, and like your code, so you could tell them professions, and they might think, oh, boom, those 3 things.
Yeah, but you're describing code words though, and that's what I'm saying. But we don't because we've played code words before. I'm saying this game. Maybe you should play it with us, man. I haven't played it before. It's called Wavelength, but the rules look like it's kind of like code words.
Yeah, I've played Wavelength before too.
Oh, you have played it?
Yeah.
I've described that one then.
Tell us about that one. You gonna game master that? He's gonna go.
No, I'm trying to think exactly how it goes because it's like I only played it once, but it's like you there's some stuff you have for it too, and it's a more complex version of it. I'm not drawing exactly how it goes though, but yeah, it's like yeah, I can't think of a good way how to explain it.
Well, the way that I saw when I was reading the rules, I don't even know if this is exactly correct or not, but it looked like basically kind of like where code words you have like a word, or you have like 2. I think you have like 2 words or something. Like the example they gave was like hot or cold, and so basically there's like a meter, and there's an arrow that's like closer to hot or closer to cold, and then you have to basically like give a hint. Like people have to give hints, like you could say coffee or something like that. That's what I'm saying. I haven't played it, so I don't even know if that sounds right. We should just play it.
You've got cold coffee and hot coffee, like cold pressed coffee and hot pressed coffee. So yeah, there's a dial that you turn, and how close you think people will respond to that answer. And if you know somebody who drinks cold coffee, then you can you wavelength with them because you want to trick up the other team. Because like so if like me and you, Coach, we meet every morning for breakfast or whatever, or every week, and every week I get a cold coffee, and I say, and you see hot or cold, and I say coffee, everyone's going to pick hot normally, but you and I know each other, so you'll say cold, and I turn the dial over to cold.
All right, here we go.
Okay, that makes sense.
2 teams compete to read each other's minds. Teams take turns rotating a dial to where they think a hidden bullseye is located on a spectrum. One of the players on your team, the psychic, knows exactly where the bullseye is and draws a card with a pair of binaries, hot or cold. The psychic must then provide a clue that is conceptually where the bullseye is located between 2. So it's not as much of hot or cold. It's trying to get to move the arrow and get the people to say right. It seems like already from this first paragraph. For example, if the card this round is hot cold and the bullseye is slightly to the cold side of the center, like let's say 40%, I guess, the psychic needs to give a clue somewhere in that region, perhaps salad, or coffee, I guess would be good. After the psychic,
I think Chris. Yeah.
Okay, one more paragraph. Right. After the psychic gives their clue, the team discusses where they think the bullseye is located and turns the dial on that spectrum, but closer to the center of the bullseye. The team gets more points. There you go. So it's one clue.
Yeah, but how are their teams though? That's what I don't get. It sounds like everybody's cooperative with everyone.
Take turns, I guess. It'd be red team's turn. One captain gives one clue. The team deliberates, sets the mark, gets the points. Next team does this.
Hey, Jeremy, Roddy wants to know if you want to have a debate.
I like that it has a spectrum. That's cool. What's Roddy trying to debate?
Another game is like Telestrations, where you draw a picture and then you flip the board over. The next, like I'll draw a picture, like say a rocket or something like that. Then Kosho will look at it, and then he writes one word or a couple of words, depending on how complex. Then he would pass it to Don, and then Don would see that, and he's got to draw another picture, and then passes it to the next person. And then once you get all the way around the table, the person who maintained the best drawing, you get the most points for each flip.
It's like telephone, basically.
Yeah, they call it Telestration.
Is
the name of the game. And there's another one called Telestrations After Dark, which is kind of like ranty stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, so I just want to say I'm proud of you last night. Did you hear me last night? I was giving you props.
Yeah, I heard you commend me for
standing up to your Glober Daddy, stuff.
Yeah, he's not my Glober Daddy, dude. That's the problem.
I heard otherwise. I heard he's got that deep.
Thing is, Zanuck is my friend, and I know he doesn't want to cause contention with other Glovers. He's my buddy though, but I think he could have disagreed more with Bob because he wasn't saying the same thing as Bob.
Zanuck in DMs last night told him I'm writing his obituary.
Oh my god.
Hey, have you looked at Apples to Apples or like Cards?
Oh yeah.
Those
of course, yeah.
Fun too.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's another game called what's it called? Things.
Would You Rather is another fun one like that.
Well, Things is it's kind of like Cards Against Humanity, except for you literally write in the you write them in basically. So it's like the same concept as Cards Against Humanity, but instead of you having cards, it's like each player actually writes out an answer. And then whoever's like the funniest one. Or no, I think they have to guess. No, and then a person reads them and they have to guess who wrote what. That's right. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the game for that. It's like crap, what's that called? Like who's
Coach, this review says this lady's bitching that the middle of the road clues or the middle of the road answers are too hard to give a clue for. She thinks it takes too long, although she's wrote a long review. Seems she likes it.
Well, she's probably one of those. Yeah, she's probably one of those people who writes long reviews, dude.
Well, she's saying. I guess when this criticism is, she's like, well, I think the problem is that people can't win it in the sense that they can't get things correct. So we'll see.
Well, I guess it depends on who you're playing with. If you don't know the people very well.
Yeah, I guess what you're saying also is like the middle ground answers. The middle ground answers, like when the bullseye wants you to get somewhere in the middle, it's a little bit more difficult. And then when the bullseye goes to one of the extremes, the other team feels like it's unfair. Like, oh, you randomly got a easier one because it's the bullseye's at the extreme.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Fuck it, dude. We should just play Code Words again. It's fun. All right, speaking, I got a chance, because I'm doing that 2v2 show, probably the next couple days, actually.
Or you're stealing my idea.
It's not your idea. Gio was trying to steal my idea, dude.
Copyrighted.
Fuck. Hold on.
Jeremy will sue you into perpetuality. Perpetual suits.
What's up?
Dude, there's a massive spider in my girlfriend's mop. Dude. Fuck, man.
This chick gave it a 4 out of 10, Kosho. 4 out of 10.
There's a spider in her mop?
Yeah, mop bucket.
You should have seen the crab in her bush.
Fucking hell, dude. I gotta get this fucking... I'm just trying to pour water on it, but... Fuck.
Where'd my fucking creamer go?
I don't like killing spiders, man.
So what do you want me to do? This 200, bro? I'm not good with like scheduling things and having stuff to do that's timed.
Funny, I didn't even invite you, dude. But I was about to. But it's funny you thought I was about to invite you, man.
Well, I mean, how could you not?
Look at
You have
everything.
access to one of the best flat earthers out, so.
Yeah, first of all, there's gonna be different people on different shows, and I asked, it's okay. I'm just gonna tell you what the first episode. It's gonna be centered around the history of the flat Earth, and we're gonna watch a video. There'll be 2 Globers and 2 flat Earthers, and we're gonna discuss the history of the flat Earth.
I mean, I don't even believe history. You sure you want to have me on there? For that one? You might want to let me skip that one.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't.
You're going to be hard pressed to even find a flat earther that does believe history.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of flat earthers who argue that flat Earth.
Bird's diaries should be believed.
Yeah, there's that, and there's flat earthers who too, express how many people in history believe or consider the Earth flat, like all the cosmologies in history, the historical. So that's basically what the history of the flat Earth is regarding. It's regarding flat Earth throughout history. So there's plenty of flat earthers who have opinions about the shape of the Earth in history and shit. So
yeah.
God damn, dude, the spider's still alive.
We tried to pipe up a second ago. I didn't hear him.
Sorry, it was eggshells. My bad.
Yeah, I mean it's a. Would you say there is clear reason given for why it becomes more and one does and doesn't trust some history, like Admiral Byrd would trust them, but all these accounts of.
I don't trust
think
that.
it's more binary. I think what happens in these discussions, writing, is people will say like they could be suspicious and put them in a gray area, and then all of a sudden it's like where they don't trust, but it could be 50-50 still. Like any amount of acknowledgement of the doubt, might categorize them to where, but you feel like they're saying they 100% don't trust. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, but you're speaking for yourself at that point, because you're one of those the only people who's like the 50%. There's a lot of absolutists in this community.
No, I don't. Any question that you actually didn't witness, any question that you actually don't have, firsthand evidence of, you could still have a doubting. It's not just me. You got to admit it yourself. If you don't know, you don't really know.
No,
like
but I'm not saying it's only you, but I'm saying that there are a lot of absolutists, who claim that it's definitely not. History is definitely not what it's been claimed to be, and all this. But anyways, it's open invitation. The only person who Jam Panda is going to be one of the Globers on the Globe side, and putting one more Glober and 2 flat earthers.
When's this happening?
The next couple of days. It could be tomorrow. I'll have to update everyone.
And did you say a topic or just debate this?
No, it's not even just debating it either. It's just like discussing it, and the discussion could be a debate. It should be just naturally. The whole point is it's just 2 versus 2, and so it's whatever naturally comes about. Like if it's two groups of people kind of constructively having a conversation about something, that's fine. However, it's 2 groups actually debating it, that's fine too. It just depends on. This is just need two different sides and their perspectives. That's it. But yeah, eggshells. You're welcome to be the other Glober. Also Don, because I'm going to do this show regularly. There's also going to be, so I think I'm going to call it like fifth wheel, because there's 2 groups of 2, and then there's a host moderator who kind of navigates the flow, but without being opinionated really, or at least displaying that. And so I'm not going to host it every time. I was going to do guest hosts and stuff like that. So, you're willing to, since you're sometimes on both sides of a situation, you're willing to help me. You're welcome to host it. Pick
sure.
either side, whatever. Yeah.
Could be
But your
joining
first
in
one was saying
while I'm on my trips around the place.
Yeah.
you want the Globers and flat earthers.
Well, it's not, but it's not just Glober and flat earthers. It depends on what the topic is. You know, like what if
Your
it's the
first
topic
one.
is.
Your first one, you want 2 Globers, 2 flat earthers.
Well, yeah, right. Yeah. But like if it was a moon landing one, for instance, like if it was one about the moon landings, you know, it could be a Glober who just doesn't believe that the moon landing happened. You know what I mean? Just you know, just two political guys. Yeah.
Dowsing. Be good fun.
Yeah. I have to be careful about vaccines, but I thought about that.
And that's what I mean though. Like, you show me anybody who knows. I know it's bullshit. I know they didn't go to the moon. I mean, they know if they're honest with themselves, they mean they have a high confidence, and that could be 90.
Yeah, but that's not what they say, man.
But I don't care what they say. The same with the Glober and Gem Panda, who knows that they went. I mean, he knows damn well he can find a non-zero number to respect to say there's a tiny possibility. Like, he knows it.
Well, either way, though, I mean, that's the whole point, though. It doesn't matter if you're absolutist. Like, as long as that's your opinion, then you know, then you're good to go for this thing. But yeah, I'm trying to make a bot so that I can have, because I made a queue bot. It's supposed to be for like a voice chat or too many people want to get in at the same time. There's like I set up a queue that people could, you know, opt into, and then to show like who's next to speak. It doesn't really work though because people don't want to use it. But I think I can do something like that for the 2v2 thing, so that it's like it doesn't have to be abided by, but at least it'll show like who has something to say. Like, you know, if someone's in the middle of speaking, someone has something to say, you know, they'll queue up so that, you know, you can see that, you know, someone's wanting to respond to them, you know what I mean?
Okay. So you know how normally, like, when they have the host, and then they'll have a guest host, like the guest host is good, but he's not as good as the main host usually. You know, like Rush Limbaugh's show, he'll have side hosts.
Well, I don't
remember that
bot.
You can't.
Remember that bot you made to talk. Remember that bot you made to talk? That shit was trash. No one's watching for that. No one's waiting for that. No one cares about the bot. And it's too bad because we do need. It's too bad too though because we do need something to, you know, keep shit in order.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's why I'm doing this show. That's why I'm doing the show. That's the whole reason I'm doing the show is because, you know, if you restrict it to 2v2, it allows you can actually conclude some of these discussions instead of it being chaotic. And
there will never be a conclusion to this. Never be a conclusion.
Well, it'll be better concluded than
you guys be playing games. And there would be, but you guys play too many games.
Damn, dude, I know the spider is dead, but I don't know where it is now.
What kind of games?
Weird games. Weird double speaking fundy games.
Fundy games.
Fundy games.
This might be getting a weird section of Globers. Like we're an abnormal bunch. The people who turn up to argue about flat Earth for the globe.
Yeah, you guys are weirdos. Yes. Yes,
yeah,
I agree.
But like, all I'm suggesting is like, you might not want to judge Glober kind based on people like Kosho and I. No offense, Kosho.
I used to tell them in 24/7 that like when people come in and they see like how weird, let's say they think flat earthers are weird or something. I was like, because I'm in there too, and I don't even believe it's flat.
Yeah, people give me such strange looks when I tell them, why are you talking about that? I bring it up to way too much in ordinary conversation.
Oh, yo, fuck face, Kosho. You told me dark matter doesn't bend light.
No, dude, I had to correct fucking. I said it to the bandsaw too. It's indirectly the bending that it's doing, dude, is not. It's not direct. Okay, it's the same way as gravity and like gravity. Gravity doesn't affect light directly, but it does have it does curve the space time, and light does move through space time. So
Okay, so dark matter bends light.
no, it doesn't bend light. Light travels through space time. Well, sure, dude.
The presence of dark matter. The presence of dark matter. See, this is the game, eggshells. The presence of dark matter causes light to bend.
Yeah, we know this. So,
And light will travel. Light will travel
If you
in
ask
whatever.
questions about the most mind-bending parts of the model, your mind will indeed be bent by them. If you look at the simple stuff like, wow, there's a south celestial pole, it's very simple. But yeah, dark matter bending light doesn't make sense to fucking anybody. Kosho included, even though Kosho could probably explain it pretty well. I don't think it like intuitively feels like oh yeah, I get a gist of that.
Kosho, space time, your favorite material?
What?
Is it your favorite material, space time?
What are you talking about? But
can space time bend without dark matter?
It bends with gravity.
Matt, the existence of mass distorts space time.
Damn. So you eliminate one thing entirely, right, and it can still happen. Interesting.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And I said any kind of mass. So dark matter,
Mass?
which mass? Yeah, any kind of mass.
You're saying math or mass?
Mass stuff.
Mass.
Mass
So,
on a ship.
So now dark matter has mass, even though it's invisible, can't be detected, can't be measured, or anything like this. It actually has mass now.
Yes, that's the one thing that's the one thing that is detected. That's what the observation.
It's not a new quality of dark matter, Bandy. This is the original idea that it is mass. It's not like, oh, now they're making it mass, is it? It's like it's been mass all along, man.
It's invisible. You can't detect it. You can't measure it, but it has mass. Just trust us.
Well, basically, all you're saying, though, is it's invisible. All you're saying, listen, there could be tomato, there could be a freaking diamond or something out there that for whatever reason, the light just goes straight through it and we think it's invisible. It doesn't reflect, it doesn't emit, and we would think it's invisible. That's not a crazy concept. I mean, the concept of invisibility out in the realm, out in the magical realm out there, Bandsaw, of space, that doesn't seem that crazy.
Don, the notion that something is invisible, undetectable, right, and immeasurable.
It's not undetectable.
No, but it's not undetectable.
If you can detect it, it's got something.
Oh, Jesus.
Exactly. It's detectable. That's why we know it exists. That's what the problem is that we're detecting it.
Where the hell are you, Kosho?
I'm building up a pop bucket.
Yo, Don, do you hear these other guys talking to you?
We're all kind of talking, I think, man. Am I too messy?
Yep.
Okay.
Super sloppy.
No, who is that right now talking low, though?
It's Kosho. He's probably got the D.
Kosho.
What?
Definitely Kosho.
Come on,
you didn't
man.
Realize I was talking. You didn't realize you were talking to me this whole time, son?
We can admit, Benny, I'm on your side. I can admit maybe it's bullshit, but there's no reason to just go like, oh, it's definitely bullshit because they said invisible. That's not a big deal.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Don. Unicorns are keeping the stars up.
We're not saying it's invisible. Also, Bansal, that's
the unicorns are invisible. They're undetectable and they're immeasurable. But they're keeping the stars up.
Can I correct something somewhat important here? It is not that they are invisible, as in like this is a special quality they have. The reason it's dark, the reason it's mysterious is because we can't see it. We're not saying it is invisible. We're saying we're unable to see it. We're not giving it a special quality. The whole reason we're calling it dark and calling it unexplained, we need to have this whole discussion, is because it's hard to do the thing. You know what I'm trying to say, right?
To do what? To measure it, detect it, or see it?
Yes, because that's
What
the
are you
whole
guys
point.
talking
What we're
about?
saying is this stuff is hard to detect, and you're going, well, now that it's got this special quality of difficult to detectness. It's like, no, that's why we're saying it's mysterious, because we struggle to detect it. That doesn't make it magical and special. We're just saying we're too dumb to explain this yet. Crit said it before, right?
Tyson.
Of course,
Dark
it is
matter,
magical.
or what is this?
We're talking
dark matter.
Dark matter.
Oh.
Yeah, we're back.
It
We're
defi-
back
it-
to dark matter. We've
No,
come
fuck
full
that, baby.
circle,
You
mate.
talking unicorns? You hating on unicorns, and I'm team unicorn captain right now.
You
So,
are.
and I'm also the logic leader and the consistency captain. All right. So right now, you need to tell me what's the problem with using unicorn? Don't you have unicorns in your star ideas already?
Don, you're being subbed out, all right? You're being subbed out. You're being put on the sidelines.
Can I ask you a direct question then, Bandy? I'm sorry. Let me ask you a direct question.
Go then.
Okay. The heliocentric model has their explanation for the organization of the cosmos, the stars, and the orbiting bodies, and all this. Do you agree with that? And if not, aren't you going to invoke some unicorns of your own?
Do I agree
powerful
with what
words.
happens above my head?
Yes, sir.
Well, of course, I see things moving around my head, and they move in a particular cycle. 100%, I would agree with it. Why would I deny that there are stars over my head, a sun over my head, or a moon over my head? Why would I
Not
deny
asking if you
any of
deny
those
it.
things?
Do you agree that it's because gravity and they're all attracted and orbiting each other and blah blah blah?
No, I don't agree with gravity.
Okay, so what do you think is holding them up there? Unicorns?
Well, I don't. Well, there you go. They could be some sort of sonar luminescence. They could be a frequency, just a frequency.
But what's holding them there? Solar
What?
luminescence would just explain why they shine. But
Yeah.
what's keeping them up there? Why don't they fall towards us? Or why don't we see them just falling down? Or I don't know.
Unicorns. Which I'm cool with, Bandy. Don't get me wrong. I'm cool with it. I don't like your inconsistent jab at the dark matter unicorns, because you're a team unicorn.
Well, perhaps, I don't know, perhaps they're in a superfluid of some sort. Perhaps they're in water of some sort. Who knows, right? But I don't believe in gravity, seeing as it hasn't been proven whatsoever. Mass attracting mass or anything like that has not been proved with any sort of
It's not been
decisiveness
proven.
whatsoever. No.
It's not been proven. That's correct. Mass attracting
At
mass
all.
hasn't been proven. What we can do though
Whatsoever.
is look up in the sky, and what we see is Jupiter, which is probably spherical, like we are, and what it has orbiting around it, hanging in the air with no apparent. Well, you can backyard astronomers can photograph this. Appear to be these balls dangling all around one another. So while we might not have proven gravity, there is something out there that seems to be causing exactly the effect we are trying to explain, and you can see it with your own eyes if you go and put them against a backyard telescope. You can see the moons go across Jupiter and cast shadows on the surface.
What came first riding, gravity or mass? Which one came first?
I've got no idea. I mean, the intrinsic qualities of one another. I don't understand how one could come first. What do you mean?
Yeah, gravity is just a force exerted by mass.
So what's in a piece of matter that gives it gravity? What's in it?
It's like what makes a person funny. I don't know.
It's a very fundamental question, wouldn't you think? What's actually inside a piece of matter?
I mean, like, go ask a physicist.
What's inside this grain of sand, right? That gives it gravity, right? Because apparently there are electrons, there are protons,
mass.
there are
mass,
neutrons. There's all these mass on its own. This magical thing, mass, the big
mass.
M word, right?
Yes.
That all of a sudden turns itself into gravity.
Yeah.
Or if you want, fundamentally, you could say energy.
Well, no, but the reason it sounds funny is because you're saying it weirdly. Like it's given gravity, but gravity is the name of the effect of what's happening, and the mass distorting space time by existing in it.
No, you can't. You can't demonstrate with any sort of conclusivity whatsoever.
What do you think Jupiter is? Respond to the substance of what I was saying. Jupiter has moons that dangle around it that you can see with your own eyes, casting shadows across the surface. That appears to be not just mass attracting mass, but in a really reliable format, such that the smoother a ball is, you can tell that it is bigger. If you see a lumpy ball, you know that is small. And you also know that only small balls orbit around big balls. Things orbit around one another in proportion to their mass. They are smooth in proportion to their mass, and they are larger in size quite often also, not always, due to their mass. We can look out, we can see these things, including just around Jupiter. To go like, well, it hasn't been proven down here, is like, but you still need to respond to the Jupiter bit, right?
You know what? I'm not going to see with Jupiter. You know what I'm not going to do, writing. Right? I'm not going to make any conclusions or anything whatsoever in regards to something that I cannot go to and
He's asking to make a guess.
Right?
Just make a guess.
So it's unicorns. That's my guess.
Now you don't want to have the conversation.
Right?
Before you wanted it to be proven to you that gravity. I refuse unless gravity can be served up on a plate.
I'll have a conversation, but I don't believe in the notion of gravity itself.
Okay.
Right?
Do you disbelieve in it?
I think there is more likely that it is some sort of electrostatic field that gives our direction of what we call down, right? And that's why things order themselves from heaviest to lightest, some sort of electroactivity, something along those fields. That makes a lot more sense than, and which can be experimented on, right? Because everything is electrostatic. Everything is electrostatic in some way, shape, or form. It is affected by electrostatics, right? And that seems a far more plausible thing to go for and to hang my hat on rather than gravity.
Yeah, I mean, quite possibly. I don't understand anything about how mass, the quality of mass somehow bends or warps space time. I would just defer to people who seemed like that's what they did, and if they had something to do, if their understanding of that was required for them to be good at what they do, then I would listen to them on it. Same as I'd listen to you about plumbing, and hopefully you'd listen to me about motorbikes, right?
Yeah, but what you're doing, what you're doing, writing, and I've got no problems with referring to experts whatsoever. I've referred to experts all my life, and I put a great deal of confidence in experts, depending on the field that they're in, right? But when you're getting a person, right, that is looking at an image of something that apparently is 100 trillion light years away, and they're going to tell me exactly what has happened because the light is here and not there, and that is what has caused the light to be here and not there. No, right? Because it's just a theory. It's just a lot of hot air. I can sit around the pear tree too, right, and spurt out a million different ideas.
Is that honestly though, Bandy? Is that what you think physicists do? They sit under a pear tree and just dream stuff up?
When it comes to this sort of stuff, yeah, I do think they dream stuff up.
So is that what you think like Chronic's doing? He sits under a pear tree, and because he's an astrophysicist, so he would be one of the best people to ask about this. Do you think he just sits under a tree?
What do you think? What do you actually think that I think he does? Do you actually think that I think that he sits under a pear tree and makes things up? He may as well.
So how would you describe what you think he does?
Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back. I'll finish this in a minute.
To be honest, I wouldn't put that past Chronic, because he does watch curling on the Olympics. Probably does say.
You lie. He watches curling?
Yeah, it's like his favorite sport.
Jesus. How old is he?
27, something like that.
And he watches curling? Damn. Yeah.
His favorite sport.
What's that other sport that's like curling, but it's on ice?
Curling is on ice.
Is it that one where, like, before they throw the funny thing, there's like someone trying to smoothen the ice with like a broom or something?
Yeah,
that's curling? Oh, okay. That should look weird, man.
It looks really weird. I told him I was like, dude, like I'm watching the curling on the Olympics. I was like, dude, literally anybody, any fucking body, any 4 fucking dudes or 3 dudes, however many dudes it is. It's like, yo, they went to curling this year. Like, yeah, let's just do it. They're probably gonna end up at the Olympics, dude. I can't see how there's like a fucking there's like a best curlers team.
Oh no, it takes skill though. It takes skill. Like in my college, we had a curling team. And it's not easy. It's just it looks silly. It looks like a silly sport, but it does take skill to do what they do.
Well, like we said earlier, sport is an analogy for actual combat. That's why fighting. I think a boxing fight or MMA is the most pure sport because it's actually one competition between one man versus the other man or whatever. And that's actually how a competition will play out most of the time. Sometimes they can play out in a football type way, where it's like they gain territory. Soccer, maybe even. But once you get to obscure sports, yeah, but when you get to obscure sports like fucking curling, it's like, dude, just because you can do that better than me doesn't mean you're better than me. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean you're gonna beat me in something fucking real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, true. Like if someone's better than you at curling, they can't really brag about it. You know, like
it's like, yeah. What do you like? What is that? What is that analogy for? I guess precision. I don't know, sliding things or something. Sweeping.
It's a stupid sport, man. But I don't know. I guess it's like it's bowling on ice, right? Basically. But then you want it to stop at a certain target, right? There's like a circle or something.
Shuffleboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost. But you're not aiming for a goal. There's like a circle or something where you want it to stop, and the closer you are to it, the better. Something.
Or like
yeah, you can knock somebody else's out.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Shuffleboard do that in horseshoes. Do like a lead.
Yo, and girls that do curling, they're fucking hot, man. It's the weirdest shit.
I'll tell you
Like,
what,
you
all
check
the
out-
fucking.
Go ahead, bro. Okay. Yeah, you should just check out the Canadian and the Russian curling teams, like the women's teams.
Yo, all of the women's teams for everything are soon going to be replaced by all men. There's not going to be more. There's not going to be no more women's basketball. I mean, the title will be women's whatever, but it'll just be all men.
Dude, are you
really?
Are you fucking? Dude, he's doing it. He's plagiarizing everything I fucking say. He's like Scott Beach on steroids, dude. That's exactly what Scott Beach says to me.
Yeah.
You're plagiarizing my argument with fucking VD the other day, dude. You fucking asshole.
I didn't even hear that.
Yeah, what? You dick cheese. That's exactly what I was arguing. I was saying that because I always say, like, obviously they should make it to where it's just there's a sport where anyone can play.
Walking upstairs?
Huh?
Are you walking upstairs?
I was walking downstairs. But no, yeah, I was saying they should make the sports where there's a league that is anyone can be in this league, and they should have a league that are just for women who have a disadvantage because their bodies are different than men's. So if you're a transgender and you consider yourself a woman, no, they haven't.
They already did that, and they called the one for anyone. They call that the men's.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying though. But they let transgender compete in the women's, which totally it just negates the entire purpose of having that separation. So, anyways, that I said the exact same thing to VD. I told him because he said they should just leave it up to women if they decide they want to have transgender, or just let them be in their group. And I said, yeah, in 10 years, if they allow transgender to compete in women's sports, in 10 years, that WNBA is going to be all transgenders. It's not gonna be any fucking
5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years.
True.
All the women's 5 to 10 years. All the women's sports is going to be all men, and the women are out. I mean,
I don't think so though.
They fought for this. What do you mean, dude? We're already headed there.
Jeremy, I think you're breaking up, bro. I don't know.
No, Jeremy's 100% correct, man. It's inevitable. That's the reason why they separated. They're separated.
No,
you know what they were saying?
I think what's going to happen is in 10 years' time, we're going to have better regulation around these things. And because in 10 years' time, transgenders are going to be more ingrained into society, you're going to have people taking hormonal therapy a lot more before they hit puberty.
You're not gonna have. First of all, that doesn't matter because there's gonna be plenty of people who don't take that are still transgender
but they won't be allowed then because there's going to be regulations in place for you. They won't be allowed
but
to take part in it.
The regulations should just be simple. Like I said, there should be a league. Like I said this the other day, and I put Brummy as my example, but I was talking about the Special Olympics. The Special Olympics, they have the Olympics for everybody, even special people, and then they have the Olympics that only special people are allowed to compete in because they have a disadvantage. So, if you're gonna, and I said if like a transgender person, like they decide they're a woman and they're taking these hormones, I don't think that should qualify them. It'd be like if somebody, I use Brummy as my example. I was like, just because Brummy's only read 3 books in his life, like he's gonna go compete in the Special Olympics as a fucking boxer, and then I was like, where are you gonna draw the line? You know what I mean? So I think that the line should just be just women. Like, and I don't think there should be a debate about it. Like it's not like, well, who are the real women?
We already have that.
Just the women.
I hear you, bro, but that's not what's going to happen. Like, it's pretty obvious where the world is going. The world is going towards the inclusion of transgenders in everyday society, in all facets of life. Work.
Yeah, well, then what Jeremy and I suggested is going to come true then. The WNBA is going to be pure. Is going to be all transgender.
It won't though, because there'll be regulations put in place so that it won't be like the way transgenders are just able to. I can be 22. I've gone through more than 10 years of puberty, and then I just decide I'm a woman, and then I can take part in female weightlifting. No, it won't be like that. You're gonna have to. Your hormone levels, your bone density, your muscle density, all of these things will have to be regulated from a young age. If you want to transition, you're gonna have to start taking hormonal therapy before you hit puberty.
But that's even more. I mean, I think that's a whole nother issue, dude. That's a whole nother issue that roboting.
Is Jeremy? Yeah, Jeremy, you're breaking up, man.
You're roboting hardcore, dude. But he's probably agreeing with me right now, dude, because I don't even want to talk about that, dude, because I think I've underage. You think you sway Jeremy?
Yeah, it's like Jeremy, New York, bro.
Yeah, okay. I'm from New York City, dude. He's from upstate. Okay, you're not even from New York. You just live there.
Are you really from New York? Ain't you in Texas?
From the Bronx, man. Yeah, I live in Texas, but I'm from the Bronx.
Come on,
and you're from Brooklyn.
Elevator is
But yeah, I agree with you, Coach. It is fucked up. It is fucked up to put kids on hormonal therapy, but that's the world we are going towards.
No, it's not. No, I don't think that people are not gonna be okay with that, man.
Oh, trust me, bro. If kids are already getting COVID vaccines and all this other funny shit, kids are being,
I think that's child abuse, man. That's child abuse to.
They're being empowered, bro. You're gonna see all of these legal ages go down. Yeah, but it's headed towards that. Drinking age is going to go down. Age of consent is going to go down. We're going to reach a stage where kids are going to be able to make their own decisions,
bro. You got a funny idea of what? You think that drinking age is going to go down?
All of these things are going to come down because it's what's happening right now.
That's nice. The drinking age is not going down?
Not in our country, but in other countries, these things are happening.
Which countries?
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right. There is like in more liberal, like in Canada, like they have like weird. Yeah, you're right. There's weird laws like that. But in America, I don't know if we're gonna.
Yeah, not yet, but it's gonna happen in 10 years. You think we won't?
I think that I would not. I would be against that. I'm not against transgender, but I'm against. I'm against children, teenagers making decisions in their teens, and then you're not even allowed to get a tattoo as a teenager. Okay,
but they do.
So
I had 10
yeah,
years
I know they do, but I'm talking about regulations. Like
I hear you, but those regulations are going to go away because they're basically meaningless. Kids get pregnant in high school. They drink,
but
they smoke, they do all of these things. There's no point in still having these regulations.
yeah, but just because people do it illegally or do it, I mean, the policies haven't changed that allow them to do it. So
But
like,
they still do it, kosher.
yeah, but you're still gonna get statute. I mean, if you're 14 and you decide you want to have sex with a 22-year-old, it's not gonna change the fact that he's gonna get a statutory rape charge.
I hear you, but it still happens.
Yeah, exactly. It still happens, but the policy.
See people fighting for pedophiles to be part of the LGBTQ community. Like, this is where the world's going to. It's fucked up. I don't like it. I'm with you, Kosho. But that's the reality on the ground right now.
Well, I can understand that there's a that I see what you're saying, because I don't think it's going that way. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I listen, you goofball. They're already doing the thing you suggested where they make a league for just women. It's called fucking women's whatever. Women's basketball, women's fucking weightlift. There already are these leagues for just women. So I don't know why you would have another league. You're going to make a league for transgender and women and then another league for just women?
You doofus.
How many leagues is it going to be?
No, you dummy. It would be just the way it is right now, where there's a league that everybody can join. Women, transgender, men, everybody. And then there would be a league that is only for a certain people, like mentally retarded people, or women.
Have three.
It should be for everybody else. You should have the A league and the B league. Shitty men could be in the B league.
So we're gonna have that knocks women out of it, though. You can't if you have the shitty men are better than the shittiest men are better than the best women when it comes to sports.
Not true.
Like a high
that's
school,
not true, and that's what a B league would actually show you.
Let Jeremy finish. It is true.
Don, I'm gonna be lagging soon. Hold on, Don. The boys' high school soccer team beat the best women's soccer team in the world.
Exactly, the one who won the World Cup.
Men are just
no
better.
way.
Yeah, the American team won the World Cup.
And the and the high school boys beat them. I have a hard time.
Yes, that is true. That was well done
on a pickup game.
That is true.
Oh, on a pickup game. Oh my god.
Show me if it was a real game, it would be even worse, you know?
Well, that's a fair competition then. That's fair. Show me them dominating them. No, that's a fair B league scrimmage.
They dominated them. Dude, they dominated them.
Really destroyed them.
Yeah, it
they
was
dominated
bad.
them, Don. Men are better
That
than
is
women.
insane.
I don't know what kind of world you think this is. But
You want to hear something? You want to hear something that's a little bit insensitive, but I mean it's true, because I don't think it's fair to think of as women as special. Like we have Olympics, we have Special Olympics. I think that we should just have sports, and I don't think that we need to even have women's leagues. And that's just my opinion. I know that it's nice that there is one and they can compete, and like it's nice, but they're slower, so they're it's men and then women. But the truth is, the competition is the fastest runner, and so I mean I don't maybe just make it just one competition and just leave whoever is not as fast out, right? But that's just me.
I don't know about that, Kosha. Like you taking us back 100 years trying to do that.
Well, not really, because like I said, the alternative is basically, treating them like children or special people. Because we have regular sports, and then we have Little League, and we have regular sports, and then we have Special Olympics, and we have regular sports, and then we have the women's sports. You know what I mean? So it's like, I guess if they they want their own, so that they can have fun and that kind of thing. But I don't. If they were doing it just for fun, then I don't think we need to include it in the Olympics and stuff like that.
Fine, chromosomal based division only. Chromosome. That's it.
They're trans athletes.
But trust me, in 100 years
around.
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I would say that trans athletes have been around for a long time. They just were losing. So like the women's sports didn't care. As soon as they started winning, all of a sudden now they care.
No, but you know what somebody told me the other day about the swimmer or the runner? I forget if it was a runner or swimmer. I think it was a runner. But anyways, it was so they they were saying that for encouragement, like if you're Oh, okay, that's right. That's right. That's what they were saying. They were saying that the coach was, as the trans girl was running, and they were doing laps or whatever. And they ran past the coach again. The coach was encouraging them to slow down, to take it easy, because I guess they didn't want to make it look like they were beating them so badly.
I saw that.
Yeah, so
I saw
I'm
that.
like, holy shit, dude! Like that's ridiculous. It's not a sport anymore.
Yeah, I heard that
Really?
he said that because the person was maybe running too hard and was going to cramp up or something like that. Like the
Really?
counter to that. They're like, yeah, hey,
Oh,
take
like
it
yeah, but
easy.
yeah, obviously that's what they'd say.
Yeah, it's like you're sprinting. You got to you still have a lot of race left. Because sometimes
my
like
God.
racers on long distance running can get that tunnel vision where they're always running, trying to beat the person in front of them, and they just run out of steam at the end.
Okay, but be honest though. Do you think that even if this person, whoever this fucking runner was making mistakes like that, you think they were gonna lose?
Yeah, it looked sus. Definitely looked really sus. They had it in the bag. They were gonna win. Just like they just didn't want to crush.
But the thing is,
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying.
I was reading
Yeah,
some stat where
if
most
you're
of these transgender women
you're
get beaten by women
ever
because of the hormonal treatment that they're on. It's only one or two that will
Hold
dominate.
on, man. Can't hear you.
Jeremy, you're roboting.
you're
Jeez.
You sound like Cher, dude.
Jeremy, stop. Yeah, I mean, I would say as long as they're on hormonal therapy, there's no real advantage because it actually weakens them. It's the ones that aren't on like therapy or treatment that have
If
that
that's the
unfair advantage.
case, like, why don't we see the other way round? If you're pretty much the same soon after you start treatment, why do we not have this same discussion like, oh God, the trans men are smashing the real men at these sports? Right?
That's a good question, yeah.
Oh, look, they're dominating the knitting championship. Like it's just it's very weird postmodernism, I think, when we want to play a game where men and women are so identical we can't tell why they perform differently at sports, which, as we've said, is, oh God, little Kerbal, oh God, basically organized like a way to simulate combat. Wasn't that Kosho you were saying that?
Oh yeah, basically, yeah.
Like we're gonna
and also, like I said, you're looking. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Well, no, because I'm cutting out a little bit, but I was just saying also you're ultimately in a lot of these games, like the Olympics, a lot of these competitions, the competition is to see who's the best. Like who's the best, not who's the best in this gender. Because like I said, there's a children's league, Junior Olympics, and there's a Special Olympics. So it's almost like a little degrading to just give this special group to women, say. But anyway, yeah, I just think there's no purpose to have if you're going to separate them for that reason. There's no purpose to have transgender in there, and I don't think that's offensive to suggest at all. I think it's like it just makes the whole thing irrelevant if you're going to allow transgender in there.
Yeah,
but isn't the idea they want to be a part of women or men sports categories? They don't want their own separate one. I might be wrong.
That'd be strange. I think there should just be one. Actually, I think there should be competitions that, if it doesn't matter what gender you are or what kind of weird religion or what kind of person you are, there's a competition.
How do you make it fair though? Like if everyone is so different and whatnot.
You don't make it fair. Like what he's saying is essentially, we want to see who's the very best at it, and then we create subcategories. You dropped out for a bit. Sorry, I was trying to help.
Okay, so my bad. But yeah, exactly.
Maybe
go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe then at the end of the day, there's no way we can make it fair, and that's just like an illusion. We just gotta accept it. I don't know.
There's no like until you can leave a woman, you can leave a drunk woman staggering down in the street and feel like, she's fine. There is not going to be equality, right? I will leave a falling down drunk. I'll leave my mate. If he's falling down drunk, I'll be like, fuck you for getting so drunk, and I'll just leave him in the street. Not always, but like if he starts getting like really leery or won't get in the cab when I ask him to, I'll be like, fuck you then. You can wake up with a bruise, right? But I would never leave a woman like that. So what kind of equality can you hope to have where there are things that one gender can do that the other one just isn't able to do? Just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know that actually there's a tangential conversation that I've been saying for a long time. It's just we live in a very weird era where it's like a transition. I don't know if it's a transition or if it's just a. It's like women have the best of. They have the best of both worlds because we have like what he was just describing, like this chivalrous instinct of most people. We like women and children first, hold the door open for women, men, take care of the woman on a date or whatever it is. But at the same time, they're pushing for like equality in the same in almost the same exact regards. So it's like both they're given an advantage, and they're also seen as equals in sort of the same sports play, which I'm not against at all. I just think that it is a kind of a weird dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of it's a bit difficult for me to say because I think both of us feel like the other one gets the advantage, like they're so lucky because they get something. And I just don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's that accurate,
Right. Yeah. I see. Yeah.
Where I think the things that we feel we suffer, we don't feel that we don't see them in other people. We only see our suffering and their benefits. Because I don't know, I wouldn't. I'm pretty glad I was born a boy. Like, would you give it up for being a girl?
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't have done half of the cool things I got to do if I was a girl.
That's 100% true. But that's what I mean, though, is that's why it was a transitioning time, because that is almost not a thing anymore. That's more of a traditional sort of thing, like the business and some of the stuff that guys can get away with. But if girls all the same ways as those, all the same advantages that we have, plus they get their pretty great advantages. With like they can fucking go to any party they want to. They go on fucking private jets with fucking rich dudes just because they're chicks. You gotta be hot though.
Here's a different thing though. Don't you enjoy like getting to hang out and go and do awesome things without having to fuck people? Like,
yeah, it's true.
Like I get to go and do those things, but like it's only once I can go and do those cool things can I invite girls to go do them. But I'm glad that I can get to go do them without having to be like, I guess I'm gonna have to give somebody a hand job at the end of the night. They did take me out on their yacht,
Yeah, or suggesting I'm going to give them one.
What if they want to? Yeah. What if you're all about them hand jobs though? It's the best of both worlds.
That's true.
Yeah, but the dudes. I don't know if you know this, Don. That the dudes who are, we're talking about the Harvey Weinstein type of dudes, man.
I know. Right? It's a delicate world. What actually turns on a girl? It's very delicate. If we ever knew, we'd all be rulers. If we could figure it out.
Well, I wrote a short story.
You guys hear me now?
Nope.
Yeah, we can
hear me now.
I wrote a short story.
Why do you say yes, we can? Why do you say yes, we can? We can't hear you, man. We heard you, robot. Hardcore, dude. That's what we just heard. Like, yeah, we can hear you, man. Even though you sound like Cher.
Girls are weird. Story over.
No, I wrote a short story where a dude goes goes through like time dilation. He was like a test pilot, and he was a time dilation, and he went away. It was about 7 years or something, but it turned out to be like 80 years, and he got back to Earth, and it was only women. There was actually a war. I don't want to spoil the whole thing, but there was war.
Isn't that a comic book?
No, I mean, is it? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a comic book like that. I have it, man. Let me find it.
Yeah. But yeah. He finds out that so there's no men, but what they did is they put men's, so like the women who were there, they still kind of missed men somewhat, so they put like voice boxes in dogs, and they would have like pet dogs. Some of them would have pet dogs that were kind of like their male companion. There's a bunch of stuff in there, but the reason I had written that is because we also live in a time where women don't even really need men, to make humans anymore. Or you need sperm, sure, but women can basically do the whole thing. They're the most important part of the equation.
But couldn't we make like artificial
So anyway.
sacs and wombs and whatnot, and we just fertilize them?
Well, no, actually, in this story, there's like one or two select, like boys that pump out a bunch of sperm in some lab, and they're just like a little lucky ones, but all the rest are killed off, or were killed off.
Hey.
Yeah. I tagged you with the comic. It's called "Why the Last Man."
What makes sperm?
I'm not sure. Protein, right? Isn't it like mostly protein?
What?
I'm saying, what's the process of that? Do sperms divide and reproduce themselves? Do little proteins turn? What?
Isn't it protein and testosterone, right? That's what they made of.
What are you talking about? Sperms?
Listen.
Sperms,
What I'm saying is, men are making babies. Actually, we're making sperm babies.
No, we're not.
Where is it coming from?
From your
Sperm,
balls, bro.
they just have the genetic code. They have the male's genetic code. That's all they have. The women have all the important stuff.
I'm saying, where is a new sperm like right now? How is the new sperm started?
In your ball sack.
Proteins, hormones, and DNA, right?
So it becomes one all of a sudden. Just I'm gonna look it up because y'all obviously aren't. We don't know.
Yeah,
obviously.
I don't know. Yeah, but you guys know that apparently the systematic killing of men, boys, and males is called an androcide.
There you go.
I guess I was thinking theoretically, the sperm, once you had a nutsack or even some sperms, they could just keep making themselves, right? Like you don't need a dude. I don't know, man. Kosha, why you do this, bro? Why you fucking being
There aren't many free floating nut sacks around that you can tap for sperms. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, you need the brain, I'm gonna look it up. Fuck it.
Yeah.
If you wanted, you could milk a couple dudes, and you could make the entire population birth over and over again. So yeah, we can get rid of guys that way. Freeze it up and go. Why do you want to get rid of dudes?
No. Kosha was just talking about some show or something, and I was just referring.
Okay.
that I knew that had the similar idea, and in the comic book there was like an androcide, so all men died except for one guy and his pet monkey, and then they were just like roaming the world full of women. It was weird. I don't know if you guys are into comics. You should check it out. Why the Last Man? It's pretty good, and I think there's a show about it as well.
Get this. The birthplace of the sperm.
Cool.
Listen to this word. Listen to this word they gotta give us, bro. The semi-nefarious.
The what?
The sperm is semi-nefarious. Seminiferous.
What's that?
Semi-nefarious is good though.
Yeah, semi-nefarious. Get the fuck out of here. It's, I don't know. So they're round cells and then the chemicals hit them and they start fucking growing. I mean, it's weird. Why can't women do that? Why do they need, why they're so sweet. They want to share with us all the time. We just want to splash out. They just want to share. They want to bring us in, become one.
Why can't women do it?
Why can't they just make the baby on their own? We make the babies on our own. That's my point. We make on our own.
What?
We
do sperms. Sperm is.
So where are they going to get the extra genetic material that's not their own?
That's what I'm saying. We don't need the extra genetic material. It's not ours.
No, you actually need to mix the sperm and the egg together so that you can, and with family ties that are far enough apart so that you don't end up with a bamboo tree like a family tree.
Yes, sir. I mean,
family tree.
I would have to agree with you, but my point that I'm making is although, men can only produce tadpole reptilians or whatever they are, and we can't reproduce our own self, we can create creatures on our own. That's my point. And women,
they're not really creatures. They're not complete. They don't have a mechanism for eating, reproduction.
I feel you. But we may be speaking too soon. I mean, just a couple years ago when Don joined the Discord servers, remember how he enlightened everybody? And one of the first segments of "Are you smarter than a rocket scientist?" and let everybody know, sperm actually spiral their tails, and science had been wrong for decades and decades. And it's just we're on the brink of a new discovery. So maybe we'll find out that they do eat more. Like, how do we know? We don't know yet.
Well, you get a microscope, you look, you see they don't have a digestive tract, they don't have a mouth, they don't have a stomach. Well, I guess that's digestive tract. But so what are they going to eat?
Eating can be absorbing. Eating can just simply be absorbing from the chemicals around you. I mean, growth is what, just because you say eating, that doesn't mean they don't grow, or the reproduction is the main thing. But
I don't think they grow either.
Okay, sorry, Mike. Sorry. They are creatures, though. They are creatures, and men make them. Simple. That's my simple point.
Well, I guess it really depends on
It's not creatures.
I don't know.
No, I mean, that's what I guess. I guess the egg doesn't seem to be able to show any life on its own. You know what I mean? It doesn't move. It's like a shell in an oyster. It's like a pearl in an oyster.
I saw a paper or like a video, I think it was, that talked about that the sperm are attracted to the egg, that the egg sends out an active signal.
Dude, sperm are the shit, bro. Sperm are awesome.
Yeah, because I've always wondered, how does the sperm cell know where to go? How does it
doesn't.
It's in a foreign body. How does it know where the ovaries are?
I always assumed it was random.
An interesting fact. Sorry to jump in, Mark. And the fact is, you know how you've always had this romantic idea that the sperm swims towards the egg, and the first heroic sperm gets it?
Not true.
It's not true. The egg only has a very short life that it is live inside her belly, whereas your sperm can stay awake for like a week. Hers dies after like 2 days. So probabilistically, what's more likely happening is these sperm will swim to this area and then gather like a lake, and then this drop of egg plops into a lake of sperm, in which whichever one happens to be underneath it when it's there is the one that fertilizes the egg.
Yeah, I agree. Or which I've seen this. What was it? National Geographic? I don't remember, but the egg could be there, and then when the deep penetration and the orgasm happens, the female orgasm suctions the sperm up to put that lake around the already sitting egg.
Yeah, could be.
Well, being that many women don't have orgasms, that's not absolutely required for for birth.
Yeah.
For pregnancy.
I get you, but okay, you guys will be surprised if you look at the camera inside showing.
Oh, no, I've seen it. I've seen it. It's really cool. It's just it's not a requirement.
Yeah, you got to be there though. It got to be there. I mean, you ain't gonna get a baby playing around. I would think, in my opinion.
450 million little swimmers find that you're going in pseudo-random directions. I don't know what the odds are of actually meeting egg even in that condition.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying like it's got to get to the zone. You know what I mean? And like that front zone is blocked off from the inside zone a little bit.
But 450 million of the fuckers, yeah, that's a lot of chances.
Yeah.
Even with pure randomness.
So really, men don't need women. We can just start a race of amphibian little. We can teach them to breathe air.
Well, we've got the babies in the Ziploc bags. They've done a couple of sheep, as far as I know. So there's really nothing inherently different about a human than a sheep. So one would think you could grow a human in a Ziploc.
Oh, sweet.
No, you kind of need women. The ovum is still the problem. The ovum is a requirement for cloning.
Oh, that's just the DNA. It's not the actual something, just a shell. Oh, you just need the shell. You don't need the DNA. Is that what it is?
Right. You need the probably mitochondria and stuff like that, and any food stores that are in there to help with the initial process.
Oh, yummy. So I have a real life conspiracy situation. If y'all want to change topics.
Yeah, go for it.
It does involve the medical industry.
Yikes. Maybe not then.
Be careful.
No, not the new topic. Not the new topic.
Okay.
But I have a situation, and then I have a friend that goes to the medical facility for a treatment, but it seems like they're just placed like a cookie cut out with a cookie cutter placed in a cogwheel of cookie spinners, and all the staff is kind of just on some standard operating procedure. You know, yeah, this is like standard. Okay, we're doing it. It seems average. Okay, we're going to keep you on this. We're going to pass you off, keep you on this. Basically, I know somebody who has had cancer, and they go for treatment, and they're selling them, they're taxing the Medicaid or however they pay for this treatment, tens of thousands of dollars. They went once a month, every 4 weeks, then without even describing any observational, changes in the body, not any specific things. They just said, you know what, after a year, they were like, okay, well, let's go every 3 weeks. Kind of with that fear factor of like, let's be extra safe. But there was never any like scientifical discussion of, look, this is why we think you need to be safer. We see this growth. We see this. It was just, let's increase your treatment 25%, and make, 25% more money this year, an extra $100,000 or whatever. And so sure, that's, you're skeptical, you have trauma and you're sensitive and you think, you want to, whatever. I get that. So that's been the normal for a couple of years. But now recently, for whatever reason, the treatment has been skipped for months and months and months. Right. And the doctors don't seem interested to look at the data after, skipping months and say, okay, look, do we see any situations? Maybe we should keep you off of it and see if you're okay. Is that something that I should be like, hey, this is over my I shouldn't even worry about it and I should trust the doctors? Or should I be like, hey, friend, you should really press these doctors and be like, look, are you guys paying attention to me? I've been interested in getting off this. I've skipped it for whatever reason for months and months. Isn't that something that should be pressed? Does anybody think that it's worth pressing the doctor and say, hey, are you guys treating me like a cookie cutter, or are you really, paying attention to me? You know what I mean?
Have they not been taking the treatment for the last few months? Do you say that, Don?
Correct.
Right. And has it got worse, got better, or stayed the same?
So I'm guessing guessing stayed the same. I've heard information like they've went and got the standard tests every month. They've gotten the heart checkup, they've gotten the CAT scan, but CAT scan doesn't see as tiny as some of the other stuff, I guess. But they drink the fluid that's supposed to stick to the cancer, I think, and then the CAT scan's supposed to see it, right? Or something like that. And that's what I mean. They're doing the scan and there's not really a discussion. It just seems like, you get what I'm saying? Like, how are we sure that they're actually critically, paying attention to the situation? And not just like, dude, you know how much money they're getting paid? Like, do you know how much they bill?
Yeah. It's insane.
For a bag of powder, it's $30,000 for a bag of powder.
Is it worthwhile getting a second opinion?
I mean, we're talking about the best cancer facility in the nation type of shit already, you know what I mean? And it's like that's another thing that worries me is like, how do you go up against the best? Like, but again, the best, when the biggest and the best, that's usually when stuff like this happens. Stuff gets more compartmentalized. People get treated with less and less care the bigger an organization is. Generally, sometimes, let's just say, that could happen. And but at the same time, it's like they're the best. So it's just a hard spot to be in, man. You know what I mean?
Is the person concerned themselves at all with anything? Or
so
just you?
I can see it here. No, I can see they want both. I can see they want both. I can see, of course, they'd want to be like, hey, I'm healthy. Let me stop getting a treatment. But at the same time, they have that fear in them of, the doc, for whatever reason, I'm not blaming the doctor or the industry or whatever, but they got the fear in them of like, oh, well, this whatever shit, it's not whatever. I don't even know if this medicine is harmful, but it's the Septin Perjeta or whatever. So I'm like, they're scared that if they don't have that it's going to be, growth in them.
Well, it's fair enough, but it seems strange that they've got this growth in them that's a particular size, and that the treatment they've had hasn't shrunk it, hasn't increased it. It's kind of just stayed the same from what I can hear.
I think they said it's like gone. That's the thing is like all these other people I know, they're a little bit older when they quote unquote beat it. They'd be like 50. I don't know. And then this person started young, and it was very abnormal that they were even a case, according to the doctor. Then when there was like surgery, there was some body material that the surgeon said they've never really seen it like that before. And that's another thing is I'm going, okay, you have two outliers. You have the young age, which is like less than 1%. Then you have this quote from the surgeon who's done hundreds, never seen before this, what was said to be this clumping of lymph nodes, right? And I'm just thinking like, Jesus, like, don't you want to like, is this going to be, you need to write a medical paper on this or something like, hey, young ladies, check and see if you have these lymph node situations because it might be a sign of something that, you know what I mean? It's just totally ignored. Like, why am I the one thinking like this? Like,
no, it seems like if they've never seen it before, it'd be something that they'd want to keep an eye on. and study a bit further.
Yeah.
That seems like a natural thing to do, but you don't want to obviously instill fear on your friend either. But
right.
But like I said, getting a second opinion, a second diagnosis, even though they're going to the best place at the moment, doesn't mean that the second best place doesn't have a new set of eyes that can look at things slightly differently and might be able to give us a slightly different take on things. They may concur with the
Yes, sir.
original diagnosis, but when you're talking about your life, I suppose you want to get as many opinions as possible. Really, at the end of the day, like if this person's got fear that this thing could be terminal and whatnot, you'd want to be investigating all avenues. I would think, and not just leave it to chance. Really,
Well, it's like I don't want to be rude. What the second opinion, of course, but then it's like, how do you? Know that the second opinion isn't the quackery. You got to read the confidence. But I guess what I'd like a little opinion on is what's a polite way to press for the first opinion, basically. I guess what I'm saying is I don't know if we're getting this main first place to disclose their opinion. It seems like they're just like running through the motions and they don't even really have an opinion, and how like, hey guys, you got to be more specific. I need to know your real opinion here.
See, how I imagine it works, Don, and I don't really know because obviously that's not my field. It's not your field either. But you get your patient coming in, you do these tests, and you get these results. It's something you haven't seen before. And it's kind of like a house situation, right? You get all the doctors in a room and they discuss a particular case and they all try and nut out, the case, from all different, aspects. That's kind of how I'm picturing it. It's probably not just one doctor on their own per se, just going over it. Especially if it's something that's never been seen before. If something's never been seen before, that doctor would be going to his colleagues, going, "Hey, have you ever seen this before? What do you think of this? What do you think of that?" I would imagine that would already happen. I don't want to, you don't want to think of doctors in any other way than them trying to do
You're
their
right.
best.
But in this specific situation, it was more like they're like, hey, there's a growth. We've seen this type of growth. Let's handle this growth. Then when the surgery happened, when the surgeon was in there, they saw not the growth that they've never seen before, but like some lymph nodes inside the I've never seen a person with, no knuckles. Okay, well, 1 in a million has the same thing. Like they'd never seen a person with these, whatever it was called, like intertwined lymph nodes or whatever. And apparently that wasn't caused by the disease. It was genetic. It was already like that. But the doctor meeting has already been determined. Hey, we're going to do this treatment, boom, boom, boom. The meeting, like you said, then the surgeon goes in there, sees the mess, cuts the shit out. They just throw that shit in the trash. I don't think she's going back to the round table again and going, oh yeah, by the way, I saw some funny lymph nodes in there when I was cutting out the cancer. You know what I mean? I don't think they would do that. Also, maybe they did, but I don't think they did. Also, like, how do I get them to say, like, hey, you should see, can you get the doctors back in the round table together to revisit this? Like, I have a feeling they don't do that. They don't get back.
That's up to the patient to ask the doctor, like, have you done this? Have you done that? Explain to me the process of which you've come to this diagnosis and this treatment. I want to know exactly. And then when you hear exactly what they've done, it's your right as a patient to say, well, can you do this and can you do that for me? Is that possible too? Like, you do have these rights as a patient to speak up. The worst they can say is no, Don. And if they say no, well, then you take it somewhere else if you've got concerns, I would imagine. But as a patient, you should be pressing your doctor for as much information as possible, where they've got their information, what colleagues have they spoken to, and stuff. You know,
and I imagine doctors, they're not nefarious. It's not like they're like, oh no, we want to keep her in this building so that we can keep getting this money. I'm sure they'd be happy to kill somebody. Send them away. But me being an outside person and being of my conspiratorial mindset type of thing, wanting to attack, you know, how I am, like, I know that I'd be an uncomfortable motherfucker in this situation. But at the same time, my friend is very passive. And I know there's no way they're going to press for this information on their own. There's just no, you know,
well, this your friend is entitled to take an advocate in with them when they go see the doctor. Right? If this person doesn't feel like they've got the confidence to ask any particular question, they do have the ability to take an advocate in with them, listen to what is being said, and say, look, you know, we've spoken, you know, privately between ourselves, and these are some questions that we would like to ask, and can you give us the answer? So yeah, there are ways around this, Don. Like, you know, whether it's yourself or one of your friends' other friends, take them along. You know, encourage your friend to take someone else along, and be an advocate on their behalf.
Okay, so that's what's up. So I could okay. So try just
definitely, yeah, definitely. You can take in an advocate. You can take in whoever you want at the end of the day, really. But you know, if you've spoken to your friend and your friend is on the same page as what you are in regards to the unanswered questions, but they don't know how to go about asking the questions to the doctors and whatnot. You know,
sorry, Benny.
Take someone along with you, and then that advocate can speak on their behalf, but with that advocate in the room too, might give your friend the confidence also to find a voice in that same meeting and ask questions as well.
Right. I think the most thank you, sir. Does this resonate with anybody? The most suspicious thing with me right now with the current timeline is they've missed 5 treatments, basically 4 months every 3 weeks is about 5, probably, right? So, or 6. So what's interesting to me though is the nonchalantness from the organization. To me, it should either be extreme in one direction or the other. Either you need to hurry up. Where you been? It's been 5 trees. You need to hurry up. It's danger. It's danger. Hurry up and get in here. Or, hey, well, you've skipped for 4 months. Let's take some time. Let's do some more tests. Let's look and see now that you skipped. Maybe this is a time to take a break. I feel like it should have been one direction or another. It's just so soft and nonchalant. Like, oh, well, maybe we can fit you in next time or reschedule. You know what I mean? Like, if it's all chill and reschedule, well, why even go do it?
Look, instead of trying to read a conspiracy into it,
that's what I think is the worst idea.
Yeah, I think that's the wrong avenue to go down, as well. And also, too, in the medical field, Don, things are prioritized. All right, and sometimes, unfortunately, if you might have need A, but then someone comes in with need B that is a little more needy than what you are, so you get pushed to, you know, need C or whatever the case may be. So, you know, these things, you just get shuffled around at times, you know, because of just because of the availability of some things. But instead of
loads of reasons, right?
No, there's heaps. But instead of trying to read anything into it, be proactive and get your friend to make a phone call, arrange an appointment, right? Because that's their right to do it, right? And like I said, take an advocate along, to support your friend. If nothing else, to have, you know, an advocate in the room, and just having that advocate in the room may give your friend, you know, the confidence to find a voice. And if you think that they've missed anything, you know, with their permission, then, you know, you or someone else can speak up on their behalf. But try and go about it that way instead of trying to maybe read too much into it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no evidence that there's like a designed conspiracy of like, hey, we need to put all the motivations in place to, hypnotize our doctors into selling medicine. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, it wouldn't be the doctors or the nurses that are nefarious, and it's more of like just it's just it's like maybe the system is just broken where it's just too much cookie cutterness.
What are you basing this on, man? Like, how do you know what cancer treatment is normally like? I've just spent an age working with a company that does cancer treatment. I do workshops for them. There's different kinds of cancers that happen to different kinds of people with different underlying causes. They respond differently to the drugs and treatment. It's absolutely going to be the case that sometimes this appointment gets missed because they're feeling too weak, and they can catch it up when I'm going to see you next week because you're in for your chemo anyway, and I'm going to be in the clinic that day. Like, I don't think you don't sound like you are sharing like truth bombs about how cancer should be treated. It sounds like what you're saying is it's just kind of weird. The vibe seems a bit weird.
Also, though, but you're right. I'm saying it's weird, but I'm also giving you specifics of, for example, if it was that serious, right? Like, why not give urgency to the patient and let them know you can't miss it? Also, I'd like to give you this truth bomb. When it first started, when it was just looked at, the first, oh, you got a stage 4 situation. Before any treatment was started and looked at any response, it was say, you're going to be on some, they told them you will be on something for the rest of your life. They knew that just looking, just it's like, okay, wow, that's interesting.
That might be the case for some conditions. Like if you, I can just suspect, not being a doctor, that there are probably some conditions where they're like, well, this has attacked so much of your whatever, spleen, liver, kidneys, fuck knows what.
Right.
You're going to need drugs to make that insulin or prop up that this or whatever it might be. That might be the case. There are many people alive right now who would have just died if we didn't have things like insulin to give them. That's what used to be the thing. If you didn't manage your blood sugar, you just died.
It just seems like it's only been around, like these radioactive therapies, they're only 100 years old or so. So that's only like a generation, not a generation, but one lifespan. So it's like, it's interesting to just think like, how do they know people need to be on it forever? It's not even, people haven't even.
Maybe they were being, I mean, did they say exactly just those words? Did they say maybe you'll be on it forever? What exact wording did they use?
It was a fearful, like, oh wow, you are going to be.
I'm saying, man, it sounds like you're just saying the vibe seemed fearful. If you had the only way to really tell this, what is it you do for a living?
Me?
I forget. Yeah. What is it you know well?
I'm a entertainment person.
That's right. Okay. So what about if I started talking to you about setting up speaker stacks and arguing with you about the price for like putting on an event? Because I'm like, oh, I know I can borrow those kind of speakers from the shop, right? And I start arguing with the price. But you immediately, upon talking to me, started to get the sense that I got the vibe that the price was wrong. I wasn't able to say how much it costs for road cases or how expensive DJ equipment is or what is involved in insurance or any of that. I just sort of went, oh, no, you seem like too expensive as a DJ. Would you consider that to be a valid criticism? Or would you go, no, I want you to tell me which decks are you talking about? Because 808s are very expensive, but nobody uses those anymore. I don't know what 808s are. I'm making shit up. But like, if you had the knowledge, then you would be offering a knowledgeable critique. I'm really scared for you because it sounds like you're applying conspiracy thinking to some people that are trying to just make somebody get healthier.
First of all, I totally put my bias on the table. I am applying conspiracy thinking. I understand that that's a tiny percentage of it, right? But I'm using that tool to crack the door open to even question it. Now, once I'm in there, what I'm trying to tell you, writing is there doesn't seem to have been, I say, hey, what happened last time you talked to them about changing it? Because they changed it after 2 years. They gave a different chemical or something, or talked to them about getting off. I said, oh, did you talk to them about, are they going to look at stopping it? It's like, they tell them like, oh, well, we're going to just keep getting our scans, doing the normal scans, but no data is communicated to the patient. That's kind of the thing I'm saying. It's like, there's no communication of, okay, look, well, this hasn't disappeared yet, so we have to keep you on it. Or, and dude, I appreciate your feedback, writing. I do. I really do. And I don't want to sound like that's why I'm trying to get some feedback. How can I approach this entity without coming off like that? You get what I'm saying?
So I would say just like ask them questions, but ask them in an open way. So go like, okay, so how important are meetings? And you missed one the other week, and like, just I would take the expectation or the sort of suspicion that they are like in the pay of big pharma out of the conversation by using clean language, and just ask questions and seek to understand, like, what's the kind of, like, what are some good questions we could all think to ask? Like, what kind of cancer is it? What parts of the body does it affect? What are the available different treatment options? What's the ones you're going for, and why did you pick those over other ones?
Okay.
Are there drug interactions I should be worried about? Like, if you've got like big questions like that, you can ask. A lot of that stuff might start to become clearer, and you might know what to look for. Now, if it does turn out that he's just in it for the profit or something, that would probably also be the best method to interrogate that.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate
that.
And the analogy is more like, hey, like the chocolate chip cookie factory, and it's just pumping out cookies every day, you know, but slowly the world really stops eating chocolate chip cookies. Nobody likes them anymore. And my analogy is like, the factory may not be paying attention to the fact that the world isn't eating chocolate chip cookies anymore, but they're still pumping them out because that's what they know how to do. You get what I'm saying? That's probably the closest analogy I can give to my suspicions. I'm not thinking they're a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy like we need to make cookies and hypnotize people with them, or we don't care that they're not eating them. We're still going to shove them down their throats. It's not really that. It's more like, hey, they know how to make cookies. They're just making cookies, you know?
The only way you can alleviate your concerns is by arming yourself with more information. And the only place you're going to get that information is from the doctors, you know, themselves.
Well, I'm going to be an advocate. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
That's the best way to go about it.
There's also ways you can get onto farms that have gone through your situation with the exact cancer and see what path they took, because many people are taking alternative paths because they are tired of the, you know, I feel like I'm being pushed on this. It's not really going to, you know, cure it. It's just going to prolong, and, you know, he's going to have to be on all these medications, which come with complications. And, you know, I see the writing on the wall. I don't want to go that route. You know, there's alternative ways. The doctors may know of them or may not. Most of the time, they're just so focused on what they're doing, and they think they're doing the right thing. That's why it's not a conspiracy. They actually do think they're doing the right thing. And in many cases, you know, unbelievable, you know, they are doing the right thing. They're saving many people, but, you know, they don't often look into alternatives that might be the best for your situation. They're just going with that generic thing that they've been taught to push. And believe you me, I don't care what anybody says. They're being taught to push certain things and given incentives to push certain things over other alternative reasons, and they're going with the profit. Why wouldn't they? I mean, they're in it to make profit, and they do think they're doing the right thing by doing that. But, you know, they have biases too. You know, they're human. So it's up to you, you know, to research and to do your due diligence, not just to blindly trust, you know, the medical profession, because it's flawed. You know, most doctors will tell you that. We liked asking doctors a lot, you know, what would you do if this was your mom or your dad? You know, would you be here right now, or would you be in Mexico? You know, you know what I'm saying? Where some of these drugs aren't allowed in the U.S., they're allowed in other places, and the doctors may know that they're better. They just can't sell them here, you know. So you just have to be aware, you know, that. But with the internet, you can really talk to people, face to face. You can do FaceTimes with these groups. You can, we did this with my dad, and a story that I tell, and I hate to say it this way, but it's been some time now, so I'm more open about it. There was a point where my dad, he went through chemo, and he was on all types of drugs, and he was just on his deathbed basically, and he asked me and my wife, we were medical, what do you call it, power of attorney with his medicine, medical power of attorney. And he asked us, look, I'm dying, I feel it, I know it, how long do I have? And my wife, as a registered nurse, just kind of was honest with him, and she had talked to the doctors and said, look, a week or so, you're on hospice. The reality is you're on hospice and on this much medicine, bedridden, can't feed yourself, blah, blah, blah. A week or two, your body's just going to shut down. He says, well, what can we do? And my wife and I, being of faith, we pray, we put worship music on, and we can take you off of every medicine you're on, right? And let's just see what happens. I mean, we're kind of playing around, in one instance, but your body is having to work so hard to break down all these medications. Maybe if we relax that, your body might respond, and it's really dangerous, right? To take someone off cold turkey. We knew that going in, but what did we have to lose? And that's kind of where he was. We took him off, and within 3 weeks, he was visiting friends, feeding himself, walking around, having good, using the bathroom, bowel movements, driving a golf cart, blah, blah, blah. And only when I call her my step monster now, my stepmother, because we think she was motivated by the money that she was fixing to inherit, went and took him one day without us knowing, which is unheard of, to the attorney, got herself put as medical power of attorney, and that very day put him back on every medication he was ever on and more, and he died 2 weeks later.
God, boy. Sir,
Sorry to hear that, Rocky. Sorry to hear
No, I mean that's just life is full of death, right? You have to live it. It's short. I always say that. I'm not in mourning over my dad's death. I'm just trying to use it to tell people, your body, every time it has to break down a medicine, is not doing something else. So would he have lived more than 2 weeks not being on the medicine? I can't answer that, but it sure seems so, right? I mean, he was he was on the uphill climb instead of the downhill, and as soon as she put him back on all those medicines, he went off the cliff. And maybe it was just the trauma of being off for a couple months and then getting right back on. Which
how could the practitioner or whoever, excuse my term, but how could the doctor see that he was on an uphill climb and let him go back on?
I can't answer that, brother. When she took over, when she took over power of attorney, we had no control, right?
Right, you cut out.
And then once we were cut out of the loop, which you got to understand, we were a daily presence. Me and my dad had a great relationship, so we were there 24/7, feeding him, dealing with him. And then once we were taken out of the loop, she put him on all this medicine again, and he just was brainwashed after that. He didn't know who he was. He didn't know what to say or what to do. He didn't even remember that he had gotten better. You understand what I'm saying? That's how powerful these drugs are. Now, I had paid for an alternative treatment, put a deposit down. I think it was like $80,000. We put $30,000 down. The treatment was out of country. It was more of good health type thing. Positive mind control, vitamin, nutrient, food based, spiritual type treatment rather than chemo. And the people that we had talked to, on these forums and met several of them personally that were from the United States that did this treatment themselves, not family members, totally recommended it because we match so similarly. Like you know what I'm saying? It's not for everyone, right? But because my dad's cancer matched so similar to their situation, we thought.
You're cutting out right here.
Yeah, I took a phone call, but he chose not to do that. I mean, he made that decision even after we had prepared and made plans and paid for it and all that, which was his choice. You know, we always gave him the choice. He chose chemo, and then he went down that road for 2 years. I hope that helps.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Quick anecdote. I think abuse of 5-hour energies, like 2, 3, 4, 5 a day for a year. I think that caused cancer, my friend. Just guessing. Be careful.
Sugar.
Don't abuse vitamins, sugar, whatever. Don't take more than excess of anything, really.
The one thing when I stopped eating sugar is a friend too who went in for a cancer screening after her cancer was cleared, and what they did was they had her ingest this solution which they called like a peptide or whatever, and then she asked, "What is it?" "Oh, it's just basically sugar." It's like, well, why would I eat sugar? Like for you to find cancer? Yeah, because cancer uses sugar to grow. And it was like, holy crap, mind blown. You know, it's like, how come they're not telling people this? That sugar increases so what they do is they take a scan of her body, then she ingests a large amount of sugar, take a scan again, and the cancer cells will be brand new, therefore a little bit less dense under the MRI.
I'm not going to say that they don't use sugar, but they do seem to use protein and sugar and vitamins and everything necessary for life. Is sugar the exclusive food of cancer cells in your mind?
Sir?
It just seems like cancer cells use all the foods that we eat.
Yeah, but sugar in particular.
Yeah, it thrives on sugar.
Yeah, I'll find a source for you. I remember I read it. It says like why cancer uses sugar. Let me see if I had it saved somewhere.
I mean, sugar in and of itself without proteins is going to be about useless, isn't it? Sugar is just an energy source. Now, do you want to take away a free energy source for the cancer? Sure.
Look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it dark in here. Yeah, I watch Russell Brand a lot more now, and there's been some mainstream articles finding that there's plenty of medical professionals who said that there's like over fear mongering of the new thing. Anybody, and I don't want to get on that if we don't want to, but I just ask anybody been watching Russell Brand, and do y'all think he's pretty legit?
He's got a really cool channel. Russell.
Yeah, I watch him sometimes. He's pretty interesting. I just feel I just don't trust him. I don't trust him, you know?
I feel that.
Trust him.
I agree with what he says, but I don't trust him. I don't know what his agenda is. I don't believe that he really wants to free us and this, that, and the third, and he's opposed to the powers that be. Like, this guy's Hollywood, you know? He's been in movies, blockbusters. Like, I don't trust.
He's sure got a real believable. He's got a believable story of this. Fuck you. I'll do it on my. Like I won't bow down. He's got a real appearance of this.
Doesn't he make movies? I mean, he has a successful YouTube channel. He's like a Joe Rogan, Alex Jones. You know.
I know you're right. You're right.
His claim to fame is being a comedian first. That's where he started, and that moved on to the movie field, and and he's done public speaking and all these kind of bits and pieces. And sorry,
do you trust him, Don?
There's truth in everyone. Yeah, they have a free thinking mind and usually a high IQ because, it's I don't know why comedians usually are really intelligent, but they're usually going against. They're around it, they hear it, they speak it, so then they end up going against. But just be careful because a lot of these medications, a lot of these theories are based on the masses, right? We're individuals, and what works for you might not work for me, but they're just trying to do what's right for the masses. So just be aware.
Like, how do you know, Don, that you can trust this Russell Brand guy? You being a conspiracy theorist and a skeptic, like, how do you know?
Listen, what I'm saying is I could see, like, me, if I was to do my fullest energy of, like, giving my opinions to the world, it would look like what he's doing. And also, like, there's the people like Dave Chappelle, they walk away like for 50 million. Like, these people can be rebels and say, fuck your system, fuck you, And
maybe that was planned, because I think if Dave Chappelle walked away from 50 million, his career should have been over. They would have canceled him, but they let him back. He's got deals with Netflix. He's the most powerful comedian in the world. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But if you listen to most of his shows, he'll sit down and talk after the show to the audience and just talk real life. The government is doing this. This group is doing this. I think this way you don't have to. Screw you. Like he's a real person.
Plus,
I think people. Yeah.
Russell's messages are, they are attacking, and they're using. It's usually when it's like, when the government investigates itself and actually tells on itself, he seems to be finding those type of reports. So he just seems to be an emissary to me. I don't know, man. He could be a fucking a shit starter. Who knows? The fuck.
Yeah, but I'm just curious as to how you guys feel it's safe to trust this guy, even though he's cut from the same cloth as Hollywood.
Because he doesn't say anything, is what I'm saying. He just reports. And what I was trying to ask you, the room even, is, do you think these reports that he's finding are like cherry picked little things, or they're actually like the hard hitting, man? You know what I mean? Like, it seems like whenever it goes, it's this flippy floppy fucking type of nature of the lemmings. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think from memory, Don, I think all the stuff that he talks about, doesn't he put links for everything in his YouTube videos?
Yeah, he's just a reporter. He's not.
Yeah, but everything that he talks about, you can actually fact check for yourself. Like, you don't have to go to take his word for it.
Yeah. No, definitely. Most of the things he talks about are legitimate. Like there was an episode he had where he was showing that these fact checkers, the people that fact check the C thing, they are sponsored and promoted by the companies that make the V thing.
The V thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and that blew my mind. That Pfizer and whatnot, they back these non-profit organizations that do all of the fact checking. It blew my mind, But cool. I agree with the message. It's just the person putting out the message is what makes me a bit uneasy,
Well, it depends. Like, these surveys and stuff that are conducted that have a particular message behind them, who have they been funded by, and what message do they want to get out? Nate, right? Do they have an ulterior motive behind it? Because a lot of these surveys and stuff that are actually conducted are funded by someone as well.
No, definitely, yeah. Like, a survey won't happen unless someone funds it, and if someone funds a survey, it means they have a vested interest in it or some sort of interest in the outcome of what this survey says. So yeah, definitely, I agree with you, Bansaw. It's just I have no issue with the information Russell Brand shares with us.
No.
It's Russell Brand himself that I don't trust, because this guy's Hollywood,
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, that's one of our big things too. isn't it? Like, you know, in these realms, you know, where's the information coming from? Oh, you can't trust this person because, well, you know, that person with the 24-hour sun, you know, he's linked to Disney, he's linked to this person, he's linked to that person. Oh, we can't trust him.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
exactly the same sort of Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying, mate.
He comes off like a traveling caravan, though, the way he promotes his little shows and shit that's coming up next. I mean, I don't think he's going back to Hollywood no time soon, man.
Time will tell, man. Time will tell.
I don't think he needs to. I think
Yeah, he's doing pretty well off of YouTube. He's got like 6 million subscribers. Like he's doing
is that
just
all?
fine.
Is that all? I thought it would have been a lot bigger.
Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it?
Well, I would have thought someone with his name probably would have had a few more. Like, I'm not saying it's not a lot of. I'm not saying it's not a lot of subs at all, Nate. But I would have thought someone with his presence would have had, you know, a few more.
I guess people get put off by the fact that he's a comedian talking about conspiracy theories. You know, if he was a comedian talking about comedy, I think he would have a lot more.
Yeah, perhaps.
George
And I don't know. I
Carlin.
just feel like he references Joe Rogan so much, and I don't know.
Oh, Joe the Toe Rogan.
Yeah, like he's always talking about my friend Joe Rogan, and like, come on, man.
I used to follow him years ago, Joe Rogan. Years ago, I'm talking 8 or 9 years ago. And then I don't know what it was about him, but it just went weird. He's had some brilliant interviews though, absolutely brilliant, and they go for 2.5, 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
So what if you've got somebody who is upfront, right? And they say it's all about comedy. It's just political, social satire to get people to think about the issues by being overboard and calling everything conspiracy. So people start waking up that there is conspiracy, that being a conspiracy theorist is a healthy, normal thing, skeptical of your government. At the same time, they say, well, conspiracies for the other person they're talking to said that, well, conspiracies are just entertainment. They like to laugh at stupid people presenting stupid ideas. Like, how would you thread that needle between which group is being honest and which group is just basically using the internet for their own purpose, not for not to help other people?
Yeah, he is. Go ahead, Ben.
I was just going to say, I think that the best comedy is based on reality. Really, it's cutting edge. When they point the finger at the system or people, that's where the real comedy is. And comedians for forever and a day, well, the good ones in particular, that's where they're getting their material from reality. Picking out the irony of it, picking out the hypocrisy of what's right in front of your face, but putting it in a comedic type of fashion, and it does get you to think. Even if it is cringy, good comedy will get you to think.
Yeah, they definitely be breaking the barrier of uncomfortableness and truth. What could be some ulterior motives? I mean, this guy is definitely, at least Russell Brandy's promoting this. Hey, alternate thinkers, conspiracy thinkers, like rebels, basically rebels, come here, gather here. Maybe it's trying to do to, keep your enemies close, like, consolidate everybody, get a head count of how many rebels there are. Maybe he's doing that. He's like a little sheep herder, you know what I mean? But who knows? He seems to be using, to me, what I think is like the real shit. What he is, all it's just conflict, and it's like we allow the fucking corruption. That's basically shit. The corruption is seen, the corruption keeps getting exposed, and nothing happens. Like, what are we gonna keep talking? Like, what's the point together if we're just looking at it? Like, I don't know.
You have to take control of your own life. Like if you don't like something, you have to speak out and tell other, speak your opinion no matter what the cost at some point. Like, you can't be scared or prideful. You have to be honest and truthful. And if something don't sit right with you, you got to tell people and see if they feel the same way. Many times they do. People don't talk about things because they've been told not to talk about it. I usually do the opposite of what the public or the media or government is telling you, and you'll be a little bit surprised on how many other people are wanting to discuss these topics.
Yeah, be true to yourself.
Exactly.
First. Have the first truth be you. You be the first truth. Simply put, you do you.
Yep. And let people know that. I'm not trying to force it on you. I'm just being me, man.
Right.
Because if someone's trying to fit into some sort of box that they think society is forcing them to be, they're already lost because they're not even speaking from their own truth anymore.
You would be shocked to know how much grief I took from family and friends when I told them 24 years ago I wasn't sending my kids to public school or private school. I was going to homeschool. It was so amazing to hear and see people that have come to you for everything, all the advice in the world, financial, marriage, whatever, business. And then once you tell them, hey, I'm going to homeschool my kids, you're an idiot, right? It's the same thing we deal with all these other topics that go against the mainstream.
Yeah, same with Flat Earth. What's crazy is like, okay, I understand corruption. I understand consistencies of truth and cooperation. I feel some type of way about, maybe this little thing's abusive in the world. This law isn't right. Everybody should be able to smoke weed if they want or whatever. But I don't scream and fight about it. And I don't want to tell people all day, every day. But it's like when Flat Earth came out, I did. Was it because it's so crazy, so extreme? Is it more scary, the thing? We want to talk about it more? Like, what? That was so interesting to me. Maybe it's just because it was goofy, I don't know.
I guess you're being so different. Like, it does give you a sense of I know something someone else doesn't, or even if it's not true, it's cool to talk about or whatever. But when you really get into it, you can kind of see the process of how you were. It just goes along with everything else, man. The same group of people that are teaching you all these other things that really aren't, truth based or individually based, are telling you the this and this. And when you really look into it, hey, maybe NASA did fake this. Capricorn 1 is true. Is it a coincidence that the football player, the running back, was in Capricorn 1 and it was on the anniversary, of his wife's death? Wow. Like, really?
And
you just never know.
Yeah, dude, that is crazy. Yeah, these numbers are crazy. I think let me share this. I think the being compelled to talk about the shape might be because it seems winnable. It seems like at the end of the day, it is going to be objective. It can be measured. You know what I mean? Like it should be a winnable argument. Everybody should agree. Whereas some of these other things, like, should we take the V or not? Their opinion. Should everybody smoke weed or not? It's like we really know you should let people be free. But like there's opinions on both sides. Like it's not as objective, and it's not, so maybe people think they're gonna smarten you up real quick. We're gonna smarten up some flat earther. Or this flat earther gonna smarten up this glober real quick,
Well, it's a physical shape. I mean, it's something that should be easily measured. The funny thing that I tell everyone is the same tools that you use to prove that it's a sphere, right, or you measure vertical change from a horizontal baseline, are the same tools that I tell you that water doesn't curve. The same exact process. Why can't people see that? And it's not like it's $1 million to do this. You can go rent one for $40. Doesn't take a huge amount of intelligence to learn how to set it up and use it properly. to the degree that you need to. The same exact tools that are giving you the vertical change from a mean sea level will tell you if that water is curving or not. It's amazing to me. I mean, that's how much mind control has gone on, I think. I mean, it's an everyday onslaught. Just look around you, man. Every time you pass a truck or watch TV or send your kids to school, it's about space, a spinning sphere, this, that, and the other. Why is that? Why they gotta press so hard? Truth is easy, bro. It ain't that hard.
It's funny you should mention that, Rocky. My eldest boys are in their last year of high school, so they're doing year 12, and we have the Australian Space Agency getting into full swing, about to open up here in South Australia, and the amount of talk that is being done, the amount of focus that is being done on the Australian Space Agency is absolutely incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah, they push it, man. Why does NASA? I have NASA all around me. Mississippi, Alabama. This is where Walter von Braun lived. Basically near here, Georgia. There's NASA space agencies everywhere, and you got to pay to get into your own building. Like, you own that building. It's your tax dollars that built that building, but you got to pay to enter. That's crazy in my book. Like, that's nuts.
Why, we shouldn't pay the employees who have to carry you around and babysit you while you're there?
See, I guarantee that guy is a Glober. I guarantee that guy's a Glober.
That's Moyak, yeah.
Well, of course he is.
No, I mean, seriously, they're going to do it for...
Once your tax dollars go to the government, whatever they use them for at that point, it's not your money anymore. Don't say it's like you paid for the building, so it's your building. That's not how that works.
Yeah, my point was, why do they... Yeah, whose is it?
Well, as my building also, I don't want you just wandering around and poking different projects with your.
That's fine. So hire people to babysit me with my tax dollars. Don't charge me to get in. You missed the point.
So then
you flew right by
everybody
it.
is paying for Rakia to have.
Now y'all gonna fight. Now y'all gonna fight for the babysitting point. Yeah.
Or just make it
carry on.
Government is bring trust back to government, and people won't be worried about what they're doing behind closed doors.
That's what FOIA requests are for.
Yeah, the one reason why people are worried about it is because they did things like where they took Native American children from their families, had these government-sponsored charter schools.
But one of the most trustworthy organizations out there seems to be NASA so far. Never seen a single credible source that says they've lied about anything.
Well, they lied about global warming. They lied about WMDs in Iraq.
NASA didn't do that.
Oh, yeah, they did. All those photos that Colin Powell brought to the UN General Assembly, those NASA.
I still haven't seen a single lie.
I mean, you could pretend.
And there's lots of claims of
They lied about the U-2 spy plane that crashed in Russia.
That's
they
NASA?
They lied about inventions.
NASA owned the U-2? I didn't know that. I thought that was US
They put a sticker on it. They tried to claim, it was our U-2 spy plane.
I didn't know that they owned the U-2. That's cool.
No, they don't. They lied and said they did. They lied about the lunar mission for peace.
Did they lie, or did somebody slap a NASA sticker on there so that they would, if it crashed, it would be plausible deniability?
Yeah, they lied.
And isn't that international politics more than it's not like lying to the public. They didn't go around telling everybody, hey, we're using YouTube for NASA. They may have been for an international politics thing, which I'm not sure I have a problem with.
Yeah, my take is they just lied. Everything they do is a lie. Right from the very beginning. They have to prove their claim. And if they
So
don't,
you have a NASA employee putting a sticker on an airplane.
they also lied about inventions. They take
No,
credit.
that's not an also. You haven't proven the first. So
yeah, it doesn't matter if it proved to you or not.
You, Morlock, have a group of people, however many thousands of men, that you think haven't lied. That would be incredible.
I have not said they don't lie. I said they're probably one
You
of the
just
most
said NASA doesn't lie.
No, you see, you're being an idiot.
Okay, so NASA does lie?
All right. Dad, I'm not going to talk here. It's not worth it.
So NASA does lie.
With you screaming here, it ain't worth
used.
it.
I'm not screaming.
Well, yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're screaming.
No, he's not. He's not screaming.
Oh, yeah. No, not
the
really.
words he used was most trustworthy. He didn't say they don't lie.
His exact words was NASA has never lied.
Never,
His exact words. Never lied.
Nope, never said that.
Exact words.
Let's rewind the
I
screen
said I have never.
Yeah, rewind it.
I have never heard of any lies coming out of NASA.
Which is implying that NASA's never lied to you. You even said if
no.
It's
saying that I haven't heard of it. I'm waiting for some proof that there has been.
Okay, so NASA's never lied to you.
Did somebody lie on a timesheet somewhere at NASA? Yeah, I'm sure that's happened. Did somebody lie about a delivery date? Yeah, I'm sure that's happened. But
the government would never.
To the public, I don't see the.
But the government would never use NASA.
Source.
NASA would never be used by the government for national security purposes. Lie to the public on national security like they say everything else. You're saying that
only certain cultures, government would propagandize them, not America.
Not America, not NASA, right? And then you double back and said, if they did lie, I would be okay with that.
Well, did they lie? Even with that, did they lie about it? They send up a military payload. They usually say it's a military payload. They say we're not going to tell you what's on it. That's not a lie.
That wasn't my point. You said if they did lie, if they did deceive the American public for whatever reason, I would be okay. I would be okay.
I didn't. Let's see.
You said that your exact words. You would be okay with that.
No, he said it was part of a socio-political issue.
He would be okay with that if they did deceive.
Okay with it, which is specifically the words that he used.
He said he would be okay with that.
Right, for a socio-political issue, yes.
He didn't say social political. He said if they deceived, if they lied, for whatever reason, he would be okay with that.
Yeah.
So strange stance, man.
Dude,
I admire them for
trying so hard to grasp so many straws.
Y'all the one that jumped into a perfectly good conversation and said that a group of people wouldn't be used by the American government to do propaganda against the American taxpayers for whatever reason, national security or whatever the hell reason they want to do. And then when they do tell you that reason, that they did deceive for these reasons, Moyak said he would be okay with that. Prove me wrong.
No. They didn't lie to the public.
That's exactly what they did.
So they lied to themselves?
They lied to the other country where the plane was flying. And that was the military, not NASA.
Are you guys organizing information? What's happening?
How the freak does this guy know all this?
It is funny.
It's like a socio-political issue, like I mentioned.
It is funny how we were having a pretty cool
fucking no, I'm not.
And then you guys come into it and it's just totally gone to shit.
Oh, okay. You can talk amongst yourselves. Have a good one. Bye.
Hey, see you later. Have a nice day.
You can have your little echo chamber.
Oh, you're still here? You're still here?
Pretend you're
still disrupting.
You're accomplishing something in your echo chamber.
You're still disrupting. Is that what you're here for?
That's what you do.
No, we were having a perfectly conversation for an hour
in your echo chamber
with me in it, and now you're interrupting, rumpusing, and disrupting.
Yep, in your echo chamber. Have fun, buddy.
Yeah, see you later.
You're keeping me here. You shut your mouth. Maybe, if you shut your mouth, maybe I'll leave quicker.
Yeah, I'm keeping you here. I have that power, huh? Boy, you're weak.
That's not weak.
Powerful. No,
I'm
that's
choosing
weakness.
to be here to comment on what you're saying. You want me to go on?
Just be disruptive and prove my point.
Shut the fuck up, you twat.
Listen to that guy. Hey, that's your Glober. Hey, Globers, that's you. That's your heart. That's the way you think and feel.
Bye.
See you later.
Ran.
Damn. You think that man has a problem with me or what?
Oh, I wonder.
Yeah.
You think I live in his head?
Yeah.
Wait for it. 3, 2, 1. There it is.
Yeah, it's simply like he wanted to take the piss out of you and wanted to completely derail the conversation, to say, gaslight, tell you that you're talking loud and you're doing this, and none of it was true. Not one word of it was true.
I'm in the bank. I'm not talking loud.
Damn it, Moy, I got Discord, man, and Moy, I left.
Lucky he must have had his breakfast this morning. He's got superpowers.
Yeah, I can make him stay. That makes him weak, right? If I have that much power.
He was going to leave anyway. He just wanted to blame a flat earther for it on his way out.
You know, Moyak isn't that radical, okay? Obviously, he gets history with Rakia. We've seen it before, but
He just said NASA doesn't lie. Come on, man. All groups lie. All men lie.
Those aren't the words he used, and you know
Did I
it.
miss Rakia bullying people this morning?
Yeah, I made Moyak stay and leave
at the same time.
At the same exact moment.
You're such a bully lately, Rakia. I'm disappointed with you.
He is.
Yeah, I have that power. You think it's me or truth?
We're gonna have to chastise you, Rakia. We're gonna have to chastise
I think people are responsible for their own actions, and they can't blame their feelings on other people. That's what I think in the end.
I do as well.
Yep.
I don't think I have power over anyone.
That's right.
My dog knows, or my daughter's dog knows that she's getting a treat because we're at the bank. So
Do you
she's
think-
like freaking out.
do you think you can allow yourself to have feelings and turn those feelings on and off?
I think you're in control of your own feelings. You decide if you let your feelings and your emotions affect your actions or not. We all have feelings, but what we do with them is our own choice.
So you're basically like we're calling everyone a psychopath, or
No, I mean,
you're not a
you could.
psychopath and you're out of control.
Here's an example. You could hate someone to the point where you literally want to strangle them out, but there's people that can't control that urge or supposedly can't control that urge and will act on it. And there's people that supposedly can control that urge and choose not to act on it. Ultimately, I believe that's a choice of yours, what you do with your feelings.
Well, we should regress. We should regress deeper back into the root of the question I'm posing then, because what I'm asking is, can you actually decide not to have that hate or not do anything about it? Can you actually just turn it off and say, you know what? I'm not going to feel that, regardless
That's not
of the.
what that wasn't my point, though.
That's what I'm asking.
Well, you can ask that, but that ultimately wasn't my point. I don't want my point to get lost.
No, I respect you. I do.
Yeah, people have feelings and emotions. What they do with them, that's their responsibility. That's my point.
So what I'm asking is, do you think that people are forced? Because where we kind of said at first was like, you make your choices, and wherever you are in life, you know, it's nobody else's fault. I didn't, not to say take blame on anybody. I'm saying maybe it's a symbiotic environment where we just say things are what they are. It's kind of everything and everybody's fault at the same time.
No. You're responsible solely for your actions.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only time you can't be is if you've lost agency completely because someone took your agency away.
Yeah, or like someone like that's mentally retarded, and I use the word correctly. Like when I say mentally retarded, I'm not being, mean or anything. Those people, like, they don't necessarily have control over their bodies. They hurt other people or themselves or whatever. My better half actually works with those people, and I don't think you can hold someone like that necessarily responsible for their actions, right? But I mean, the average person that can, get through society, everyday life normally, per se, yeah, I think they're responsible for their own actions.
No, you lost me at average, but I do appreciate it.
Well, you know what I mean when I say that, so.
Oh, I mean, but sure, but it's like, In the philosophical realm, it needs to be more consistent, in my opinion.
Well, that's pretty consistent. You're responsible for your own actions. I don't know how you get any more consistent.
Unless you're a juvenile, or unless you've had trauma, or
agency. Yeah, a lack of agency can give a mitigating factor for if somebody does something. Or if they didn't know all the details and they reacted poorly anyway.
Yeah, let me ask. Oh, sorry.
No, I was done. I was just going to double down on the same thing.
I was just going to ask Don, like, have you had any experience at all in life with someone that is mentally challenged?
Could you define mentally challenged?
Well, clinically, like, they can't look after themselves. They literally can't wipe their own ass, a lot of them. Like, I'm talking about people that need help to get through everyday life. They would not survive without help.
Just heard a portion of it.
You mean you would assume that they wouldn't survive without help? I got you. Yeah, sure.
No, I don't assume. I know.
So actually motorly disabled.
No, mentally disabled.
So you meant if there were no other people around, they wouldn't survive?
Yeah, they need help to get through everyday tasks.
Like you, like yourself, right?
Pardon me?
Like, would you survive if there were no other people around, or would you make it in the woods? You'd make it?
Well, now what's this extreme? Let's put you on the Antarctic and we'll see if you survive with nobody else. Like, are you kidding me?
No,
I
I'm
don't
not
understand.
I'm not kidding at all.
I don't understand where you're going with this.
Because
It feels
I
like you don't want to have an honest conversation. That's what it feels like to me.
Have such an honest conversation, I need consistent parameters.
Yeah, the average person that's clinically healthy, then yeah, they're responsible. If their mental state is clinically healthy, they're responsible for their own actions. Yes. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Don.
Yeah,
I'm not
somebody.
I want to
Don,
get deep into this, but
if somebody takes you against your will and drops you off in the middle of the woods, and you die, that wasn't your fault.
Did your
but that's not even what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not even what we're talking about. Like, it's a non sequitur. Like, I don't even fucking know why he's bringing that shit up. It's not. And to tell me to be consistent.
Your point, bro. Gospel, but your shit was non sequitur mine. What I'm saying is, do your actions choose to, like we know that there's like chemical love and infatuation, supposedly scientists like chemicals, endorphins, maybe the hate comes from this too, but do you choose like, oh, I'm going to do these actions and therefore now I'm responsible for this love that I felt? And then therefore
you're responsible for your actions. That's correct.
Right. Now how do you turn it off?
The responsibility? You don't. You're always
responsible. No. How do you turn off the love?
I didn't say you could. I didn't say you could turn it off.
So you're not responsible for how you feel. That's what I'm saying. You were saying everybody's responsible.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. You're not. You keep taking my words and misappropriating them. I said you're responsible. Shush for a second. I said you're responsible for your actions.
Okay.
Now you're going on about being responsible about feelings and all this touchy-feely stuff that I didn't. That's not my claim.
Don't your feelings? Here's what I'm saying though. If the feelings pop in and out, you're like, oh, well, you could do something about it or not, right? That's kind of what you're saying. You could feel the hate and you could do something about it, or you could.
Exactly. You're responsible for your own actions.
Okay, now here's, I guess, what I'm saying. There's going to be a range of reaction from the feeling of the hate. And I guess way more precise way to say is this. Are when the feelings are created, even though you don't do movement inside with your body immediately just because you're having a thought, I guess. But isn't just having a feeling, isn't that an action? And are you actually responsible for that action of the hate manifesting?
Oh, a feeling's just a feeling, dude. A feeling can come based on your life experiences, even. Some people, they you know, if they see a car crash, if their loved one died in a car crash, and then they see a car crash, that could make them terrified, scared, sad. All these emotions could erupt just from driving by a car crash. The next person might look at it like, yeah, it's no big deal. It's a car crash. It happens every day. So I don't know what to tell you. Life experiences, everything else can affect your feeling.
I think you might be able to equate the idea of the Earth being not a spinning ball to a traumatic event in the minds of a baller. And every time we come out and give good reasons for that to be the case, it's like we're traumatizing them.
Yeah. But it's
there
like,
you go.
Hold on to this, you know, free will thing, which is fine. I understand that idea, but
I didn't free will thing either. Like,
I know
you're taking every.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I don't know why you're going all
I don't
these
want to
different
strawman you.
directions.
So it sounds like at the end of the day, what's going to happen is you're saying people are responsible for, you can choose to do one thing or the other. Okay. That's pretty analogous.
That is correct.
Right. That's pretty damn analogous to the free will. Now, on the other side of it, we have predetermination, chemical reaction chain, all the reaction from whatever, cause and effect. So what I'm saying is, maybe since if you're going to agree and kind of say these feelings can just manifest, pop in and out, you weren't responsible for the feeling popping in, but now you're responsible for a feeling. Well, if environment is a motivator, all these feelings, whatever range of feelings pop in someone's head, are going. I'll make the case that that's what's going to motivate them to do what they want. The balance and the assessment of all these feelings is going to measure them, compare against each other, and decide what action they should take. So
did you ever think that maybe your actions are responsible for your feelings in cases?
I'm just saying, dude, we are all a chain reaction, bro.
Did you ever think that your actions affect your feelings? Would you consider that to be true?
Absolutely.
Well, there you go. So you're somewhat in control of your feelings then, aren't you?
Doesn't mean that's what I really wanted to explore, was like, dude, it's like, do we have to be smart enough to know every action is going to anticipate?
Well, listen, didn't you try? Hey, Don, didn't you try to choose to go back to the ball and you couldn't?
Pretty much.
See, so you're not really responsible. You can't like choose not to realize that we're not spinning.
Oh, they got the best map.
You either realize it or you don't. Some people are
map.
fighting that realization.
Well, I'm just curious, very quick, Don. I could be wrong. I thought you were like a Christian guy, but I don't know if you are or not. So I'm just going to straight up ask you: like, are you a Christian guy or what?
There are good parts of Christianity.
That's not my question. I didn't ask if there's good parts of Christianity. I said, are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian guy.
It's so many words he couldn't be if he answered that way.
Well, no, I didn't know. He's skirting a direct answer. So if you give me a minute, I'll get to the bottom of it, hopefully. What did you say, Don, about a Christian God?
You said, am I a Christian guy?
Yeah, like, would you consider yourself a Christian? Do you think that what the Bible says about spirituality and God and whatnot is true?
I think it could be true on 1,000 different levels. I don't know what exact interpretation I'm supposed to be deciding is true. Which one are you talking about?
Anyone you want. It's the questions to you.
Oh, maybe one of the 1,000, sure.
So basically, you're not a Christian then. You don't believe, like, do you believe in the ideas of a Christian God and the idea of sin and being responsible for that? Do you believe in those concepts of Christianity?
But I could morph that into the land of the dead and the land of the remembered.
I don't fucking care. I'm just asking you, do you believe that let me say it this way then. Do you believe that there's a creator and that people are ultimately going to be responsible to that creator at some point?
Like, I think we're all responsible to everything right now.
Okay, well, if that's what you think, then this idea that your feelings control your actions and you can't do anything about it, I don't even know why you'd make that argument if that's the way you really think.
Well, your word responsible, kind of broad. Right. Like,
how could you be held responsible for your actions if you're not in control of if you're actually not in control of them?
Because would be an attribution.
Attribution, huh? See, the idea is, from a Christian perspective, and you can definitely color it different colors and different names, but you got this idea of sin and being held responsible for your actions at some point, meaning after death or whatever. And maybe some people believe in karma and it happens in this life or whatever, call it what you want. But nonetheless, there's no writings of any kind of religion that I'm aware of that says you're responsible for your feelings. It's always what your actions are.
Right. And I just wanted to talk a little deeper is like, I have perspectives that can see feelings as actions.
Oh, please do explain.
Kind of a way also where you were touching on it, where you were like, hey, can't you anticipate some feelings that are going to come from your actions, or can't you know that these actions cause those feelings and take the responsibility? And you could see it coming. So therefore it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Maybe this chicken and egg.
There's ways of justifying it or avoiding the feeling by like talking, like psychologically talking yourself out of it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like that's one of the mix. Exactly. Like that's where he's saying you could choose not to do it. But like if people if they can't control certain feelings and they keep coming and bombarding, at what point do we say, okay, they weren't responsible? It's actually everything we actually do is an actual balance and the solved equation of all these, what he's saying are purely virtual particle popping into existence type of things, a little bit like it's just.
So to take it to the extreme end of the scale, do you think that murder's okay? Like just go out and kill someone you don't even know for no good reason? Do you think that's okay?
I think if I was to challenge you on consistent philosophical moral ground of this, you would implode and trip on your own feet trying to take a consistent position instantly.
I highly doubt it. Because that's simple.
Does the idea of there being a God make murdering not okay? Is that what makes murdering not okay?
Definitely not. Not in my opinion.
I think so. Yeah, I would say it does.
So if you didn't believe in God, you would murder people and it would be okay?
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say I would.
But I'm saying. No, well, I'm saying you think. I'm just saying that people do good just because they're worried about what God's going to do to them. That's the only reason.
No, that's not what. No, because I don't think that's the case either. Because, for instance, like you could make murdering legal, and I still wouldn't murder, right? Like it doesn't just because I don't not murder just because it's illegal. I don't murder because it's
God's scalpel.
I know I would do. But hold on. Let me
know the difference between right
and wrong. Let me yield out.
Let me answer this guy's question real quick so I can clarify what I said so it doesn't get taken out of context. Yeah, it only take a really quick second. The idea is that if there was no God and no, basically nobody that had moral laws to give out, and if we were just truly stardust and all this was just came out of nowhere and we came from apes and stuff, then yeah, at that point, to murder someone is no different than to go out and shoot your dog or whatever. Like I know that sounds.
So
real quick.
The only reason you get morals.
I'm gonna yield to you, bro. I'm gonna yield, but let me just hit him with what I was wanting to wrap up, and then I'm gonna say one line. That's it. All right. God's cover. I know a whole group of other people who's, they seem confident and chill just like you and smart just like you, but their God, they have a God that says it's okay to murder or that he wants them to murder, and I don't know which God is supposed to be. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's whatever, dude. That's fair enough. Like, what do you want me to say about that? It doesn't shake me that you said that.
Well, is the idea of having a God give us morals the only reason people have morals?
Well, Don just pointed out he knows a group of people that have a God that says go out and murder people.
Sure. So is it up to a God, the idea of a God giving us the sense of what's right and wrong, or do you think that's more innate in people? Like, don't you think people know the difference without necessarily?
What I am trying to say is, if we just evolved from animals and there's no God or no creator, it just all somehow magically happened. What I am saying is that when you look in the animal world, animals kill animals and do disgusting things to animals, and they don't like say, "Is it okay?" They don't. I'm not done. No, that's not entirely true. They don't just do it to eat, but yeah, that's one of the reasons. They don't go up to another animal and ask them if it's okay to mate them or anything like that. They just act like animals, and if that's all we are, well, then I think it's okay to act like animals, because that's the way we should act, because we'd be animals. But I don't think that we are animals, so I don't think we should act that way.
Yeah, but just because we're not animals doesn't mean that there's necessarily a God giving us morals.
Well, if we're not animals, how did we become not animals?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, maybe to pretend you know the answer to that is the problem.
I don't pretend to know anything. I'm saying, if we're not animals, you're basically saying, if we're not animals, so how are we not animals? How do we become not animals? Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
So there you go. Most people would say because of a creator, we were created.
Yeah,
not
the idea of creation of some sort, but that means a beginning and an end, and that's a whole philosophical thing that we could go down. But I don't think
a beginning and an end for what? A beginning and an end. So what if there's a beginning and an end? Who cares?
I don't think there necessarily has to be, but that's a whole other discussion.
Aren't the animals also created if there's a creator?
This is crazy that all as I said earlier was, I think people are responsible for their own decisions. Look at us now.
But is that the more interesting question about that is that if they're doing it just to save their soul, isn't that a selfish act? If they're being good just for that reason,
dude, these are your questions. These are none of this stuff that you're.
I'm not trying to imply you're
saying up though. Yeah,
I'm not trying to say you're saying that, but I think
some
of these implications go along with that idea that people are just good because they're saving their soul for an eternal life of either this or that, and it's supposed to be a selfless act,
it depends. Right? I guess it depends on the motive. I don't know. I don't know who's trying to save their souls for what reasons. I couldn't tell you. It could be selfish and it could be not selfish. Fuck if I know. You'd have to ask those people, not me. I'm not talking about that.
I'll answer it though. Yes, if you're doing it for selfish reasons, you're not going to gain eternal life anyway. So it's for mute.
There you go.
Right.
Maybe it's kind of like picking up the hammer of Thor. If you're doing it for selfish reasons, you can't. But if you're pure, you can. I don't know. All right.
Scalpel, here's what was a little weird is you kind of, how you just rehashed the point you started with, was you said, I feel like people are.
What's that? You're muffling a bit. What are you saying?
Was your point that you just restated from the beginning that people are responsible for their own actions?
Yeah.
Sounds weird.
Like, I don't understand why that's a weird concept to you, Don.
No. I don't.
Weird to me.
Hey, man, I have a continuation. I just wanted to qualify that. But the thing is,
go ahead.
But then when I said, it's like they're responsible for their own actions, but are they not in control of them? Because when I said God's death on this free will point,
hold on, Don. There's some background noises. I don't know if that's you or someone else.
It's you.
Someone. No. Someone's scraping and birds and
birds. Yeah, the birds, right?
I was playing with the measuring tape. I might have been making some too, but someone sounded like they were scraping shit. Go on, Don.
Sorry, that was me.
It's his bird. But yeah, you were saying that I'm saying, well, are people not in control of these actions that they're responsible for? Because I'm missing why when I said God's scalpel is on this free will point, you got defensive and were like, no,
actually, I didn't bring up free will.
But that is what you brought up when you said people are responsible for their own actions.
You relabeled it free will, not me. If you want to have a free will conversation, it may look different.
Well, that's where I'm transitioning into it now. I'm trying to say, where is the difference? The difference that I see would be that you could say people are responsible for these own actions, but they're not freely in control of them.
No, if you're going to be responsible for your actions, you're in control of your actions.
So how is it not totally 100% akin to free will? What's the difference?
Well, it depends your definition of free will.
What you just said.
Well, okay. Did you have control of where you were born, who you were born by, what country you were born in, what kind of environment you were born into, what your color of your skin is, any of that stuff? Did you have control over that?
You have free will to be in control of all your actions. Free will references your actions, not where you were born and any of that stuff.
Okay, then you're in control of your actions, sure.
So you were talking about free will. You just didn't know.
If that's the way you want to call it, then sure.
Actually, the way
if you want to define free will solely on being in control of, hold on. If you want to define free will solely on being in control of your actions, then yes, I would say you have free will.
Yeah, but God Scalpel,
is there a problem? Is there a problem with that definition?
Yeah. I'm surprised that you.
Okay, so what's the problem with the definition that I just laid out?
Calm down.
Okay, go ahead. No, I'm calm, dude. I'm calm. Trust me.
Right, well, what the problem is?
I'm just not gonna let you fucking fuck around on me. That's all.
What the problem is free will is a common concept. In my opinion, you have the name God Scalpel. I would assume you have heard the term plenty before. I would assume that you had a general understanding of what the common definition would be, of what the average person would think free will was. Stop me at any time when I'm wrong. Okay, so therefore, when you
wait. I asked you a question. Is there a problem with the way I define free will? Do you agree with it or not? It's just that simple, dude. You can go on this diatribe about my name, which, by the way, has nothing to do with being Christian and has nothing specifically to do with God exactly. Even though the name God is in it, you have no idea where that name comes from or what it means. Trust me when I say that. So don't assume you have any idea. And I'm not about to explain what it means either.
That must come up a lot as something people want you to explain.
Actually, surprisingly, it doesn't, because I think most people just assume they know what it means.
And you don't mind them assuming that?
I don't care what people think. That's their own. I can't control what anybody thinks about anything. And I care even less about what some person that I don't really even know or have a face to thinks about me or what I do with my labels on the internet.
Cool.
And if you knew me in real life, you would know I really don't care what too many people think, except for the people that I care about.
Can I ask you a direct question?
You don't really affect my life, right?
So Gus, you knew about free will before today, sir? Yes or no?
I asked you a question. You still haven't answered it. So I'm not playing this game. I asked you a simple question. The way I define free will, do you agree with it or not? Is it fine with you or not? Or is there something more to it?
We agreed on that 3 times, bro. So what I'm asking you is, have you never heard that concept before today? Because you're acting like you're just learning it today.
I didn't say I never heard it, but lots of people have different ideas of different terms. So I told you, if your idea of free will solely means that someone has control of their actions, then yes, you can call what I said free will. Do you have a problem with that or not? Is there more to free will than just that simple sentence?
So what I would like to present to people, an honest conversation. I've agreed 4 times with this idiot now. Is that you keep trying to derail the conversation from the fact
I'm not actually. I'm being very precise.
Stop interrupting me, sir. I'd like to finish before you start talking this time.
Oh, all right? Wow. Go
yeah, it's been about 7 times, man. So anyway, the thing is You keep saying if that's what you want your definition to be, and you're talking to me and saying that's what I think it is, and many people have different. Stop talking. You're saying many people.
Go ahead. I get
Stop fucking talking. I can't hear, bro. I can't hear you, bro. Let me finish. Okay, it's gonna feedback. I'm on speaker anyway. You keep saying many people have different interpretations. You are absolutely just, in my opinion, incorrect. There is one definition of free will that 99.99% of people, when talking about it, mean, and it's exactly what me and you just agreed that it mean. And the fact that you're delusional and think that there's some random range of ideas and what it meant. This is a common colloquial term that means the simple thing that me and you just said. And for you to be all cocky in this position when you don't even know that, bro, you need to check yourself. Thanks.
Are you done now?
Preach, Don.
Yeah, so for starters, I already said if that's the way you understand it, then yes, I agree. That's what I said. I would say I said it like a long time ago, but you keep going around the fucking bush. I don't know why. I've already said I agree if that's your simple definition of it. So what's the problem, Don?
There's no if that. That's what everybody.
What's the problem, Don? I said I've already agreed that if that's the case, then yes, I call it free will. If that's the way you want to define it in this conversation, I'm in agreement with it. So what's your problem?
I would like for you to tell me some other versions of this free will that you say other people think it is different in different ways.
Like I said, some people think that where you're born and stuff also plays into the mix.
You think that people
you want names and phone numbers of people that think this, or like where are you going with this? Like, can we just move forward?
You tell me that you have a person that thinks they can choose where they're born.
No, it's part of free will, though, they say.
So they would say nobody has free will because you can't choose where you're born.
Do you have free will to move wherever you want?
Yeah, so you can't answer my question, yes or no?
Well, I'm asking you, do you have free will to move wherever you want?
You have somebody that says...
It runs deeper. Can you do what you want?
Bro, you crazy, bro. Crazy.
Am I? Am I?
Right now you are.
How is where you're born part of free will? I don't get that.
Well, can you move wherever you want?
This. Nobody.
Can you move wherever you want, Don?
I think we just actually taught you the term. Like you've never actually known what the term meant before.
You're probably right, Don. I didn't know. I've never heard it before. On one hand, you're telling me you're sure I've heard it before. Now you're telling me I've never heard it.
That people, you make believe you know people that have used it in this way about where you're born. That's
Can you move wherever you want, Don? Why won't you answer the question?
Absolutely, because my God gave me free will. So, of course, in the spirit world, I chose which I wanted to.
In the spirit world. So now you do have a God. And now that all of a sudden these questions you wouldn't answer before are all of a sudden coming out clear as day. So you do have a God. So who is your God, Don?
The creator.
Who's the creator? What's that mean to you?
The most energetic of the universe.
The most energetic of the universe. So what does that mean to you? What's this creator you call? How do I get to know your creator? What's he about? Is he a she? A he, she?
The power of eternity.
How do I get to know your power?
You know,
I'd like to know more. I would like to know more about your power. How can I do that?
You're a computing bit, right? Helping to answer the questions that we've all been asking. How do we know what's right or wrong? Or does your God?
How can I get to know your God better, Don? I would like to know your God. How
I
can
don't
I
even
do
know
that?
what you mean when you say God, bro. You're so inconsistent. When you say God, I have no idea what that even means.
Well, you said your God. You started it by saying your God allows you to go wherever you want in the spirit world. And I said, okay, cool. I would like to know this God better. You're the one that brought it up. I asked you earlier, you skirted the question. You've gotten mad now, and you're letting out a little bit more information. Now you say you have a God, and he allows you to go where you want in the spirit world. So who's this God? I would like to know it better.
I'll show you. So we'll start here. We know we have free will, right? So therefore, we know that we got to choose where we were born. To be able to have the power to go wherever you're born, there has to be a God to put you there. It's that easy.
Okay, so who's this God of yours? I'd like to get to know your God, Don.
Well, thanks for saying hello.
You're not going to help me out?
Do you know how to communicate? You know what communication is like? You can talk to him then. And get to know more.
Help me out.
Well,
how do I get to know your God better, Don?
By looking at everything.
I want to understand. Oh, so I just look outside, I see a fence. How does that fence represent your God?
That's the exercise, man.
So that fence represents your God?
Try to do as much as you can.
No, I'm asking. Hey, Don, real quick question. I got to go, but real quick question.
Yes,
you mentioned something a little bit ago about Capricorn 1 and the star of Capricorn 1 and something about the anniversary or something. What was it you were referring to? The O.J. Simpson reference?
I didn't reference the dates. I said the dates are it's interesting how so many things have these Illuminati dates with them. I think Capricorn 1 was amazing, period. That was amazing.
Okay, so it was just I thought it was some kind of synchronicity between that movie and real life or something that you were talking about.
There is some that I've heard. Whoever made the claim, it wasn't me, but they said something about probably Kidman's death date, murder date, coincided with something about the movie, and I didn't want to because I mean I can't. It could be a loose bullshit one, right? That we would both agree is stupid and fake. Like
Wait, you said Kidman?
I'm sorry, did I say Kidman? I meant what's her name?
Cole Brown. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, wait. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry.
No.
But anyway, dude, cool ass dude, man. Come on, just be open. That's the answer. You kind of absolute and overconfident on some things, in my opinion. Anyway, sorry. As far as this reference, let's look it up. I hope it's a strong one. I hope it's not something loose that could be arbitrary.
What do I look up? It's there's some kind of anniversary date or something like that. You said anniversary of the murder and the Capricorn 1 or something. I don't know.
I would type in Capricorn 1 movie conspiracy theories.
All right, cool. All right, good night. I gotta go back to sleep.
Yeah.
It's funny you think everybody's overconfident, Don. That's cute.
It's funny you just said everybody.
Well, I take that back. I've heard you talk to a couple of people today, and so far the people that you've talked to, you've told them they've been overconfident.
That's why I'm talking to them.
I've just been listening in the background, but by my estimation, Don is wiping the floor with God's scalpel.
That's cool.
Appreciate you. Because I think I am too, Gods, or I wouldn't be talking, bro. That's why I'm talking. It's out of this let's grow together energy I'm compelled to share with you. That's all it is, bro.
Well, I asked you to share about your God, and you've completely screwed the issue. You told me to look outside, and I honestly see a fence when I look outside. I don't know.
Right.
I can take a picture if you want, if you don't believe me.
Sit on it. Join the club.
So what are you saying? You can't tell me about your God, really? Is that
everything is everything, man?
So everything is God? Is that what you're saying?
God is everything. There must be a nothing. When there's one thing, there is the opposite of that thing everywhere we observe.
So everything and nothing. That's
Have
what
you
God
heard
is.
stuff on a real shit? Have you heard this serious physics paper, peer-reviewed, that they talking about there might be a universe working backward. When the Big Bang happened, there's another universe running in reverse, right? And then that's like so like, dude, this shit they coming up with, man, bruh, we gotta be nicer to each other. We don't have to be jackasses to each other. I'm
not being a jackass, dude.
You are. Come on.
Not even a chance. Not even a chance. If you want to see me in a different mode, this is like my chill mode. If you think I'm being a jackass, I'm not hardly even thinking about being a jackass.
Logically, you're being a jackass. Like you are.
No,
so
because I challenge the shit that you say, and I won't let you fucking walk over me. You think I'm being a jackass? Really? You're
poorly.
that fucking. You're that soft.
You are poorly challenging it, brother.
Hey, Don.
I don't think you realize how much challenged you've been.
Yeah,
Like,
who's
what
talking? What's up,
like hypothetically, right? Just say I'm from a different culture. I get what you're saying, okay? I totally do. Like the whole idea of nature, and it really kind of combines with a lot of well, I would not to be loaded term, but sub-primitive ideas that all life is connected through this web of energy, that people made a pact with the creator and with animals and in spiritual aberrations. Like there's everything you look at, that's God right there, all by itself, like your version of God that also is shared by other people. But let's just say I'm from a different culture who hasn't heard of that before. Like, how would you explain it to God Scalpel, who understands a God as a living, breathing actor with agency that made Earth a particular way and made creation a particular way?
I would appeal to his
Can I just before you do, Don? Sorry, Crit. I appreciate the question, but can you allow me to explain what I might think or not think God is? Because I'm not sure you should do that for me.
I see how he did that, and I wasn't.
Yeah, my bad. I should have added
Oh,
your
it's
name
fine.
to it.
I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying, I don't like other people.
It was kind of my take on it. I shouldn't have added your name. I just should have said a
fair enough.
Christian person.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, go ahead, Don.
But yeah, I would kind of be like, yo, let's appeal ourselves to our scientific mind, to our honesty, while using our heart. If we can have these emotional motivation, intuitions. But I would admit humbly, like, look, hey, I don't have any evidence of this. I'm guessing. I don't know anything of a God. I can only guess the range of possibilities. That's where I would try to say, I don't know, a God I'm searching for. Maybe he's, who knows? I know I was told this by somebody. I was told that. They have scientific evidence for it. Who knows? I've seen magic. I mean, don't get me wrong. Fuck, it just happened again. I was like, godly bless. I mean, the synchronicities are out there, guys. There's way more than random, So it might be some cute little experiment game, something going on, but it's definitely all are connected. I mean, go ahead.
Sorry, Don, what you just said. So this is what you really think about things. You're basically still searching, and these are just ideas.
Of course.
Okay, so what? Like see, this is kind of what really kind of doesn't piss me off per se, but I feel like you were accusing me of being an asshole and all this other shit, and maybe even to the point of being dishonest. But yet, when I asked you about like who's your God and stuff, you weren't honest with me.
That wasn't an honest. Don't attack me. Who's your God? And I see offense.
It wasn't attack. It wasn't an attack. I started out by saying, "Who's your God, Don?" Right? But you skirted the issue, so I got very. You said look outside, and I kind of know what you mean, of course. But when I look outside, I see a fence. But you weren't talking the way you are now. You're saying, "Well, you know what? I kind of don't really know."
My God would be your God.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. It's really you that's being dishonest, not me, and I'm bringing it out, right?
Who's God? How can my God be different than yours? Do we choose? Are there multiple, and then we choose which one, and then we could change? Can I change them? Could I go from
getting all upset? Like, yeah, dude,
we don't have to talk.
You know what, Don? We don't have to talk, dude. It's all right. You just chill out. I'll go on mute. You guys can find something else to talk about. I get it.
Address.
I can't hear you. You're muffled at first, dude. I don't know what you're doing there, eating your mic or whatever, but.
So who's y'all's daddy? Bad, you don't want to be a bastard son. You got to create your God in the sky.
I never even claimed a God, dude. So, whatever. You're the one that's getting upset. I'm the one that's pointing out that you were all on your high horse talking about mopping the floor with me and how honest you were and shit when you really weren't.
I'm completely honest with you.
Maybe you are now. I don't know. But you weren't earlier for sure compared to what you're saying now. Or
Even
you're
the
just
humor-
continually
even the
being
humor-
dishonest. I could never know, nor do I really care that much. I just
Nah,
know that you're
even
being
the humor-
dishonest in the conversation.
Even the humorous answers are more honest than yours, bro.
Yeah, of course.
You act like
You must work at a theater, Don, because you're projecting everything on me. Like, it's funny as fuck, and I give a fuck what you think too. So it doesn't really matter in my world. But it is funny. Sorry, Crick. Go ahead. I'll go on mute.
The thing about mopping the floor, whatever, that was just Eggshell squawking before he logged out for the day. It was just a drop of shitstorm.
Oh yeah, for sure it was. I get it. It doesn't affect me. I just think it's funny though. Like the way Don's acting. It's a classic sink cleaner fucking move. Like him and sink cleaner operate in the same way. They'll say one thing one day and something completely different the next day, and tell you how honest they are. If you listen to them long enough, you'll see it all the time.
Go ahead. Hey, buddy. I bet you can't even make a case of what position I've made inconsistent. One thing.
And now he's upset. And you'll know
you're a liar.
Here, I'll
you're
make
lying.
an example.
You're wrong and lying.
I'll make an
Hey,
example.
you're wrong and lying, and now you're running from being called out.
I'm trying to talk. Well, I'm running. Am I gone or am I here trying to make an example?
Name one inconsistent position I've given you.
Well, when you told me about God, you said your God was this and your God was that, and then 5 minutes later, you're telling Crick, well, I don't really know. Some people have told me this. I can't know.
Therefore,
right there is one. Secondly,
you
want another one? Or
no? Possible.
You want another one? No.
No, we're going to start with one at a time. We're going to do one at a time.
This anger thing, one thing I noticed when you were talking about free will and emotion, you always went to anger. And I understand that way better because I see how quickly, I can see how quickly you switch and how easily to anger. And that makes sense why you continue to use, because you don't want to be responsible for your anger.
How about just answer the fucking question and stop talking about me, bro?
Because you can't control your emotions. That's why. You don't want to be responsible for your anger. God knows what you do in the real life with your anger. I don't know. We're over the internet, so I feel pretty
Let's not
safe.
make it so personal, you know? Like,
Well, it's not personal, dude. I'm not making it personal at all. I just can see these.
You're running from the question.
Look at the anger just dripping off this man right now.
Answer the question.
I did answer your question.
Okay, now can I respond to you?
And you're not my daddy. You don't tell me what to answer or what not to answer, and I'm not scared of your anger.
And I'm about to tell you why your answer was retarded. If I can
I'm
ever
not scared of your anger. I'm not scared of your anger. I'll go on mute. Go ahead.
Right. So you said, I told you that I didn't know my God, and then I told you it's everything. So you tried to say that that's an inconsistent position of mine. I'd like to share with you, so maybe you could smarten up, that I believe that's a consistent position. Because although I don't know him, okay, I can logically assume that if it's a creator, it could create all this. It's part of all this. It could be known from that perspective. I could use multiple perspectives at once, dude. Okay, so there's nothing inconsistent or dishonest that I'm telling you. Now you can fight about that. You could try to teach me.
I'm not fighting about anything.
I'm not done, buddy. Be respectful.
I am.
I'm sorry, I'm not done. I need my turn, please. Now you could fight about it, or you could be polite and be like, "Hey, sir, like I think you're mistaken or stupid in this case." You could be telling me I'm stupid, and keep reiterating to me how the position's inconsistent. We can learn together, right? Teach the philosophies. You are so adversarial. It's a joke, brother.
Dude, I'm not adversarial. I just don't like bullshit.
Yeah,
it's that fucking simple with me.
That's what we're gonna call yours out.
You trying to honestly that fucking simple with me.
God out of? Well, who you cutting for? What's your scalpel, bro? Tell us about it.
It's nothing. It has nothing to do with cutting, actually. You're assuming again.
Is it a? But I see it's a cat. Is it a scalp and then an L? What is it?
No, it's not a scalp and an L.
What
I
is
told
it?
you I'm not going to tell you.
That's what you've said to me for 2 years, bro.
What? What did
That
I say to you for 2
I met
years?
you first. I met you first in Nathan Oakley's server. You were one of the first people I met on Discord, period.
And what did I tell you for 2 years?
That you ain't gonna tell me your name.
Exactly right. I just wanted to make sure you weren't saying something else. That is true. And I'm still not.
Yeah, because you're a bullshitter.
Oh, that makes me a bullshitter by sticking behind what I said 2 years ago. Congratulations. That makes sense. That's very consistent.
You're not sticking behind your name, bitch.
You have no idea, man. No idea. And you can call me bitch all you want. I give a fuck what you call me. You're nothing. You're just some voice on the internet, as I am to you. But your anger, on the other hand,
no, I would be smart. No,
I
wouldn't
need to get
say
that.
in
You need to
the
get that under control, dude. You need to work on your anger and how you deal with it.
You could take it. I know you having fun. I know you cool, bro.
No, seriously, dude. You need to work on. Like, I can see through this whole conversation what's going on.
Did it hurt you?
Not at all. But your anger, you should seriously work on it. I'm concerned. Like, I don't know how you react to anger in the real world. It's all good, man. It's all good. I'm just saying you should work on it. Anyhow, I'm gonna jet. It's been a slice. I've had fun. You have a good day, brother.
Whatever more. Do whatever morals you want. Just be consistent. I think you'll win more. I mean, sorry about that, Crit. Also, I think I was trying to sell points of balance, saying philosophies of how something is everything and nothing at the same time. Like, that means I could know something and not know it at the same time. Like, what's the fucking inconsistency?
Yeah, I mean, I like it a lot because my philosophy or understanding is that all people have a understanding of a creator. I mean, all people, but basically the third wave atheist. But like first wave atheist, Voltaire said, even if there's not a God and someone could prove it, they could drop the proof right here in front of me and prove there's no God. You still function as if there is a God just to keep human rights outside of the purview of government. A higher power is in charge of that. So in a way, with the same thing with the free will conversation, if you could drop proof right in front of me, bang, no free will, you'd still behave as if free will to hold people to account for what they do. So it just wouldn't be like completely, I just, people just bumping into each other randomly, like the movie Crash. If you ever seen that. So what I'm getting at here is that each person, as long as they're speaking from a point of honesty, they can share their ideas of the creator with each other as a baseline version of peaceful communication. That they'll always be able to fall back, that they recognize each other as human, endowed by a creator with life, with a right to life, and a right to human expression. and other things of that nature. A right to their own works, their property, their labor. A right to happiness.
Before you even said working labor, before you even said that, I was thinking I love the American and crit, and then you came out with more the America, bro. Crit, I love it, bro.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I love threading that needle, because I enjoy speaking to people from other cultures, because that's where you set a baseline for peaceful communication through communication, nonviolent communication. Because when people start using violent communication, the only answer then is just a spiraling down to the bottom, and whoever the last person standing somehow gets to rewrite history and say what happened.
Yeah, and I understand that situation too, and I try to be on the cooperative communication. Like, I thought at the point where he acted like I was calling him out on his understanding of free will and the common understanding of it, that's where he maybe felt he got a little adversarial for whatever fucking reason. That's why I felt it, and I started turning. But I know about the productivity of cooperation.
It looked like it was going good until like Eggshells just dropped a steaming pile of shit and then ran. Like, as soon as he made it, he really kind of made it into like some sort of adversarial conversation between you two, instead of just a real organic back and forth.
Yeah, I guess Eggshells could have maybe stuck around and been more, gave some specificities, try and help win some, or help us grow in some philosophy altogether. But
that wasn't his goal. His goal was to kind of like set a match and just let it burn.
Yeah, sure, possibly in a moment. But I want to put out this position too. See if you want to give me any feedback. Like, I could logically say I understand that there's, the existence of an objective reality, right? But then at the same time, like, I'll hear scientists argue there's no preferred frame. Then I'll hear things like I'll be like, fuck it, you know what I mean? Maybe this is some crazy ass simulation and everything's subjective. Maybe it's all, and I'll turn around and I'll say, I like Steven Crowder, and I'll say there is no objective reality. Prove me wrong. Like, sell me on objective reality. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I know it's there. And I don't have to have cognitive dissonance for it. I can just understand the flexibility of both, or like put certain weight on one, or you know what I mean, or the other. Like, I just really feel like people should do this more, and it's not dishonest. It's not inconsistent. It's more consistent to be quantumly open to all the range of. I mean, listen to what they sell us in science. Shit can be in two places at once. All this, like, think about it. I mean, really think about it.
Yeah, that's a really powerful talking point. Where one I like is that there's in biology, like when I was in junior high, you took this there's a taste test with a PCR taste test, and you put it on your tongue, and some people taste bitter and some people taste nothing at all. And that in of itself, it's like how our senses even make sense of the world to begin with is just only explained through a creator. It's too perfect. It's just that good that the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy made something about this, about the Babel fish or Babel fish, or whatever it was. So what you're looking at here is a world so perfect, so objectively perfect, that it functions almost by itself without any input from people. And when people start messing with it, then it starts to break. Like landfills in my local area are now leaking into the aquifers. The ground used to be a filter for the water, and they replaced the ground with garbage, and all of a sudden now there's garbage in the water. Duh. Or like where they got floodplains, and they border off the floodplains and build these mounds and then put a development there. And a couple years later, boom, it floods, and you're like, well, how did this happen? Nature made it that way. It started flooding due to all kinds of cause and effect relationships. And when people started fooling with it, now it doesn't work, or it's going to go back to working.
Right, like it looks like it was set up. Oh, I'm with you on that.
It just seems too perfect, and that's kind of like. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, this place is so beautiful. That's how I was just going to double down, like you say.
Yeah, and that's kind of the Newton. Like Newton's book, where the Principia of it. He says his hypothesis was he feigns no hypothesis. I don't know what the cause is, but in his other writings, he says that the heliocentric model is so perfect it can only be explained by a god did it. The model is that full of glory and splendor that a god cannot be denied. That's really the only hypothesis he ever offered.
Yeah, I mean, it's, the slow creeping of evolution, and yet, the capability of man.
Yeah, we were talking about evolution yesterday, and it's kind of like, why do they call it the theory of evolution? It should be called the theory of natural selection, because the natural selection would be the cause. The effect would then be evolution.
That is what it's called, Crit. It's called the theory of evolution through natural selection and random mutation. That's its entire name.
Yeah, but they try to roki doke it and cause it if it's evolution. That's the theory.
Yeah, we just call it evolution because it's easier to just say that instead of having to say the theory of evolution through natural selection and random mutation. That's like a mouthful, right? You would just say evolution.
But it's accurate, right?
It is. It is accurate. But it's the same way you just say DNA instead of,
Or I would say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Well, what doesn't kill you today could kill you tomorrow. I don't know, man.
Yeah, like some sort of wound that, lasts, longer.
Yeah,
like just people being the warriors, right? Like your, scars showed you how many times you got up.
So do you guys think you have free will?
Yeah.
No.
No, okay.
Yeah, well, even if you could prove there's no free will, you still have to act like there is free will. Otherwise, it just everything just falls apart.
Well, I mean, don't most of us live like we have free will, right? We all make our own decisions for ourselves, right? But I guess there is a limitation to how free our will is.
Yeah, and also different layers. I would go with like no free will when you start looking at how much agency do people have. When you start looking at the amount of government intrusion in people's lives, it's a constant reduction of agency to the point that maybe they don't. People really don't have free will. They have an illusion of free will. Oh yeah, go
ahead. Damn it. Okay, am I there? The movie Trading Places, where the question of nature versus nurture.
Yeah.
I think both of those scenarios are still saying no free will.
What do you mean?
Like it's either nature that's causing and affecting everything you do, like chemically how you were made and everything you run into. Well, yeah, and everything you run into, or then. So you're not choosing; you're just reacting, and then the same thing with
maybe it's a mixture of
nature. If it's your DNA, I think you don't have free will either, because it's just saying however you're made, and then therefore you're going to go in and that question of it's always I agree, it's a mix of nature and nurture, definitely.
Okay, so there's like parameters and limits to how free you are, right? Like if you're born with one arm, there's only so much you can do, right? Yo, am I coming through?
Yeah, I don't think that's what I mean. I don't think
there's a couple movies like that. There's let's see what okay, I think it's called The Game, maybe. It's a famous actor. I'm trying to name on his
Michael Douglas.
There we go. Yeah, that's it. He they trick him, and this is now spoilers. You know this right from the very beginning. They trick him into thinking that he's just making out all his stuff up, all of it. And there's another one with a woman who had a child on the plane, and then the child disappears. That's another famous actress too, Sandra Bullock. There's a one called Stranger something, where a dude survives an airplane crash and starts thinking he became immortal. There's another one where they trick this dude into thinking he's I can't remember the name of the film, but they trick him into thinking he's invisible, by no one reacting to him. There's another episode of Outer Limits where they constantly reset people's minds every 24 hours and see how they react to different stimulus, and notice that they always react the same way. The movie Dark City talks about that you're only a product of your memories. If you modify memories, you modify behavior.
Mm-hmm. See? A lot of people think that. It seems logical, but at the same time, nothing has to be absolute. That also seems logical.
Yeah, it's like maybe okay. If someone for spoilers, this is pretty good. I found the game. Michael Douglas. Yeah, so basically they get this guy to get this guy to almost shoot somebody.
Yeah, it's like his birthday, right? And they basically make him play like some games on his birthday, but they got like deadly consequences, and he doesn't really know what's going on. He thinks his brother's involved, and that was a crazy movie. That was a crazy movie.
And there's that one where they got the psychics who can determine that crime is about to take place.
Oh, Minority Report.
There we go. Yeah, and that talks about free will too.
Right? Yeah, because that talks about, is the future predestined, fated, or are you able to choose your own future? Like, for example, if you knew that tomorrow you were going to kill someone, are you able to make decisions that change the future? Are you able to stop yourself from doing it? Like, if you knew the future, could you change it? Or are you destined to act it out,
Destined.
Or there's multiple realities that spur from every decision made. Like everything you do, that's why this idea of reincarnation and keep living the same life over and over again until you make the right decisions. And each time you go through, you gain more and more wisdom and more understanding of the world and yourself and and God too, maybe, until you go through and get a perfect score. Like almost like like playing, I guess, in a video game, like where once you've done it enough times, it becomes like, oh, I can speed run this thing.
Yeah. The problem is you never forget the last run, so you could go into the next try making the same mistakes because you forgot what you did last time, right?
Yeah, but there's like kind of like an intuition or like a sort of like where we see people who have like old souls or something like that. Like there's a built-in like a kind of like a built-in mechanism to carry past knowledge forward that isn't really fully understood because it would corrupt the process.
What do you mean?
Okay, like say if I had complete memory of a past life and I knew for sure on X day I made a completely wrong decision, and that decision caused all kinds of other effects that then spiraled that that playthrough, quote unquote,
Mm-hmm.
you could just automatically manipulate that one single event, but that's not the story. It's not the purpose of the story. What if that purpose of that playthrough was to go down that path because the end was the story, not the start? So by remembering things, you could take the wrong lessons than what was supposed to be learned. That's kind of crazy. I'm looking at that website that they had they filmed multiple different endings for the movie because they didn't want any actor or crew to talk about it. The game one with Michael Douglas and Sean Penn.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
That's an old ass movie.
Yeah, 97. Holy crap! It's like that's when you start feeling old. Like when.
Look up that Capricorn 1 conspiracy. What was the date on that y'all were talking about?
Yeah, that was. I'm thinking 80 something, right? Oh no, 70. Okay, I just googled it. 77. Yikes! Right in the middle of it.
That Rakia mentioned with the football player's name and all that sort of stuff?
No, they fake a lunar mission or a space. Oh no, they fake to Mars.
Who did?
The Capricorn 1.
Oh yeah, that's a movie though, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a newer show too that they got people to think that they're. Oh, I probably shouldn't spoil it. That they're on the colony ship. I'm trying to think of the name.
What was it called?
It got canceled after one season because it was a Harvey Weinstein production.
You know, it's funny. I don't know. I just watched a movie for the third time in 2 days. You guys ever seen Silver Lining Playbook?
Silver what, Kosho? You're a bit
Silver Lining Playbook.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's a good movie, man. Anyway, well, yeah, you're from New Jersey. People from New Jersey look up on people from Philadelphia. But people from New York look down on both of the people from New Jersey and Philadelphia. So, but that movie is about a dude from Philadelphia. Anyways, it was produced by Harvey Weinstein. I noticed that.
Fourth autofill results when typed in Silver Linings Playbook 2012.
Yeah, dude, I think it was either nominated for a lot of Oscars or won a bunch of Oscars, dude. It's in my top 5 favorite movies, man.
All right. Thanks, Kosho.
Yeah, you're welcome, dude. Merry Christmas. And anyways, Harvey Weinstein produced it, so some of the shit holds up. So where were you born?
I like the writers and directors better.
I like the dude. Yeah, I don't do Harvey Weinstein. He's nobody in that movie. But I like filmmakers. My favorite movies come from filmmakers. Like this movie, Silver Linings Playbook. It's got the same writer, same director. So the guy who wrote it directed it. You know, like Quentin Tarantino. He writes and directs his movies. Right?
That's how it should be. Yeah.
James Cameron, Christopher Nolan. It's not how it should be. It's just you end up getting, in my opinion, the best movies, because it's like a single person's message, expression.
Right, clear message.
You know what I mean?
It's the fidelity is probably high. Like I heard you talk about playing with your dolls the other day, bro, and I'm just, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, go fuck yourself, dude.
No, listen, I know you're gay and everything, but like I know you're also copying me because like I wrote and directed puppet movies, 30 years ago, bro, when I was like a little baby. So, when camcorders were
dude,
big.
I copied off you when you were a fucking baby. That's right, dude. You piece of fuck. Listen to me.
We got old mini tapes of that shit. Who didn't do that shit, bro? But I'm talking about like, it was just surprising to hear that you do it like still.
Well, yeah, well, actually, I'm actually remaking. I was working on it 4 or 5 years ago. Escape from Mars, and I was talking about it the other day, and I decided I'm getting back into it. Dude, I'm gonna finish making that movie. I'm actually working on it, and all the time.
Okay. Right.
But the problem is I can't find my Snake Plissken, dude. I have all these action figures. I can't find Snake.
Forever get clowned on the medium. Yeah, the writing and directing, man, that's good. I love it. But
what's the hardest part right now is actually writing, because I don't have a script for it. So
what? I thought that's what you did have. I thought that's what you did have. So you just messing around playing with the
I wrote a tentative script back in the day. I don't have that at all. I was going through the depression. My girlfriend was breaking up with me, and so I don't have any of that stuff. I had to rewrite it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I used to play with dolls. I knew what girls were.
Yeah, I don't have any dolls, dude. I don't have Barbie dolls or anything like that, man.
Toys or whatever, man. I'm just kidding about
I got some pretty cool action figures now. I got Lando. I got 2 Darth Vaders. I got a Stormtrooper. I got the Undertaker, Einstein. Purple Master Chief. A bunch of Legos.
My kids.
Bang.
My kids into that, all but it's pop dolls, that's what these kids want now.
Dude, I was just looking at that with my girlfriend. She's doing this eBay thing, right? She was buying stuff on eBay, and she saw these dolls, pop dolls, and they're $500. That's how much they're cost. That's how much people are bidding for them. I'm like, dude, don't buy that. And I saw which ones they were. You ever seen The Year Without Santa Claus with the heat miser, snow miser? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know these things go for 50s, 100s. Like if you're buying a lot of them, this shit is cool. Yo, some of them look really good.
They look good. What are you talking about?
They cool looking. The things, the little pop things.
$500 sound like it's like she was about
a gold bracelet, or you get a good gold gemstone or something, or you don't buy. Now, what kills me is the best pants and shit. Like they be having these they like $200 for like one pants. I be like, damn, bro. Like I just want to draw on it myself, you know. They just God, like some of them swag clothes are so expensive, dog. Like, but they're so awesome. But it's really just the value that you know I can't justify the purchases because I know the amount of labor. It's just a little bit. You just need that drawing skill, and it's nothing. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers be killing it. Like to me, just once you get the print or whatever you're doing with the jeans, the quality of the jeans ain't no different. You know what I'm saying? And it's like some of the prices, like you know, like I'm gonna just some stuff is just unreasonable for nothing.
I don't buy jeans.
None.
No. I don't pay for a lot of stuff, to be honest with you. Did I ever tell you that a magician and a conman have the same skill set? You ever seen this before?
I think I've heard you say you're the magician.
Yeah.
What's
like
that?
Like a thief and a detective.
See, I like Gary. That's what New Jersey did. New Jersey, say what you want, you know. Say what you want about New Jersey. Everybody does. Jersey, dude. He knows what's up.
I'm just gonna tell you this, bros. The payroll is boring.
The payroll? What are you talking about?
Payroll is boring. Live y'all's life. Show the next how to be free.
What are you talking about?
Next generation.
Payroll. Are you stealing from people?
The payroll is boring. It's boring, brother. There's philosophers that have said stuff akin to the worst thing you could do to a man is give him food every day or something like that.
Philosopher said that.
Look it up. I don't know. Kosha, what's the Capricorn 1 conspiracy? Did they say that the movie came out on the same day that O.J. Simpson's wife got killed or something? Or what's that all about?
Simpson's wife didn't kill his ex-wife. Got her neck chopped off. They had been divorced.
Okay, you took it. You made it too heavy for me. Kosha, they ain't talking about shit in here. I mean, look, Bandsaw even left, bro. You know it's dead. And Jeremy is gone, bro.
They go to Australia, you know that? Let me ask you a question. Do you think OJ did it?
Did it? Was the girl's head definitely chopped off? Did they see the dead body?
It wasn't all the way chopped off. It was nearly chopped off.
All right, I trust you. Yeah, he did it.
You know, it's funny that same piece of evidence, you know, as much there was a lot of other evidence, but that kind of tells me a lot right there, you know.
Yeah, bitches think it's a joke.
Think what's a joke? You know who Aaron Hernandez is?
God Scalpel was in here earlier talking about actions, being responsible for your actions and all that. And he didn't get any consequences much. He couldn't make it that far. You missed it.
And most people aren't responsible for their actions, but Do you know who Aaron Hernandez is?
Is that the one from over in Europe? Oh no, that's the gay football player. The gay football.
Yeah, thank you. For fuck's sake, what the fuck are you talking about Europe, dude? Yes, he's gay. He was a football player.
Killed the
He went
dude
from
to
Florida. You saw the documentary, huh?
Yeah, my wife loved it.
I mean, I didn't love the documentary. It was all right. But my point is that Aaron Hernandez and OJ, right? They have this similar kind of unearned or unexplained passion. You know what I mean? This kind of this thrill of overly intense aggression. So I think honestly there might be a link to like concussions and football style injuries and the kind of OJ and Aaron Hernandez had been involved in. I don't know. That's just my thinking.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. What you trying to say? What you trying to say, bro?
I'm trying to say they probably were both concussed and probably both brain injured and probably this was the cause of their aggression.
You said OJ had it too? Football.
Yeah, there's a local football guy here who just flipped out a little bit some months ago, I think it was. Yeah, but he was shooting at invisible people invading his house, and
he was shooting at invisible people. Huh?
Yeah, like people they're called. This is like a thing where you want to call the police because he's a big dude, right? He's a football player, like 6 something.
Yeah, right.
It's like and you want the police to be there as because they're trained supposedly, but you also don't want to call the police because they get scared and they start shooting. So how do you deal with these situations? And it's like it kind of goes to the mental health part too, but also being physiological, right? So he took some sort of head trauma playing football. So now what? What's the solution here? What's
I would say that I'd make a case that the aggression that these people already had caused the concussion.
What? No, dude. The aggression doesn't cause concussions, dude. What are you talking about? The impact. It's the impacts that cause concussions.
And what causes the impacts?
The training.
The aggression.
Football training.
The aggression.
All right, man. I don't know if that connection needs to be made, but
come on.
But yeah, I mean, there definitely is. I think there definitely is a link between. I mean, there might be something there. And actually, I think they requested Aaron Hernandez's brain to be donated to research. They were actually going to research his brain after death to see if there was a link there.
Yeah, that's common. They go after all the football brains, and I mean it sincerely. That's Jesse. I remember they wanted who else is who was the other guy's brain? A lot of people's brain. Was the one dude Junior Seau or the other dude? They wanted his brain. Bunch of people.
Here's a story I was talking about. Evan Griffin, a defensive lineman, had posted a series of disturbing messages on social media, and then at some point he was in his house and started shooting at people who weren't there, invaders, into his house. This is what he's.
Oh, but he killed anyone?
No. So he's 6'9" and he's 400 pounds.
God dang.
I know. It's like, what procedure do you do to bring this guy? I mean, at some point, sedation or
that's like Harambe.
Yeah, it's like, holy crap. It's like, how many people would it take to hold him down? I mean, like all.
That's why they killed Harambe's, because didn't like a boy like fall into his cage or something? Like a kid fell into his cage, and so because it's a gorilla, they're it was like
Yeah.
basically have to kill it. Yeah.
I know. That's like old Harambe was like one of the first things you could get banned for on like social media stuff.
Oh, because people were
like overly
memeing it, like
memed,
people.
right?
Yeah.
It was overly memed.
Oh, just meme in general. Yeah, well, what was the other? I was gonna say something about some other guy. Yeah. I can't remember. Some other athlete that also has hold on. Who were you talking about right before I brought up Harambe?
Oh, was it Everson Griffin?
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, there's a documentary here called "Football's Greatest Lie." That it's safe. It's a safe sport to play.
When did that come out?
Oh, let me go back to it. I'll just click on graphic video that Everson posted on Disturbing Media. I'll go back real quick.
Hey Don, are you still there? Hmm. Hey Crit, what do you think about possibly doing that? Remember that show I was talking about? It's like Flat Earth versus Glober. We're gonna talk about Flat Earth history, 2v2. What do you think about possibly joining the panel on the Flat Earth side?
Yeah, I mean, it would have to like start off with like what is flat Earth to begin with.
Well, no. So I'll tell you real quick what this show is going to be a little bit different than some of the other discussions I'm going to do. But this one's going to be we're going to have a specific flat Earth history video that like we're just going to watch together, and then like people can like stop the video and discuss whatever at any point. They're not very long. It's like there's two videos that are 10 minutes long each. Yeah, but like I said, it's not going to be. It's like how in Jim Show he watches the whole clip, and then we talk about it after. It's going to be set up to where if you have something to say during the clip, we can pause it, and I'll pause it at an appropriate time, and then we can discuss it.
Yeah, sounds fun. I mean, I like doing Gem Show. The only reason why I stopped is because CB banned me.
Well, on Gem Show specifically, like when flat earthers are on there, we don't like to debate it. So at least in this show, it'll be 2v2, and you can actually. I mean, you don't have to debate though. Either.
Yeah, I
You
wasn't
just
debating
discussion.
when I was
on that show.
Yeah, when I was on Gem Show, I wasn't debating anything. We're talking about the videos, and he liked my take on QAnon stuff because I have a lot of family members who are really right wing. I mean, like funny right wing. Like, are you joking right now? Like, tell me you're joking. Like,
You were actually always good on Jim's show. But he even if it wasn't you, like sometimes other like I think Lewis would be on there sometimes, and then he would just confront you about something you said or something. And yeah, that was he was just trying to avoid an actual debate during his show. But
yeah,
on the show I'm trying to do, you can express whatever opinion you have about the topic, and then yeah. So there'll be 2 flat earthers, 2 Globers. I'll probably share the videos before the show, but the actual show. But at the very least, you'll just watch the show. Watch the clip. I'm working on the thing for my bot right now where people can kind of So let's say there's 4 people, right? 2v2, and one person's talking. I'm setting up this sort of thing so that if somebody else has something to say to that person, they can kind of queue up. That way, there's like a visible list of, who's the order of people trying to speak and stuff.
Yeah, what I did for Jem, he would send me all the videos that he was going to talk about on his show. I would watch them and then send him back like a bullet form comment about like what direction I would take my comments or what would be my take. And then that's why he kind of knew which videos to ask me, because he already. I told him what my talking points would be ahead of time.
Yeah. Well, because now he does a show where it'll be anybody in Discord can join the show. Honestly, I think it's better quality when you have you have a smaller group of people, like specific people, rather than just like a random assortment of people.
Reoccurring characters, instead of just
Yeah, right. Even if you have new people come on, whenever, it's just at least it's not like basically when it's random people can jump in. It's almost just like the server, basically. It's not really directed. But yeah, I'll keep you updated. I don't know what day. I was at one point I was gonna do it today, but if everything goes right every next couple of days.
Yeah, I think it's really powerful too because it adds a more of a legitimate thing to it to get around YouTube censor, because like YouTube is just going after almost like solid flat Earth videos, but they don't go after the debunking or like the conversation videos. So this will allow.
Oh yeah.
It'll kind of beat YouTube at their own game.
Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, I don't know because somebody was saying like I could do a vaccine show, but you definitely can't do that on YouTube. But regardless, yeah, I invited Geo and Jeremy. And Geo declined, and Jeremy. So it might be you and Jeremy, or it might be you and another flat earther. And I know Jim Panda is one of the Globers. I think maybe Eggshells was talking about him being interested. He might be the other Glober. So, yeah, like I said, sometimes it could be a debate, but I think with the people, well, actually, if it's Jeremy and Jim Panda and you two, Eggshells and yourself, I think it could actually be a pretty heated debate because I know Jim's passionate about this topic. So,
yeah, I mean, like the virus stuff, it's like it got so ridiculous that like the word corona is also part of the sun, like in the heliocentric model. So you're getting people who would make a video about the sun, the components of the sun, or the one I saw was there's like a video game where like like some sort of energy weapon, like plasma weapon, and it was called like Halo, Corona, and then another part of the sun. I can't remember what the third part. And that video got knocked down for misinformation.
yeah, I'd be worried.
So they had to like start changing names. Oh, I think the video was the one for the well, not the globalist, but the guy talking about the sun, like Stellar Corona, and his video gets taken down. Like seriously, like what is wrong with talking about the sun?
What platform is that guy? Whatever.
On YouTube. It was I saw the interview was on a spin-off show from the Young Turks. It's one of the guys who used to be on that show has his own show now.
Was it Jimmy Dore?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was drawing the blank on his name.
He's the only cool guy from the show.
Yeah.
No, there was another guy though. No, there was another dude, Ruben.
Yeah, Mark Rubin.
Mark. No, that's a different Ruben. Mark Rubin's a billionaire.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think. The gay dude, right? Is the one you're talking about?
Yeah. The Jewish gay guy. Yeah, he's from Young Turks too. But he
one episode. One thing I saw him debating this college girl, and this college girl's like, "You're a white heterosexual male," and he's like, I'm married to a dude. That's about as gay as you can get." You know, right? Like, and then she just like her jaw just dropped. You know, like.
Yeah, him and Jimmy Dore, probably the only people I respect, because when I first was in, like I was first maybe 13 years ago, I thought Young Turks was pretty cool just because like it was the only thing like that on YouTube, but it was just they're just extremely too liberal, so liberal on every fucking point, like way past the.
Yeah, Wesley Clark, is pretty cool too. He was like
Wesley Clark.
Yeah.
He's general.
No, Wesley Clark Jr. His son was on Young Turks. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. He talked about national security and policing issues and stuff like that.
Yeah, but Jimmy Dore, he's funny. He's a comedian.
The one that was the most annoying was a blonde dude, that like the college guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're in your 40s. Stop talking about your college days. Okay, that was like, that's
Did he have
over.
like a goatee or something?
Yeah, like a complete like Van Wilder, like you know, like the real life Van Wilder. I mean, come on, dude. Seriously already. Okay, you graduated. You work on the TV show. You're no longer a college student. Okay, you're not giving college news. Okay, let the college students have their broadcasts and whatnot.
It always seems like he was like friend zoned by Anna Kasparian or whatever her name is. Like he was always. It always seemed like he was like interested in her, but she seems like she friend zones everybody.
Is she married now? I mean, because that's like I haven't watched.
I think yeah. I haven't seen that show in like 12 years.
The last time I watched it was I saw a video where she got voted like one of the most successful people under 30, but she was over 30 or something like that, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say
it was like people were complaining it's such a rigged thing, and they said, well, at the time when she was nominated, she was 29 and 11 months old, and you know, I'm like, that's still 30, dude. Seriously, like you're talking about under 30. That's like mid 20s. It doesn't. I mean, you can stretch it out a little bit, but if people are like that close to their 30th birthday, it's kind of unfair to be competing against like someone in their mid 20s and they're successful.
Yeah.
It's like
I don't even think that
the award.
Oh yeah, but I don't think she was even. I mean, I wonder who put on this award, because like, how would she even? I don't know what league she'd have to be in to win something like that, or even be top 3 or anything. It's not like she's super rich or anything. I guess maybe she's like popular amongst liberals, maybe.
Did you ever see the compilation of the Young Turks from election night 2016?
Oh my god, yeah, that is hilarious.
The greatest.
What happened? Were they crying or something?
No, like because you know how the election it started off with like Hillary in like 99.99999% projected to win.
Oh sure, yeah. Even South Park predicted she'd win.
Yeah, and by the end, as the numbers start switching, they basically have a meltdown. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a slow boil. Like they start out like, it's okay. It's whatever.
Yeah, it's just a bump, just a glitch. Early polling is sometimes wrong.
Yeah.
Just dropping the excuses, and then eventually switches to like Trump 99% favored to win.
Right. And by the end,
Saturday Night Live they just get about that. Like, yeah, people were crying, dude.
Yeah, it was nuts, man. That was some of the the best parts of that election. See, I was like,
Yeah.
people like, who did you vote for? I go, neither, right? I just wanted one of them to lose, like because it's either everything wrong with politics versus everything wrong with the culture. One of them, please lose, okay?
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
I didn't want it to be a split like 49-51. I wanted it to be such a blowout that politics lost. Okay, that's a little bit better result than culture losing.
I don't have that. I don't have that much disdain for. I know what you put it though, but I don't have that much disdain for Donald Trump. I'm not like I don't support him, but I actually have disdain for Hillary Clinton. So.
Yeah, I'm like the same way too. I mean, Hillary is like enough is enough. It's like you had your shot, you blew it multiple times. You don't really advocate or care about people. You pretend you do. You're just a career politician. And then this whole thing about moving to New York and then becoming a senator.
Yeah, and then
I'm more New Yorker.
JFK Jr. is killed. You just choose what?
Like she just picked a spot she could win, and muscled
the
dude out. The guy who should have won that would have been a good government. Would have been not good government, but better. He was like a Kennedy and all this other stuff. He would have represented the Democrat Party better than she would.
Yeah, he was an actual politician. She was just a politician's wife at the time. She'd never done anything in politics. I mean, other than marry a president or whatever, practice law, but it's not like she was like, representative anymore.
Yeah, and then all the Clinton Foundation scandals and like what they did the first time they're in the White House and like a lot of right wing or left wingers would be like, if elections were fair, Hillary would have won. If you were like, if elections were fair, she wouldn't even been on a candidate. Bernie would have won. Like Bernie won like 90% of the primaries.
The primary, yeah, just like how Ron Paul, the previous one, the actual supporters, the people actually like galvanized in the primaries were totally for him. But the Democratic primaries are completely ass backwards. It doesn't matter who the people want. The superdelegates can basically, choose whoever they want to win, basically. Because they have so much sway that the superdelegates can decide decide the candidate.
Yeah, that's what the problem. The superdelegates really decide. They
the Democratic Party. Yeah.
Yeah, so Bernie had won, but he lost the superdelegates. When really the superdelegates are supposed to be somewhat in line, it's supposed to be like a checks and balances type thing. They should somewhat equal, what the primaries are saying.
Well, no, I mean honestly, like parties, they do have the right to like. If we made our own internet party right now, like we could choose our candidate any way we want. And so the Democratic Party, even though it makes sense to allow the people to choose, if they decided that they just wanted to have 5 people pick who they want the Democratic candidate to be, it'd be totally legal. Just most people wouldn't go for it. They wouldn't back them up. So. Oh shit! What you got? So I'll do watching Blackfish with my girlfriend. I've seen it like 5 times. I'll be back.
Well, time to check what the news is. Let's see some science news. Moon dust up for auction. Particles of moon dust, lunar dust, are being sold in a rare historic space history auction, valued at $1.2 million. Yeah, this is like swampland, right?
Yeah, aren't they supposed to keep that stuff?
Yeah. Let's see what else is going on. It's just, I mean, this stuff. Come on, just come on, dude. It's like the article's even more ridiculous. That's why I had to link it.
How about a bottle of Jack Daniels that Neil Armstrong actually drank out of after he became an alcoholic?
Yeah. This is the thing too, that they're not sure, right? This is a lot that Max Ari had stole from the Space Center and was found guilty in 2005 of stealing artifacts. but I guess certified by Nancy Lee Carlson as being legit lunar dust. I mean, yeah, if this turns out not to be lunar dust, this guy should be, his conviction should be vacated. So the particles for sale can be found in a blue container on 5 aluminum discs, each topped with a small piece of carbon tape that was used to retrieve the dust in a collection bag on 21 July 1969 after Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin became the first humans to set foot on the moon. This was part of a contingency sample of lunar dust before carried out the rest of his planned activities on the lunar surface.
Yeah, it's very bright. I thought it'd be like darker than that. It's like silver. Shiny.
Yeah, so just like little circles of black tape. And look, it's labeled 2 through 6.
Yeah.
That's government accounting right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, hey, Neil, count to 5 for me.
It starts at 2.
2, 4, 2, 2, 4, 6, 3, 5. Okay, try again, please. As the only proof I need, you went to the moon. Just count to 5. That's it. You can use your hand if you want to. You can use the fingers. He's like, okay. 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. Damn, dude, are you on the sauce? What's it say? It's starting now?
Yeah, 1.2 million.
1.2 million. Come on.
That's insane, man. How do they appraise that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they had like a dart in the dartboard with just random dollar amounts next to it. Just threw it. This is why I like doing that, the news search for NASA and stuff, because I would never have heard about this until it was too late. Like months later, someone would have found it and it would have been already over. Let's see, how's the Artemis program going?
Yeah.
Here we go. CBS. They take third crack. That's probably a wrong word to use.
Yeah, it's supposed to be tomorrow, right?
Yep. It's supposed to be the countdown. They should be feeling it right now.
And what is this one going to do? Just go around the moon? And
yeah, like unmanned or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they counted down Okay. Okay, they restarted the wet dry rehearsal. Got 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen, 196,000 gallons of liquid oxygen. They're going to start at T minus 33 second mark instead of the T minus 10. Huh.
33.
Yeah. And then the second timer will tick all the way down to T minus 9.3 seconds.
9 plus 3 is 12. 1 plus 2 is 3. So they got all these numbers mean something. I'm sure you already know that.
Yeah, because the third crack, and then they're selling what appears to be lunar crack. This is the first time ever there's a female launch director.
Oh, maybe that's why there's so many delays.
Yeah, this has been going. Yeah, their first attempt was April Fool's Day. That's why I thought was the best part.
Yeah.
Because it started in March, which is supposed to be like a Women's History Month, and it got delayed all the way to April 1st, and then now we are April 14th, 2 weeks after the delayed.
322 feet tall. Yikes.
Yeah, the Saturn V was taller, 363 feet. I was like curious how they compared. What's everyone called? The Saturn V, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, 366. And then how about the Falcon? The Falcon is 70 meters? Okay.
Did you ever read Wagging the Moon Doggy by Dave McGowan?
No. It sounds good, though.
Oh, yeah, it's a good one. I'll put it in the chat. Hey. Yeah, he just eviscerates the like every point.
Uh-oh, I think I got it.
Got what?
I think they kicked it again. Let me see here. 4 hours ago posted. Okay. So yeah, 4 hours ago they posted Artemis 1's next generation rocket faces setback from pocket-sized valve. But in the article it says they're still planning on doing the Thursday, April 14th. Since okay, they're still planning on doing it because it affects the upper stage, which isn't part of the test. And they knew that this hardware might have been faulty to begin with. This malfunction is not an unexpected failure, says John Belvers, SLS Chief Engineer, NASA Marshall Flight Center. We had a conference call on Monday about the upcoming test and predicted the fault.
So who's going up there? Do they have a cast of characters yet, or?
Yeah,
I
don't know.
Any celebrities, or just regular dinks?
Well, I mean, they're going to be like celebrities once they do it, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Here we go. This is a space-time thing. For the first time, 3 supernovas were seen at the same time in a single galaxy.
I like how it's in the entertainment section.
Yeah. Like the other day when they were talking about, hey, what's Bandy gonna say when there's space tourism? In the article they linked was CNN's travel section. And the article was like from like 2014 that cited like 2027 as when the Von Braun space station is going to be open. Oh, space hotel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it talked about like, won't it be great to dock your personal spaceship at a 5-star luxury accommodations? Like right there from the very beginning, like they had predicted by that time, people would have their own personal spaceships doing like road trips in space.
In what year was that article, sorry?
Like 2014.
So that was only 8 years ago.
Yeah, I know. It's hilarious. Like, come on. You know?
Yes, it's funny. This escape to the future fallacy, like, they don't seem to realize that people were saying this 10 years ago and that they were saying it 20 years ago. Oh, you'll be sorry in 2010 when we can land on Mars, right? Cool. Well, it's 2022. Oh, you'll be sorry in 2032 when we can go to Mars. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, remember the one guy, Goldsteel? I haven't seen him around very often, but he's like one of those guys. He's a smart guy, and he's a globe side dude. But I won't hold it against him, you know. But see, where he actually said, "Hey, when?" I said straight up, real talk. When will people be going to space? When will this happen again? He said 2080 is probably a realistic number.
20 what?
2080.
2080? Holy shit. I'll be long gone by then.
That's why I told him, so who's going to be around in that time frame? That's here, right? He goes, like, even the youngest guys on Discord will be like, you know, in their 70s and shit. You know, that's like, I mean, come on. Like, how is this like a pathway? You know, like, yeah, he just said, hey, you wanted real talk. I think by 2080 there'll be a space station that will be a refueling platform that will then slingshot people out even further. Like, he gave me this whole breakdown of what his idea of manned space flight would look like. Like some sort of catapult is how he described it.
Yeah, it seems obvious to me that these guys are actually in love with the idea of space, and they don't actually. It's like they'll argue the idea, but they won't. There's this weird kind of psychology where they don't actually think that any of it's necessary to be practical in reality in order to argue the idea anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I can partially get on board with that if it offers something positive. But if it's not offering anything positive, then it's completely worthless. Like, it might be even harmful. Because if they're able to think, in 1,000 years from now, there'll be a galactic human empire, and everyone will be at peace with each other. Because it'll be so vast in the distances and all this other stuff. It's like, it'll be like humans will turn into, not Voltrons. What are they called? Star Trek?
Vulcans.
Vulcan. There we go. Yeah, Vulcans. Yeah. Okay. So I'm like thinking, yeah, there you go. Like, that is something positive, something to work for, because then people would start taking steps in that direction. But what they're offering now is like a Warhammer 40K type of environment, you know, or space version.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the way I would put it is like the first person to think of personal computers before personal computers existed. Yeah, that guy was probably a little bit nutty, but he was ahead of his time, and, you know, computers have become a thing, and someone had to have the idea in order for it to then become a thing, right? So there is a certain necessity to, let's just say, slightly kooky visionaries. But I think that they think they're kooky visionaries when they aren't, and that's the issue.
Oh yeah, it's cringe, right?
Yeah.
Like, they think they're offering. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it's funny because I don't know if you've ever heard me rant about causey people, but you get these people who attach themselves to a cause, right? And one thing I've noticed about these people, they'll have a cause, you know, it generally is the current thing, right? But some people have causes that are much longer term, and they love the causes that can't be solved, or that they put them in a certain way that they very unlikely to be solved. So, for instance, I would say that the current, like, let's call them anti-racists, quote unquote, they will define anything that they deem acceptable as racism in order to have the cause to be anti-racist. Doesn't actually matter if it is racist. It matters that they get to have that cause. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and a lot of times too, they'll even if you bust them, you'd be like, that wasn't racist. They'll call it, oh, but it was problematic.
Yeah. But they need to have a cause in order to feel like part of the. In order to. I actually don't know why they need a cause. Really, I've got a few ideas, but and I think some people you get like causey people are like space people. They have attached the idea of human progress, to space, and if you are anti-space, then you are anti-human progress, and if you're anti-human progress, then we have to argue with you, regardless of what you're saying is true.
Yeah, because that's what their real goal at the end of the day was to find somebody they could attack, they could go after as a problem.
Yeah, there might be an element of that too, but I think what I'm saying isn't so much the attack itself, it's the idea that they have attached themselves to space as a virtue. It's a virtuous idea. And if you are challenging this virtuous idea, then you are the problem.
Okay,
right? You are unvirtuous.
Yeah, I get what you're saying now. Yeah, it took me a second to add to connect that.
Yeah. So,
because they see the problems with here on Earth will be solved by space travel. So if you're against space travel, you're for more problems on Earth.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
And neither one of those things are true, right? Right from the very beginning.
Yeah. And you point out all these things like, can you define woman? And they'll say like, oh, that's a stupid question. No, it's stupid. I can tell you what a woman is. Pretty easy, to be honest. Has vagina, doesn't have penis, can produce eggs, can't produce sperm. I think that's a pretty. It's not true in every case, but it's true in 99.9% of cases. Okay. Most definitions have exceptions. And then defining man would just be the opposite of that, right? These things are easy to do, but instead of just saying, oh, this is how I define woman, and look, my definition might not even be entirely correct. There may be tweaks you can make to it, but they won't even do it because they think that in the definition itself is you're removing the individual's choice to be fluid, right? And so now you're anti-progress again because you're stopping human choice, which is just silly again because definitions like humans. Okay, so how do I explain this, right? If you see a really beautiful woman walk past, do you have a choice to feel attraction for that woman?
Yeah, I say no. If you're attracted to the person, you're just attracted. It just is what it is.
It just happens to you, doesn't it? Like you're like, oh wow, she has a certain set of features that I like.
Yeah.
And so in that moment, you have no choice. You just feel attraction for that woman, and she may feel the same. She just feels attraction for you, or she just doesn't. She doesn't choose whether she feels attraction for you. So, is choice necessary when we're talking about the attraction phase? I'm not talking about anything after that. I'm talking about the attraction phase. Well, actually, not only is it not necessary, it's actually impossible. You can't influence that. The only thing you can do is influence your actions after that point, right? So there are certain things within humanity where choice isn't even an option for us, right? So that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going with this. So, and they think that if you're removing someone's choice, then you're an evil person. But if they never had that choice to begin with, then how do we square that circle?
Yeah, it's like telling someone like, choose to feel this cup of coffee as cold.
Yeah, when it's warm. Yeah.
You can call hot cold if you want, but it doesn't change what it is. It's still a hot cup of coffee.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like when women say, "Oh, are you staring at my boobs?" I'm like, well, like, I couldn't really stop myself from doing it initially. If I continue to do it, then I've chosen to, right? But also, you could have made the choice not to have them out in the open, right? So there's all these kind of like interminglings between things that you can't choose to do and things that you can choose to do. Is basically where I'm going with this. But then they'll say that if you chose to do something that isn't actually really a choice, such as feel attraction for a woman, knowing that she's a woman in the first place, right? Then there's some issue there. I don't really understand what that issue could possibly be, other than they're finding a reason for you to be wrong about something.
Yeah, just in a nebulous sense too. If a word has no meaning whatsoever, it's just an identity that can mean anything, then it's basically worthless at that point. It could be a random sound, or just a squeaky door, or just like,
Yeah,
like,
I know what you mean. Yeah, and I think that also people attach importance to these identities. Like, I mean, I'm a strong believer in identity, but I don't think that the identities are hugely meaningful. And I'll give you an example of that. So, I had a mate growing up who was like, not a big fan of football. Now, all of my friends who were kind of manly men were into football, and I could tell at the time he didn't really feel very manly because he wasn't into football. But as a man, if you are a man who doesn't like football, that is still an expression of maleness because you are a man, right? So it's like they're putting the cart before the horse a little bit, or maybe a better phrase is throwing the baby out with the bathwater by saying that males have a certain set of characteristics. If this characteristic isn't represented in this male, then that person is not male. That doesn't make any sense, because actually the definition itself is the person and what they like. So whatever that person likes is an expression of maleness by virtue of the fact that that person is male. You still there?
Yep, I am.
Sweet. Yeah, I just hope I didn't kill the conversation.
Yeah, I just didn't have anywhere to go from that, and it's exactly true. Like, if someone's identity is X, and they display, A, B, and C traits, that is their identity and their traits that are significant with that identity.
Yeah, exactly.
And trying to argue against that would be like no longer talking about the issue of identity. It'd just be trying to gaslight the person to think into they're not something that they identify as. It'd be like to break it down to a practical thing. It'd be like, hey, someone says I'm a firefighter. Okay, so why are you a firefighter? Because I wear a red suit, I drive a fire truck, I put out fires, and I train to put out fires. It says, well, that's not a firefighter. That's a Gorch Morgan. And you're like, okay, well, sure. Well, what's a Gorch Morgan? A Gorch Morgan's somebody who works for the government to protect property by making sure structural buildings don't burn down. And you're like, okay, whatever, dude. That's just, in my epistemology, that's the same thing. You just added some context to confuse yourself, like. can you just call that firefighter for me? Because in my world, that's the same thing.
Well, I mean, you know, back in the day before everything was sexist, we used to call them firemen, didn't we?
There you go. Yeah.
And nowadays, virtually all firefighters are men. And I don't think, like, I was watching the Google advert yesterday, and I wasn't really watching it. It asserted itself onto me, and it was like there's a man and a woman, and they're both dressed up in firefighting outfits, and the woman's saying, "Oh, well, you know, oh no, hold on, they weren't firefighters, they were builders," and she was like, "Oh, you know, when I go onto a building site, I'm the only woman there," and then he's like, "Oh yeah, well, you know, women don't want to be builders because there's no representation," and I was like, "No, it isn't. That's not the reason at all. The reason women don't want to be builders is because they don't like doing building work, and that's okay. Like, women are allowed to have preferences." That it's really weird. It's like these people that they want men and women to be the same, like exactly the same, and they don't want women to have preferences that men don't have. It's really bizarre. Like, women don't like doing certain things in general. That doesn't mean that the odd woman who does like doing that thing should be prevented from doing it. But let's not pretend like men and women have exactly the same interests at the general level, because it's just not true.
My industry, there's few women that meet the standards, right? Even set by themselves that they can complete the task needed to be hired. It's not sexist or whatever. It's just the trait of women, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even gone as far as to assess like competency. I'm just talking about interest. Like, even if the competency were equal, there would still be a different interest level, right? So,
we don't get as many women applicants because they usually most of them don't want to be out in the weather and getting dirty and grimy and stepping on nails all day. I mean, it's not what interests them. They would rather be doing something else as a whole, is what I've seen in my area. But one of my best workers is a woman. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It's few and far between. The pool to pick from of not only qualified, but able, just even bodily able to complete the task. And then the interest, you add that in there, there's very few to pick from. But like I said, the lady that works for me often outworks the men, and I get less lip from her. You know, I love her. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, exactly. And that actually proves
I love her, right?
that proves that you're assessing them as individuals, really, because
you're
saying, well, all these men who are fantastic. But to pretend like it should be 50% women, like, why would that be the case? There's no reason for that to be the case. Yeah.
Well, what we're seeing that often, you know, and it hurts productivity. It hurt, you know. Why would we want to do that? Why wouldn't we want to put the women in the jobs that they're more able to complete and do a better job at, to be more productive? That's what it should be about. And happier, like long term, you know, like, I don't know. But like I said, I wish I had 10 more like her, you know. Just can't find 10 more. Or the 10 more ladies that would be as do the job as good as she does, don't have the interest, right? So that's where the interest comes in. But having said that, I'm lucky to have her, so hope she's listening.
Can you guys hear me okay? I'll probably cut out. Fuck's sake. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear all of what Rakia said, but I heard it like 50% speed. So I assumed that I must have had a problem. But yeah, Rakia, I completely agree. I do think that somewhat competency and interest do go hand in hand. I wouldn't say that they're a perfect correlation, but a somewhat medium to strong correlation, because I think people, when they're interested in a thing, tend to want to get better at that thing. And when people are good at a thing, they tend to have an interest. But I wouldn't say that they're like perfectly synonymous, or synonymous is the wrong word, but you know what I'm trying to say. I think that there's a relationship there, and there's probably a medium correlation. Hmm. Okay.
Is that some kind of foundation? Maybe Rickia's not here anymore.
Hello?
Yep.
Hey, I'm back. Bloody hell, that took a while. Yeah, Rakia, I just want to say I heard everything you said, I think, and I agree with all of it. Did you hear what I said about competency and interest being linked? I'll take that as a no.
What up, Bob?
Hello.
This guy Trader Q-Tard, he's legit. I've seen him take every side of all the positions so far. Like sometimes he argues like a Glober. Sometimes he's
Who?
That guy Trader Q-Tard.
Yeah.
Whatever. He's just here to like argue with people, pretty much.
Maybe.
What you up to though? Kids are on break next week. Got all next week off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is I'm in the last week of tax season, pretty sure maybe, so almost done. Maybe.
Yeah, nice. Then it like slows right down for you.
Then it's basically I'll probably be not working for like month or two, maybe 3, and then like I might start going like once a week or whatever, because basically my employer, my boss, she told me like whether or not I take unemployment doesn't change the fact that they have to pay it. So they would prefer me just try and take it and then not go find another job. So basically they keep me on so I can tell unemployment, hey, my hours have been reduced, but I'm not fired. I'm going to go back, and they'll pay me unemployment for, however long it lasts or whatever. And I don't need to worry about going and get another job or whatever to have a weekly income for a while. And then, around,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's great. And then around, January, maybe a little bit earlier, it'll be back to, get ready for the next tax season or whatever, maybe.
Yeah, nice. That's even better than them dudes that lay blacktop and shit and only work for 6 months out of the year up here. That'd be awesome to have a job like that where you work 6 months, so like lay blacktop or taxes or whatever, and then get unemployment for like 6 months. Fucking great.
Well, it could be even better. I'm actually on the low end because I don't put a whole lot of effort into it, but I could actually be making even more money during the tax season and then possibly boost my unemployment by doing that. But I don't, because I don't care that much.
Like,
I'm making plenty for now. What's that?
Yeah, if you're like, you could max out on unemployment. Yeah.
Yeah.
The max is pretty low though.
Well, it might be fairly low. I think unemployment is by state. So like yours might be kind of low, and what is considered low for you might actually be fairly significant to me in Wisconsin.
Yeah, what are you in with? Yeah, I was gonna say, all right.
Like in Wisconsin here, like I know, like I don't know how like New York and New Jersey and stuff compare to like California, but from what I've heard of California, like you're talking like multiple thousands of dollars a month to rent, I think. And here it's not that high. Like here you can find not an amazing place, but find enough for maybe like $500-600 a month or something like that. And then like
you could get a little. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, you could rent like a house probably for somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500, I think. I guess I don't necessarily know all the details and stuff. It's not like I've been doing a lot of this or looking into a lot of this, but I don't think it's like nearly as expensive as places like California. And I'm guessing there's probably a similar situation with like the New York area, that it's probably like a premium, like a very high price compared to what we have here, I would think.
No, our shit was about the same. You could go get a little shitty 1-bedroom apartment for about $700, $750. And then we were renting a house before. It was like $1,100, $1,200.
Well, for us,
So
it would be more like a 3-bedroom is about $700 or $800-ish or so.
See, mine was for like a tiny 1-bedroom. So
okay. Yeah, no, around here, like I think around the last time I looked or whatever, for one of the nicer ones, maybe like more like 900 or so. But you could probably find a cheaper one than that for a bit less. But it would be more like 2, 3, maybe 4 bedrooms if you're lucky. I think there was a 4-bedroom one possibly that might have been like around 900 or something like that. But it might have been a 3. I'm not sure.
Bro, we were in the market for. We couldn't even find a 4-bedroom. First of all, we needed a 4-bedroom, but the 3 bedrooms were like 1,400.
Yeah, that's higher than that's. I would say that's probably close to double what ours is here, or at least, well, it was. That was, I mean, probably like 2-ish, maybe 3-ish years ago when I looked, or something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're at now. We have a pretty sweet deal where we're at now. My parents actually own the house, and we're renting from them. And we have it set up pretty nicely because they get paid somewhat by the state, and then we pay them some rent from our own, and we get the whole house. So that's nice.
Good deal. Yeah, good deal. Sure, they cut you a little break on the price. You don't have slumlords for landlords.
Well, yeah. So basically, what we did was, it might not actually be state; it might be federal. I said state, but it might be federal. Basically, there's this program called Section 8 for the housing authority here offers.
I heard of that.
And
I got that here.
Yeah, normally what you do is you like get your voucher and then you go like try and find a place and then try and work it out with them or whatever. And instead of that, like we did the Section 8, we had the voucher, and it's like, well, my wife has like anxiety issues and stuff. And like she was able to get a note from her doctor basically saying, hey, like, because normally it's against the rules for you to use that to rent from a family member, you know, like my parents. But we were able to get a note from the doctor saying, hey, she has these issues. She needs to be, you know, within a certain distance from someone who can help her and stuff like that. And so like we were able to get qualified to rent for my parents, even though normally we're not allowed to. And so now they pay from that program a significant portion of our rent, and we pay a very small amount, but we get the whole house and the yard and
awesome.
garage and stuff. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Don't worry, when we build these concrete domes, we won't have to worry about these issues. Getting notes from people. Permission slip. You need a permission slip? The fuck?
Nice.
Like, yo, I need a place to live. This is the place. Just pay whatever you were going to pay for the other place. What's the fucking big deal?
I'm guessing
it's not costing you any more money.
I'm guessing it has to do with like maybe people tried to scam them, like
yeah, I bet you that's
use
what
the
it
system
is.
to they're related to me, and so now I'm going to get them to pay like more than they would normally rent it out for. I don't know. I'm not sure how the scam would work, but maybe there was some sort of a scam that people tried to do.
There's definitely a scam, bro. There's always a scam.
There's always a scam.
There's always a scam.
Even if I don't know how it would work, there's a scam in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I grew up with
But you could get money. In other words, any homeowner could fucking could just send somebody, one of their relatives, preferably, to fucking to get a Section 8, and pretty much fucking, so they'll get a big voucher check every month, and they don't even have to fucking move. You know what I'm saying? And they could just split it or let the son or daughter live there rent free.
Basically, if they were living together anyway, just go ahead and send someone to sign up.
You'd be getting paid just for nothing, basically.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. They didn't want people who were like, they were going to be living with them rent free anyway. And instead of that, they're like, hey, just go sign up for Section 8. You can still live here, except we'll actually get money from the government for you to live here.
Right. I mean, I've never heard anybody doing that. That was just the first thing that came to mind when you were wondering how.
Yep, that
There's
could be it.
Fucking scam.
There's always a scam. Scammers.
One of my daughters has Section 8, man. She's a single mother, so she qualified for that.
Single moms got it tough. I'll tell you who's got it really tough, though. Middle class white men.
No,
my bad. middle class people that came up from trying to come up from the Section 8 and food stamps and all the benefit stuff. There's a line. There's a line of how much money you can make. And once you cross that line, barely cross the line, you would have been better off just staying on the other side of the line because it's harder.
Right. That's the thing that my wife and I we've kind of talked about a little bit. Like there's this like it's like it seems like maybe they designed it in a way to where like they try to get you like once you're on, they don't want you to get off of there. So like they design it in a way that's like, yeah, you might make just a little bit extra or whatever, but it's like, well, okay, try not to do that because then it'll be taken away. So don't make a little bit extra. So, stay at the crappy job or don't take the extra hours or, whatever it is. Like it seems like it's designed in a way that it might actually cause people to remain on it rather than assisting them to get off of it.
Yeah, big impact. Here's the big impact, dude. Real quick, man. Before I had my first child and was single, not married, and everything, man, I remember I was like the lead man or supervisor, whatever you want to call it, for the Burger King warehouse back when I was young, and I made whatever I made, doesn't matter, but I paid almost $7,000 that year in taxes. I worked a lot of overtime, and I thought I was going to get a giant check back, man. A buddy of mine, he only paid in like about $500 or $600. He worked there too, but he got like $4,000 or $5,000 back. I'm thinking I'm going to get a ton of money. I go to file, and I only get like $300 back. I'm like, what the fuck? And then right after I had my first child, everything changed. Now next year, I changed what I claimed. Next year I forgot, but I remember getting like a big chunk back. And then after claiming a couple children, so people who are talking about like they're putting shit in the water or chemtrails, like trying to kill us or something, I don't agree with that one bit because they are fucking paying well for you to fucking reproduce. Because I mean, the government is anyway.
Our whole
they pay real well. Every year you get a big ass check for having children.
Well, our whole system's based on we need an infinite amount of growth to keep our current system structure going. Like the money. Hey, where's your pants? Like in order to keep our whole economy, and our money system going, we need to have constant growth. There needs to be constant growth.
Yeah, one of the big things for taxes is having kids, and then even with that, there's like for the earned income credit, there's a limit. Like it's like a hill basically. So you can get earned income credit if you make little enough, but like you make like more and more, and the earned income credit can go up and up until there's a certain point somewhere around I think like the 30-ish thousand, 30-something thousand area. And then after that, it's down.
But if you make less than 11, though, you get hardly nothing. There's a sweet spot. It's a big one, but you got to make something, man, or you ain't get hardly nothing back.
It's not quite the same for child tax credit. For child tax credit, there's no specific limit necessarily or at least it's way higher if there is one. I think maybe not. But like with child tax credit, it's like what the rule was for a while is. It's basically like after your first $2,000, then it's a percentage of what you make on top of that or something like that you can get back for the child tax credit. So it's like, again, there's like this like possible like sweet spot where it's like you made enough to maximize, the credits in a way like you got basically maximizing earned income credit and child tax credit together so that you end up like not making too much money during the year, but then you're getting like this big fat check from the government with those credits.
The thing with taxes is they call it a tax return, and so you kind of think you're like getting like some of the taxes that you paid back, but a lot of the time your tax return, the money you get back is more than, with all the credits and everything, is more than you even paid in taxes. And here's the deeper thing, and it kind of ties in, you were saying with the more kids you have, the more money you get is, your birth certificate or whatever is traded on the stock market. They're making money off of you. And so really what they're doing is they're just cutting you like a little dividends, a little profit sharing on the money they made off you. And when you have kids, you're creating new lives and new birth certificates and more millions of dollars that they're making off those quasi trusts, those those birth certificates. And so your tax return, they're just giving you a little cut. And thanks for reproducing, thanks for giving us these other debt instruments.
I've heard that, but let me ask you a question. If you're knowledgeable, I don't know if you know this, but how do they get money off the birth certificates, off the kids? I mean, just do you know how they get it?
They create a quasi trust. It's like a debt instrument, the birth certificate, and the social security number is basically the same as the tax ID number. They create a corporation in your name in all capital letters. Is not
and they're borrowing basically, right? I mean, ain't they borrow? Or ain't they?
And you can go on the what is it, Dun and Bradstreet, I think, website, and everything's like listed on there, and they're using that, and they're it's hard to explain it just real quickly without going down, through the whole thing. But when you get your social security number is the same thing as a tax ID number. They're creating this, a corporate fiction. And then that's why, like, everything that you get, all your bills, anytime you're dealing with the court or the government, it's your name in all capital letters. That is not you. That is the corporation. And you are the authorized representative of that corporation unknowingly. And there are ways to, remedy that or whatever, but it's a long process, a lot of paperwork, and it's a lot of the time it's not worth the time, money, and effort to do it. But just knowing that information, you can navigate. It's like you don't want to withdraw yourself from the matrix, but just having that information, you navigate within the matrix, and you can create your own LLC in your own name. And there are ways to, like, create your own LLC, your own name, and then just write everything off.
I've already done that, man. I'm an LLC.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Then you can write everything off, like all your meals, all your gas, your vehicles, everything can be, a tax write-off, and that's my, an example of how you navigate, and with that information, use it to your advantage without, separating yourself or trying to get outside. Like, don't try and get outside the matrix. Just use that information and navigate it and use it to your advantage, basically.
Yeah.
Where do you guys come up with this stuff?
I filed for limited liability corporation for my business because it's a big time advantage.
I go ahead.
There's also, if you get in some kind of trouble and you get sued or something, like, they can't take your personal private possessions. Like, they can't take your primary transportation. They can't. I ain't sued or nothing like that, but it just made sense. And it's it costs a certain amount every year. It ain't that much, probably about, I forget how much it's a year, $100 or something, couple $100 to file. But yeah, and they can't take your house. They can't fucking get any of your personal shit. And yeah, like you're saying, the tax breaks are different.
There's also a way that you can create your own bank, so to speak, and there's a very specific life insurance policy that you can get that they don't advertise, they don't tell you about it, but if you know about it, you can ask the insurance companies for this. I'm trying to remember. It's called whole life insurance, and you get this very specific life insurance policy, and then you can use that and borrow, like, the value, like your life has value, like the same way the government takes your birth certificate and it has value and they make money off it. Basically, you can do the same thing they're doing with a very specific life insurance policy, and then you can borrow against that. And basically you are your own bank, and you can borrow from that life insurance policy. And then also when you pay it back,
the main thing is they need to keep having babies because they need constant growth for our system to work, because it's a Ponzi scheme, right? It's a pyramid scheme. Whatever kind of scheme it is, there's always a scam. There's always a scheme, and this is their scheme. They need perpetual growth. and for the system to work.
Yeah, your life has value, and you know, like you ever think about you work for a company and they call it human resource. God damn it! I got I'm connected to my home Wi-Fi. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I think I cut out just now. I made a whole speech. I guess you guys didn't hear it. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. But you ever wonder, like, you work for a company and they have this department called human resources? Like, you ever really think about that? Like, human resources, right? Like, you are a resource. There was a whole thing about
humans are resources to corporations because they're the labor, you know?
There was this whole thing that a while back that I heard about Walmart is when you get a job at Walmart, they actually take a life insurance policy out on you, like unknowingly to you, and that's why they like hire the old people, like they have greeters and like old people or whatever, and because they take life insurance policies out on all their employees, and that's why they're like one of the main people that hire old people, because then when they pass away, they can collect on the life insurance because they got a life insurance policy on you that you don't even know that they have or whatever. But
that seems like whoever would be normally providing life insurance policies, that they would see that and be like, "Hey, we're not giving you a life insurance policy."
Yeah, somebody's going to be losing their ass on that, right?
Yeah, I don't know. You would think so, but yeah, I'm not sure. But that was my.
The thing is, they just need to have constant growth, because that's the way the system's like a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme or whatever you want to call it, right? So you need constant new people coming in, so you can keep running the scam they have.
So Jeremy, that's contradictory. I hear people talk about how they want to diminish the population, but this would indicate that they would want to grow the population. So
eventually they will. Well, for now, the way the system is, they need this perpetual growth. If they change the system, introduce a stable coin as our main coin or as our main form of currency, and all the automation rolls out, eventually these people, you're talking about universal basic income, where's the money come from? Now having more people's a problem once you can automate the stuff. Once you have all the self-driving cars and guys like you don't need to go to work, and they automate all the Wendy's, Burger King, McDonald's, they automate all the car. You know what I'm saying? Once the automation rolls out hardcore, it's gonna change the dynamic. But right now, as the system stands, they need constant growth. Eventually, that will change, though, with automation. Once they have systems now robots that can go in and clean bathrooms without a human. It'll go recharge, change its fluids and shit automatically. Like,
yeah, they got robots that can make your food, like at McDonald's or whatever. Like they got robots that can do all that.
Yeah, they're working on automating all the McDonald's, like all the fast food joints are going to be automated soon. So that's millions of workers. All the cars and trucks will be automated. That's another 5 million Americans get their make money driving. Once they do the automatic driving and it's good, there's 16,000 car accidents in America every day. If you lower that number down to like 1,000 or something, that's a lot of money out the system. A lot of people aren't going to need to go to work.
And it's a lot of people that are now alive that would have been dead, maybe.
I always say that all jobs in the future are basically going to be robot supervisor. Like it's all automated, it's all robots, but then you have human oversight.
Yeah, if you have a McDonald's, let's say a McDonald's automates their joint, you're still going to want a human there just in case something goes wrong with the machines, right? So they'll be like, instead of having 10 people in a McDonald's running it, it'll just be like one dude.
They already got rid of
like the jobs where you're like basically you're selling entertainment. Like, I mean, all the jobs of like the YouTubers, the trenders, the what are they called? The ones who like basically they'll try out the product.
The influencers.
Content creators.
Right, content creators, influencers, stuff like that. Like it's not like their job is going to be automated, right? That's still going to require a human to get on there and be like, hey, I tried this thing and it's really cool. You should buy it too. And let's take a look at this. Like, that's a thing that, like, you're just not going to be able to automate that, right? Like, that's a human thing that's, I would think, in general, going to continue to require a human. So what it might end up being is there's some people who are supervising robots, and then it's like maybe this like dystopian nightmare of everybody trying to like get on top of the entertainment pyramid or whatever.
Right. Yeah, fast food cashiers are out the window pretty much. They got the touch screens that you go in and order, or you can do it on your mobile app and order the food before you even go get it. So like cashiers are damn near obsolete at fast food places, and the next will be the cooks.
I mean, I saw like a decade ago they had a thing where a machine pops a cup out, and then the cup goes down a conveyor belt, stops under the type of soda you wanted. The soda, or it pops out ice first, like the ice thing was first. Then the conveyor belt moves to the kind of soda you want. The machine filled it up. Then it like did another little quick tap to top it off, like they do. That like it was good, and then it just pops out, and then the guy had to put a lid on it and hand it to the person. I mean,
whenever I worked at McDonald's, we had a machine like that for one of the drive-through windows, basically. So the people that were working that drive-through window, they didn't need to worry about like going and getting each of the drinks. The machine picked it up from the computer or whatever and started running cups through.
Yeah, and all you had to do was fill the cups up and put the lid on after, right? And hand it to the person, give them a straw.
Oh, we didn't even need to fill it up. Like, it went down the line. It got the ice. It got the drink.
No, I mean, you needed to put the cups in the machine.
Oh, yeah. You need to refill the machine or whatever, because it would like use this thing to grab a cup from the dispenser or whatever, and then you needed to basically pop a lid on it and hand them a straw or whatever.
Yeah, so all they got to do is make the hopper bigger, so it only needs to be done like once a day or something, or once a week or whatever. You know what I mean? You make the just fucking, I don't know. You make the hopper.
You get your
bigger.
3D printing done up so tight that it's just like whenever the drink is ordered, it 3D prints a cup, and it's like,
that's that might be a little far off, Bob, but I like where your head's at. That's the ultimate. 3D printing would change the whole dynamic of our system too. If 3D printing ever got so good that you didn't even need.
Well, you can 3D print a house now. They got a thing that will build a whole house like in 24 hours.
Well, it does the walls. So
right. Yeah, you still probably got to run all the electrical and the plumbing and stuff like that, but you can still knock out a house in a week.
That cuts down on waste big time. The amount of people you need, the amount of waste,
labor,
tons of shit. Yeah. Instead of having 50 guys drive to a job site for a month, guys drive for 2 weeks or whatever. I don't know. It's definitely better. Yeah. We shouldn't even be building houses out of that though. We should be building however they did the fucking Great Pyramid. Be building houses because we're always going to need houses. I don't ever see a point in the future where we evolve so much that it's like, oh, we don't need houses anymore. We just stand out in the rain and the snow.
I don't know.
I don't ever see.
I don't know if that material holds up in all the different climates though. Like a Great Pyramid type structure. I'm not sure how that would hold up in the winters of Wisconsin.
You'll be fine. Don't be a pussy.
Yeah, talking about housing, not to digress or anything, but that just triggers something in my mind. Have you seen the videos of the ghost cities that they have built in different countries, different places, of like these whole huge cities that are just unoccupied, just sitting there, like waiting for the reset or whatever?
China builds a new city every like week or something. Like they build a whole city in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, and it was weird. I seen one, I think it was in Asia or Japan or China or somewhere. They had these ghost cities and everything was like built out of this like marble, which is
I'm telling you, that's the way you build shit. That's the way to build shit, man. Build shit out of solid, whatever fucking rock your environment can handle, build it out of that rock. Just giant pieces. That way it doesn't you don't need no maintenance on it. You got a lot of thermal mass to keep your heat and cold in. What's up, Noah? How was school, bud?
And like yeah, like it's marble is like basically like crystal, and so like it you know, conducts electricity, and it has those aspects to it, which is another interesting part of it. But yeah, it's like, why are you building all these empty cities, bro? Like, what's going on? What is all this for? Just
Dude,
sitting there.
houses are a scam. They purposely build them out of the second little piggy material so that you constantly have to do maintenance. They constantly need you spending money. That's why they constantly need more people, because they constantly need more money being spent next year than there was this year.
Well,
Like,
you know,
me and scam everything.
You know, me and Fundy are into the etymology and the words, and so like one thing is something that I don't see how you can't mortgage, like the word morgue is in reference to, you know, death, and and there's this whole thing, like when you sign a mortgage, you're basically buying the house. Like your signature is like is money. Like when you sign a check and you put your signature on it, or even use your debit card, and or for credit they make you sign the little pad or whatever. But did you know, like on a check, like a paper check, that line that you write on, that line isn't just a line, it's microprint. And it actually says something. And so why do you think they would put it in microprint? Because they don't want you to know what it is.
Willy Wonka shit.
Yeah, that you're signing. It's microprint. Your name has value, like credit. Like you can create your signature. Your name can create money. It has value. And like when you sign a mortgage, you paid for the house when you sign it, but then the bank basically, you know, says, you know, you still got to pay us for it, even though it's like paid off. Technically it's paid off, but then they still charge you, or, you know, you still got to make your mortgage payments. It's not that simple. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's like another one of those things you can go on a deep dive on that I can't really summarize
Real
for
quick,
you guys.
For mortgage, that's mort is the beginning, not morgue.
That's a good point.
Because it's amortized and this a gauge. Mort gauge. Not to do with death.
No, okay, hold on. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying technically, but phonetically it applies.
Phonetically, knife used to be pronounced with an actual K. Phonetically isn't really a good solid argument.
Well, okay. I have a different I don't want to get into debates about phonetics and words and spellings and you know.
I mean, you brought up the topic.
No, I know. No, I know, and you're bringing up the, you know, well, technically this and no, I understand that, but there is something to you know, the words.
Right, but mortgage has nothing to do with death. Totally unrelated.
Yeah, but it's related in how we pronounce it and how we say it. The spells and the letters and
it's like a death tax or something like that. MORT is death. So back then, I guess it was some sort of, you know, death tax or something like that. Nowadays, it's just like a house payment.
How can you guys fail at everything? Even etymology. Jesus Christ, it's amortized.
Well, I mean, technically, what you're describing
MORT is French for death.
You're describing a story that's been told about
mortuary,
why the word exists.
moriere to die.
That doesn't mean that there wasn't
morbid,
some other intention, and I don't know
what
why.
other related words are there?
Exactly when I was
mortality.
Speaking. That doesn't seem like a very nice thing to do.
What he does. Thank you. Thank you, Lemon. Your add-on.
No, just talking all over each other.
Yeah, I don't know why Lemon thought that was a good time to just start speaking when I was literally in the middle of saying something.
One at a time, guys.
What
please.
were you saying, Abdul? I'm in a bad area. What were you saying?
I was saying that his description, or what he's describing or talking about, is the story that goes along with where the word came from. That's fine. That doesn't mean that he's wrong or that that isn't what they've said that it's because of. But that doesn't change that somebody could have had a different intention and simply use that as the excuse. It could very well be that the intention was to have it called something related to death, and they used something else to make it basically, to anyone who doesn't look into it or consider it very much, it just seems like it's the story that they've been told.
Well, I tend to lean on synchronicity, and a lot of synchronicities people attribute to conspiracy, whereas I don't. It's not a conspiracy. I put it in the category of synchronicity. So it might not be, you're talking about intent and things. And so, yeah, it could have been intentional. It could have not been intentional. But in the realm of synchronicity, it is how I look at things. And decoding, certain things and...
Well, we're talking about the roots of these words. What is the actual thing that gave rise to these other words? A mortgage on a house does appear to relate to death because you are paying it off more or less for the rest of your life in some cases if you're lucky enough to live in one location. So the relation still appears to be there between death and whatever this mortgage is.
Right. If you read into the meanings of things where meaning is not actually intended to be, yes, you can make anything mean anything you want it to mean. But in reality, amortization is an actual thing, and mortgage is built off of that concept.
Well, perhaps there's a linkage here that we're not seeing. We can, like you say, make words mean anything that we wish, sure, up to a point. Things do have an actual meaning. I can't, take a word related to more and make it mean something related to, I don't know, happy or life, if there are all of these other prior associations with MORT that imply death. That meaning simply will not take hold, no matter how much I try to push the word in some cases.
I mean, think about this. Whoever invented the hammer, okay? The story for that could be that they invented the hammer so it was easy to hammer in nails for people, okay? And that could even be the story that the person who came up with the idea of the hammer, that could be exactly what he told everybody about his invention, is that it's for making hammering in nails easier. But he could have privately himself not cared about hammering in nails at all, but simply had invented a small tool to bash someone's skull in with, and it happened to also be good at this other thing. And so he used that story. Just because there's a good reason, another story that's been told about why a thing is the way it is, and it fits, doesn't mean it's the true story about why it exists.
Well, here's the thing. There's human intent and intending something, but then there's also the beautiful, poetry, synchronicity, connectedness of all things that kind of fits together, whether it was contrived or not. Like the person that comes up with a name for something can have the intent to name it for a certain reason, and unbeknownst to him, it fits in the poetic nature and synchronicity of life. Like whatever he drew from to got the inspiration to name it that came from the You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, the intent that there's a result. You can intend, bash someone's head in, but the result is people say, "Oh, this is a nice tool that I can use for other purposes," and which meaning is going to tend to predominate in the culture. The one that tends to have a certain result in the culture. If we're using this hammer as a tool, we may also bash people's head in with it, but the overall meaning of it will tend to take on a meaning of a useful tool, not necessarily a murder implement.
And when you're talking about language, it could be that the person, they decided to make the word or the label or the name based on what they thought was an idea that they themselves had, but they are the result of however many hundreds of years of their culture and their parents teaching them. And so there's all these words that they know, and they decided to name this thing or label this thing according to what they thought was their idea. But what if hundreds of years prior, basically the things that made those words even known to them to begin with, to mix and match or change, that could be coming back around in the culture hundreds of years later and match up in a way that they didn't even anticipate or think about, because they only are thinking about their time and what they know at that point in time. Like, it's not like the culture is completely separated, or that it couldn't come back around again in a way that they didn't intend. Like the other guy was saying about the synchronicity, like all the words that we have, like they're built on however many hundreds or thousands of years of what's come before us. So the thing that we think is like, oh, just an idea I came up with and I'll call it this, could be based on so many different variables in the changes in our language and things that have come about before us. And later on, if those things come back around, it could be basically applied to what we said or what we labeled it, almost basically retroactively without us even thinking about it.
So hold on, Lemon. When we get inspiration or an idea, we think it's our I came up with this, but where does inspiration or ideas come from? It could come from, a divine source that we're drawing from. We think it's, we're coming up with this, but where does inspiration and ideas come from? So you could theoretically say it's given to us in a way, or we're drawing from something, and that thing that we're drawing from has like a beautiful synchronistic poetic nature to it. And so we don't have the intent, I just came up with this idea because of this and this, but that inspiration and idea that we drew from is from a divine source, and then we can see the connectedness as it's applied, or through phonetics, or spellings, or letters, or numbers, or words.
So true. I think Doofus was trying to pipe
languages other than English are a divine source.
Well, Doofus, I think we're getting to a very important thing here, and that what is meaning? Is meaning limited, or is it limitless? When you ask me what meaning is, I would say that this leads to a certain action or a certain result that is inescapable. Fire tends to harm, or any meaning that is derived from fire will tend to reflect that. Can fire also cook your food and have a meaning from that? Yes, but there's going to be limited meaning even to the broad range of meaning with fire based off of the limited results that come from fire. So meaning does have a limitation to it, where you can't make words or things mean anything. There's going to be a limited range even of meaning for there to be significance or any sort of real meaning. I think a lot of times people think that, there is no such thing as meaning, that you can make anything mean anything, and that's kind of incorrect, because meaning also implies actions that are limited, results that are limited. Otherwise, there's no such thing as meaning, and everything's just kind of, meaningless.
Yeah, because I could even I'm not going to do it, but I could even break down the word meaning letter by letter and derive meaning out of the word meaning. But I'm not going to do it. This probably isn't the right place.
Well, the only way that you have meaning is if there's a limitation to what sort of results you tend to get when an action is performed or when something happens. Without limitation, there is little to no meaning. Without context, there's little to no meaning. Without, some sort of important event linked to this, there is no meaning.
Because what I like to do is what I call decoding, and so and seeing the meaning behind something, beneath the surface, and deriving, meaning from it, just based on the letters, and then the values and the letters relative to numbers, and a whole bunch of different things all tied together that match, that synchronize, that sync up with the meaning of the word that you're talking about, and the letters that's used, and the frequencies, letters and numbers, and I don't know. I just look at things on a deeper level, and I see the deeper meaning, but behind the meaning, and how it fits, and it works. And I can see why this word means this based on the letters or the sounds or etymology, and correlating it with other languages, and how it's all connected. Like I have the ability to see the connectedness to, like certain synchronicities. Like once you know certain things, then you start seeing it everywhere. Like if you have the eyes to see, realize, etc. But you have to be a certain type of person. Like this isn't gonna go over well with a lot of people. There's not a lot of people that see things the way that I do. So,
well, I guess people get afraid that we're making anything mean anything we want without any sort of real limitation or grounding as to what this means. And that's sometimes where revelation comes in. Something spiritual or whatever revealing to you what this means, whether you find out the meaning or have limited the meaning yourself. Sometimes we can get a little kooky and get out there with our interpretations of things that go all over the place. And sometimes we just need to settle down and, have truth revealed to us in a way that is limited in some way without things getting too kooky. Be it, revelation from God, some demon from hell, or whatever.
Well, because what I like to do is, a lot of the times life seems random and chaotic, but that's because you're so close to it. And like the way you zoom out and can see a bigger picture, like a fractal, like things might seem random and chaotic, but if you zoom out and have an overhead perspective, you can see the pattern or the organization. So like organized chaos, it seems organized or it seems random, but it's really organized, and then there's a pattern to it. But if you're too close to, people can say, oh yeah, you can just make that up and make it whatever you want. But no, you just have to zoom out and see that that there is some sort of organization and pattern to life, which seems random and chaotic, but it's not as random and chaotic as we think it is. Like that's what the whole thing. My whole thing is synchronicity. So it's like seeing the connectedness in all things, and you can't see how things are connected if you're too close to it. You got to zoom out and have a bigger perspective and take everything and put them together and see the connection. Like synchronicity. Like I have a whole server dedicated to the topic of synchronicity. If anybody's interested, shoot me a DM and I'll send you an invite to, if you're into etymology and numerology and synchronicity and all those type of things. Phonetics, astrology, psychology. So I got me and a buddy of mine, we got a server called the Think Tank, kind of a play on words of a think tank, but the sync tank as in synchronicity. And so, if anybody's interested, DM me. Like Bread Rising is part of the group. He's in the room today. Shout out to Bread. Probably at work listening. Shout out to you.
It's ZP15.
Damn, did I shut shit down?
Nah, you're here. You're here. We're just
Oh,
all quiet
okay.
today. We're shy.
Oh, okay, yeah, I went on a rant and then it says fucking dead air after that. Yeah. I dove too deep. Put cats to sleep. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I'm just busy.
Oh, okay. Yo, I sent you that invite, JJ. Thanks for asking.
We have the facts, the figures, the numbers. Jeremy, you here? Is anybody here? Well, this is boring.
Yo. Yo, sheep. Brown. Where's everyone at?
Is Brian there?
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I just got here, but I haven't heard him talking, so.
Okay, that's fine. I want to understand how he's planning to do celestial navigation. If I understood correctly, he wants to use like a distorted version of circles of equal altitude. I think ones that stretch east-west as it goes south. That's what I understood, at least.
Oh, okay. I don't know why you would need to do that. You're saying stretch them like being oval instead of being circular?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know that if you don't stretch, at least on the A map, it doesn't work. So there might be a way to make it work on the A map, but I'm not sure if he wants to use the A map.
I don't know how you could know it doesn't work if you haven't gone out and done sextant measurements and verified anything.
I did. I did actually.
You took an AE map and walked all around the world and verified it?
No, I did one position, and it was using the AE map. It got me 1,200 miles away from my actual position, and using the globe, it got me 5 kilometers away from my position, which is like 3 miles. So I mean, I can try more examples, but the first one is already more than 1,000 miles off. I think that's enough to be able to claim that, like, just drawing circles on the A map doesn't work. Not saying that proves anything, but yeah, I've tested it. Doesn't work. I'm waiting for more data in the southern hemisphere to make more tests, but that's what I get so far. I only had one day with no clouds in the sky to sight a star, and I think Ruhif is gonna get some star sights from Australia as well. He did one a couple of days ago, but with only one, that doesn't help a lot. He's gonna try to do a second one now, but he's using a theodolite instead of a sextant, which is actually more precise. But it doesn't really matter that much, because usually the error from refraction is a bit bigger than the precision of a theodolite.
I just don't see how you've. Actually, I'm kind of doing other things right now, so I don't know if I can fully engage my mind to think about this right now fully. But I do have some thoughts on all that. But I'm kind of like just doing other things at the moment. But I mean, I guess the main thing I was just gonna say though, like if you're taking star angles and you're plotting a position on Earth, like let's say where you live, so you know that you live in whatever, and you take those star angles. In order to compare that to the rest of the Earth, you would have to not only take many, many other measurements and build circle of equal altitude, in GPs, but you would have to measure the distances as well to start to actually see how that grid system maps out upon the actual Earth, not a location or latitude given by globes or anything like that, the actual Earth. So it sounds like what you're doing is taking a thing and saying, oh, it doesn't match with the globe model, therefore it's wrong. But you're not actually relating that to the actual grid system of the actual terrestrial land to actually verify it, is what it sounds like to me.
Well, no, I was specifically referring to the E map. So I didn't make any reference to the globe. I just did this, put the circles in the positions of the A map, and the intersection of the circles on the A map was like in another country. So I don't live in Peru. I'm pretty sure I live in Brazil. And you might, I mean, if you're challenging the distances that I'm using to do the circles, you're also challenging the A map because I'm just using the A map. I'm not saying that that's not how the Earth is, but that method doesn't work if you're just plotting circles. You might do something else that might make it work, but plotting circles, as it's described in celestial navigation, doesn't work for the AE map. But that's all.
When you say AE map, are you talking about one of the cartoon ones off Google, or are you talking about like the Gleasons, or?
Yeah, the Gleasons. Yeah, it's the azimutho equidistant map. Yeah.
Well, Gleasons is Gleasons. I think the general concept of AE map is sort of, I don't know. There's some variations. I mean,
actually, AE stands for projection, which is the same as the Gleason's map. If you just get a globe AE projection of the globe map, you end up with the same as the Gleason's map. You can overlay them and see that it's the exact same map.
Yeah, they jack their shit from the real map of Earth. We know that.
Yeah, so if that's the real map of Earth, then plotting circles doesn't work.
Well, I'm not saying Gleason's is the real map of Earth.
Oh, okay.
I'm not claiming that. I think it's. I'll definitely tell you this 100%. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just telling you what I know to be the case. The continents are laid out similar to the AE map. So I would say if you really want to find the truth, keep searching that. Keep on that is my suggestion. That's not coming from me going out and mapping the entire Earth. That's coming from my understanding of creation and the way that this world is laid out. But I don't think that the Gleason's map is 100% accurate. So, but the continents are definitely laid out like that, like spokes of a wheel coming from the center.
All right.
But I also don't believe that you've even debunked the AE map from just taking a couple star angles and then assuming certain things. I mean,
well, I wasn't saying I debunked the AE map. I said celestial navigation using circles on the AE map doesn't work. That's like a specific thing I'm saying doesn't work. You might find other things that might work, but that's not one of them because that's the one I tested.
By doing what? By you just took some angles and you put a circle of equal altitude on an AE map?
Yeah, I put one for each. I didn't cite 2 stars, I cited a star and the moon. So I got their GPs and plotted on the map.
Where'd you get their GPs from?
From the almanac.
So you can't be doing that, dude. If you want to do this correctly, I mean, you can do whatever you want, obviously. You can, whatever rabbit hole you feel you want to go down, do it. But you can't go off of anything else. If you want to actually get something directly, you need to go do it in the real world.
Actually, there are other sources you can get from, except beyond the almanac. You can also get, like, from Stellarium, for example. You can get from my app. My app doesn't give you the GP of the moon, but it gives you the GP of stars.
I mean, I'm not even saying that the almanac is right or wrong or partly right or partly wrong. I'm not even claiming that. What I'm saying is just on a very basic level. Like, I guess, I mean, the ultimate thing is that I know that you're like, at your home on a computer and you want to try to crack the code of the universe, and it's awesome. A lot of us, are interested in this and everything, but it needs to be done in the real world. The real way to do this is a massive project that would take millions of dollars, immense amounts of time and energy to actually do this correctly. And whether it even can be done because of the challenge of measuring distances, like we can't just walk through people's private property to measure distances, so there's certain challenges with that.
Do you think that, like, the ground position of celestial bodies can speed up and slow down during the day? Or do you think they move in a constant speed?
Well, some of them change speed.
Like what?
Mercury, Venus, Mars.
Oh, I mean stars. Let's say stars.
The fixed stars?
Yeah.
No. The fixed stars are in their fixed positions in relation to each other, like the constellations, for example.
All right, so you should agree with the almanac, because that's all the almanac does. For example, if you get the GP of the star at any moment from the almanac, and then you go exactly one sidereal day after that, it's going to give you the same GP. And you can do that how many times you want, it's always going to give you the same GP. And between one and the other, the position of the star is changing longitude in a constant rate. So every hour, a little bit less than an hour, it moves like 15 degrees of longitude. So, and if you're below one of those stars, you can confirm exactly when they pass overhead. And I mean, I don't think that's very challengeable. The almanac is, you can challenge the almanac like that, because it's consistent through the whole thing. It just assumes that the stars are moving in a fixed rate, and it takes a sidereal day for the whole cycle to repeat. And that's it. That's all the almanac gives you of the stars. So unless they're speeding up or slowing down, I think it's pretty accurate. You can rely on the almanac.
Well, how those map over the Earth, of course, would be different. If you have a Gleason's map layout versus a globe, especially in the south, there's going to be dramatic differences of how the stars are claimed to be mapping along the Earth. So
yeah, but the almanac doesn't tell you how they're laid down on Earth. It just gives you the coordinates. So if you're using the AE map, you're gonna use latitude as distance from the center and longitude as like the angle from the center, and that's how you get the AE map. So if you do that for the GP of the stars, then you're using the AE map way to lay down them on the ground, which is what I did. So I wasn't doing Earth distances of the globe or anything.
Okay, so you're telling me that your almanac you're using is an AE Gleason's type grid?
No, the almanac isn't providing any shape of the Earth. It's just providing the coordinates of the GP of the stars.
Yeah, but those are going to lay out differently. If they're on a sphere, then if you mapped all those GPs on a basketball, it's going to be on a sphere. If it's on a like a dartboard, you know, like an AE map, then it's going to lay out completely differently.
Yeah, and when I use the AE map, I lay down the way you would lay down the AE map. I use the latitude to get the distance from the center, and the longitude to get the angle from the center. So I wasn't using Earth mapping. I was using the Gleason's or the AE map as where to put the GPs.
Okay. Well, I mean, once this is all said and done, I mean, you'll have your answers. You'll see where you were onto something and where you were a bit off, and so I mean, I definitely commend your efforts.
All right, thank you.
I mean, I don't think you've debunked the Gleason's map with celestial navigation.
Yeah, I didn't. Again, I wasn't saying I debunked the map. I just said that celestial navigation on that map, the way I did doesn't work, which is like drawing circles of equal altitude based on the angle, and then see where they overlap. That I think I can confirm doesn't work in the AE map. So that might be the wrong way to do celestial navigation. I don't know. But that put me 1,200 miles away from where I live.
Right, but you're still using the GP coordinates, especially in the south, because if you're talking about this in the south, you're also using, like I said, I mean, you know, I mean, at least if you did something like if you flew to Lima, Peru, and you did a bunch of sites there, and then you flew back to whatever city you live in, did a bunch of sites there, at least that would be a little bit more, you'd have a little bit more to go off. You still would have to know the distance between them, but you could at least do a little bit with that. A little bit more than just taking angles from your current location and just trying to draw it on there.
You mean flying to Peru to get the distance, or to get the sites, or both?
Well, but I mean, ideally if you had the distance, but even just to get the sites.
I can try to find someone from Peru, but not that many people that you can find online have a sextant or a theodolite.
Yeah. I mean, I think the shape of Earth can be deciphered, at least as far as it can be with celestial observations in terms of the grid system that I've talked about, in terms of the circles of equal altitude and how those all map out. But it's just a huge task to actually do it. It's a huge undertaking. And I don't think it can be done in any other way than actually doing it. At least from what my understanding, the full way that I've described actually doing it. So just kind of sitting at home and taking some distance assumptions and a couple almanac assumptions and popping a couple things around and saying, oh, it's a globe because whatever. It's just, that's not complete in my viewpoint. And it's never going to be.
Do you think that should serve as evidence for other people? Like people that wasn't there doing that? Would that be considered evidence for them? Or should it?
You're saying that if a group of 20 people went out and did all that, you're saying would that be evidence for people that didn't do it?
Yeah, if people that didn't do it should count that as evidence.
It would be up to them, ultimately. I mean, that would be their choice, whether they trust it or whatever it may be. I mean, right now you guys are trusting your governments and stuff. You're trusting what you're given in 99% of all this globe stuff. The NASA, the data, the space, pictures, whatever it is that you've come to this conclusion. Because obviously if it's false, then wow, you've really believed in something that was just completely off base. So you were tricked to the core of being tricked. So people definitely believe a lot of things, and I get it. There seems to be an authority and a government, and it all seems, quote unquote, everyone in the world is on board with it or whatever, even though it's not really the case. But yeah, I mean, we live in this strange time where they've pushed it so hardcore and made us think that it's just an absolute, the foundation of reality or something. So I mean, I can understand it seems to have a lot of, subscribers, as it were, to their little game, but.
I don't remember learning anything from the government exactly. Or from NASA. Not directly, at least.
Well, the globe Earth has been pushed by the governmental forces since the dawn of time. I mean, that's the whole deal. It's been pushed profoundly in the education system and the kind of science that they back. And I mean, the whole thing. I mean, even the WGS-84, which is, developed by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is like, a sister company to the CIA and all that, or a sister intelligence agency or whatever. So, I mean, the whole thing, NASA's a government agency. They're the ones claiming they're going out in space and taking pictures and putting men on the moon. So, I mean, the whole thing is a government's, propaganda psyop.
But I mean, I think if you look through all the laws and everything that the government rules, at least in my country, I don't think you're going to find anything saying that the educational system should teach a specific shape of the earth. I don't think that's something that has been mandated by the government.
Yeah, it has.
In the US?
Well, I guess I don't know your country, your area, your jurisdiction, whatever it may be, but I mean, you cannot open up a school in the United States of America that is like accredited by whatever the government thing and just teach something. I mean, they don't just let you teach anything you want. I mean, there's certain things that have to be taught.
Yeah, but I mean, where would you find exactly where's the statement that doesn't allow people to teach a different shape of the earth, or let's say they have to teach that the earth is spherical or a globe? I'm not sure if you can find it. Not that this proves otherwise, but I don't think you would find that.
Okay, so you're saying that there's not these education acts that have been passed that have homogenized education laws within these countries, especially the first world countries?
No, it's being more specific to the shape of the earth. I don't think there is specific laws or anything that tells you should teach the earth is a sphere.
All right, so if somebody, well, it's like the law in America that the kids have to go to school, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, your parents will be arrested and put in prison if you don't send your kid to some kind of government approved schooling.
Well, I thought homeschooling was allowed there.
Well, they do have homeschooling, but there's still, boundaries within. They do have homeschooling, but there's like restrictions on what you can and cannot do within that as well. You have to do something. You either have to do homeschooling or send them to one of these government certified schools.
Right.
I don't know to what degree with homeschooling, like if you just wanted to completely teach your child that the earth is a stationary planar thing and that the globe is a complete and total lie. I mean, obviously you could tell your kid anything you want. I guess I'm not involved in homeschooling enough to know exactly. I mean, I know that there's like certain testing that they have to even do in homeschooling, but I guess I don't know how much you could kind of do that.
Right.
I'm sure you can, but. But I mean, if some millionaire or billionaire wanted to open up a school and they wanted it to be, sort of government supported, whatever, in that way, and wanted to just have a completely different curriculum than what the governments allow, they would never be able to do that. If they just wanted to teach that, these jabs that they're giving are poison and, GMO foods are toxic and, the earth is not a globe, all this, a whole bunch of stuff, they're not going to allow that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're going to have, there's going to be some consequence if you try to do that. I wouldn't say that's a different curriculum. Like you could teach that in science classes, for example. Or you can try. It wouldn't change the curriculum. For example, you can try to teach a different shape of the earth in geography classes, I guess. You're still teaching geography.
Well, there's these two education acts. Here, I'll just read this. Extensive federal control over elementary, secondary, and post-secondary education has long been a reality in the United States. The key federal statutes that give rise to that control were the National Defense Education Act of 1958 and the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965. Although these two statutes form the bedrock of federal education control, their passage involved extensive misrepresentation, blah, blah, blah. This article is going on and on. But it's those two acts that were initiated, ironically, right around the same time NASA was formed, right before in the 1960s, before they claimed to go to the moon. So this was all after World War II. So there's been this like massive kind of homogenization, especially in first world countries. I guess I don't know as much about some third world countries and whatnot, but these acts have been put in place that have specific accreditation that you have to get, in order to run these things, and they're all through state funded and the whole deal. I don't know how we got off on that, but
yeah, well, I don't know much about that, actually.
I mean, the thing about the celestial navigation, it's like this. If I have a table in my room that is 10 feet by 10 feet, it's in my house. I've measured it 100%. I know it's 10 feet by 10 feet. It's been certified by other people that have measured it. That's what it is. But let's say that I start a whole campaign to try to convince the world that my table is actually only 5 feet by 5 feet. And I put out all kinds of information and I put pictures and I do all this stuff and I try to do that. But I have the table in my house. If somebody outside of my house, somebody that lives 10 miles away or whatever and has never been to my house, if they want to know really what the measurement of that table is, the only really way to know for absolute sure is to get access into my house and to measure the table. Or have somebody that they can trust that is absolutely trustworthy to know whether it's 10 feet by 10 feet or 5 feet by 5 feet, somebody else that they have absolute solid trust in or whatever it may be, that person went in and measured it. Otherwise, I could be saying whatever. Now, it is a little different with the earth because we live on the earth and we actually can measure it to some degree. Although it's expensive, it's challenging, there's a lot of effort that has to be put into it. There's complications, there's restrictions, all of that. But that is the different thing about that, is that the earth is actually, we live on it. But the other thing about it is the earth is huge, it's massive, and there's travel restrictions and all the rest of it. But anyways, my point in saying that is that to know some of these components, in my opinion, we need to do it on the actual Earth. There's no other form of, I mean, I think it's cool that you're trying to build programs and do things and test things. I think that's all good to do. But I just don't know that you'll ever be able to get to a full conclusion without being able to fully do what I'm saying, is to actually do it ourselves. Now, if we did it ourselves and it matches a globe Earth, well, then great. Then we've just that's science. We've just verified the thing that's already claimed to be science, and we confirmed it. And so great. And for the rest of time, we now have that confirmed, and it won't be a question again in the future, as it were. Well, people may still question things, but I'm just saying, like, if that can be verified. And then if it's not a globe in that way, and we go out and do all these different tests and things, well, yeah, then that's a massive, I mean, the significance of that is huge. And I think it's great to talk about these things and to do what we can from our home computers and from our local areas. I think that's good. But I just think that the bigger picture is that there needs to be a much larger effort to really decipher this. I know that's not as exciting to hear. I mean, it'd be more fun to just sit at home at your computer and debunk something and, whatever. But I don't think, in the case of this, I don't think it's going to be able to be done that way.
Well, the thing for me is that I didn't brought up celestial navigation in the Earth-shaped debate. I saw other flat earthers doing that. And then the way they said it works by you doing calculations that make sense on a flat Earth. And I checked that out, and that doesn't seem to be the case. And one of the tests I did was this one I just mentioned. I tried to do on the AMAP. I know doing on the AMAP is already different than how people actually do it. That's just something I wanted to have tested. The way people actually do it is by using like the math that you would use if you were on a globe. You can argue that can also work on a flat surface, or that if they're in the middle of the ocean, that doesn't matter. You can maybe have that argument, but I'm not putting that in contention. I'm just trying to say what I tested and why I tested. Not ruling out the shape of the Earth. I'm just saying that the argument that what they do makes sense on a flat Earth, or that at least that only works on flat Earth. This I know to be false because I know it works on a globe. But say they make sense on a flat Earth as well. I haven't found a way that makes it make sense on a flat Earth. Maybe Brian will do. That'll be interesting. That's why I'm offering myself to help him with his method to create an algorithm or something, just to speed up the whole process.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole thing. You're trying to find something that works on a flat Earth. Well, if you don't have the actual coordinate and map system of that, then what are you going off of?
I don't know. That's Brian.
Sorry, Bacon. I got a phone call. I'll be back. Sorry.
No problem.